Wow, what a beautiful sword. Princess Di Xing's eyes lit up when she saw the dragon blood sword that was handed over by a member of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled. Then he handed the sword to her. This is the sword that I traded with someone. I didn't expect him to be dead. Now that the sword has been sent over by them, I'll give it to you. Wang Xian smiled and said faintly. Then, he handed the sharp sword in his hand to Princess Di Xing. Humph, humph. Although it's a little unlucky, I'll accept it reluctantly. Lady Di Xing could naturally recognize the power of the sword. However, to her, Wang Xian was a nouveau riche. Since it was a gift from a nouveau riche, she naturally wanted it. Let's go, Wang Xian said to her. He immediately used energy to wrap her and Aunt Ying and flew quickly toward the Moonrise Star. The Moonrise Star was the largest planet in the Great Sect of the last month. It was also the most prosperous planet. From here, one could teleport to a planet in the Central Imperial Court and then transfer from there. Master! However, when Wang Xian passed by the location of the Beichuan sect, Bei Shuang sensed him and immediately flew over. Master, where are you going? Bei Shuang asked Wang Xian curiously. To the Central Island Imperial Court. I'll leave the matters here to Prime Minister Gui and the Heavens Formation. This time it might take more than half a month. Wang Xian looked at Bei Shuang, paused slightly and said to her, Are we going to the Imperial Court of the Central Island? Bei Shuang looked a little absent-minded. It was obvious that she had thought of something. Then she raised her head and said, Master, I'm going too. Huh? You're going too? Wang Xian was slightly stunned and looked at her in astonishment. We're going to settle some grudges. A cold glint flashed in Bei Shuang's eyes. Obviously, this was something that happened in the past. All right, let's do it together. Wang Xian nodded his head. Congratulations, Miss Bei Shuang. The favored daughter of the heavens has returned. Auntie Ying looked at Bei Shuang deeply and said with a smile, Okay. Bei Shuang nodded at Auntie Ying and the Imperial Star Ladies. Auntie Ying, do you know her? Bei Shuang had stayed in the Dragon Palace for more than a year, but she had not spoken to any of the girls in the past year, much less the Imperial Star Lady, and the Imperial Star Lady did not know Bei Shuang. Seeing Auntie Ying congratulate Bei Shuang, the Imperial Star Lady could not help but ask through voice transmission, I've heard of her reputation before. When the current Emperor of the Imperial Court courted her, something happened. Aunt Ying transmitted her voice to Imperial Star Lady. Oh, is that so? Imperial Star Lady had not been born at that time and did not know what had happened more than 30,000 years ago. In the Imperial Court, 5,000 years had turned into a generation. This was something that had happened 6 or 7 generations ago. Imperial Star Lady had also learned about Bei Shuang's rise through the AI. However, she did not know about the gossip between Bei Shuang and the Emperor of the Imperial Court. In every generation, the strongest man and strongest woman in the younger generation of the Imperial Court would be called the Emperor and the Empress. This was the highest title of this generation. It was also the highest honor. This time, I want to become the Empress. The Imperial Star Lady muttered to herself as a determined look appeared in her eyes. We're here. Soon, everyone arrived at the inviting moon planet. Wang Xian said, Master, the teleportation formation is over here. As Bei Shuang spoke, she led the way and flew towards the location of the teleportation formation. Dragon King, Goddess of Frost. At the teleportation formation, the disciples of the great sect from last month who were guarding the place called out respectfully. One of them was the leader of the Dragon Palace who became famous in a single battle, while the other was the famous Goddess of Frost. Such an expert would be respected even if he was not from the great sect from last month. Okay. Bei Shuang nodded and the 4 of them entered the teleportation array. They arrived at a planet quickly through the teleportation array and began to transit under the guidance of the Imperial Star Lady. They only stopped after 5 hours. It was easy to imagine how big the Imperial Court of the Central Island was. The Imperial Star Field, a big central island, 3 small islands, and other galaxies. The Central Island alone took up 3/5 of the entire Emperor Star Field. And in this central area, the Emperor Court took up another 70% of the planets. The AI recorded that the number of life planets directly under the Emperor Court's control reached over 15 billion. Over 15 billion life planets, what kind of concept was that? The two furthest planets, if one relied on flight, even a pinnacle Emperor God-level warrior would need decades to fly. As for the strength of the Imperial Court, it was even harder to fathom. At the very least, there were at least 2 to 3 million Immortal King-level powerhouses. This was the power of the ruler of the entire Imperial Starfield. Back in the Battle of the Fallen Emperor, more than 100,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses had perished in the interdomain war that turned into the Witch Association. These 100,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses were all at least level 6 Immortal King-level. This is the Imperial Court Island. The voice of the Imperial Star Lady rang out. Wuxia, who was at the side, scanned his surroundings with a slightly awe-inspiring expression. The core of the Imperial Court was not on a planet, but an incomparably huge island. The Void Island was a huge piece of land. As for how big the entire island was, Wuxia could not see the end of it at all. The area of the Imperial Court Island is huge. It will take a month for a powerhouse at the peak of the Immortal King realm to fly from one side to the other. The Imperial Star Lady introduced to Wuxia. Wuxia was slightly speechless. Is this the Imperial Court? There were thousands of planets in the entire northern line. From the first to the last one, it would take about a day for Wuxia to fly there. However, even a peak stage king god would need a day to fly here. It was vast and boundless. The entire land mass and large-scale island could rival the southern star system. It was so terrifying. The Imperial Court Island is divided into the inner island and the outer island. The inner island is not the core disciple of the Imperial Court. Only those who have reached the immortal godly king level can enter. The Imperial Star Lady continued to introduce to Wuxia. He nodded his head slightly. Let's go. I'll bring you to my place. After returning to the Imperial Court Island, the Imperial Star Lady was obviously very happy. She immediately walked to the teleportation formation at the side and waved at Wuxia. The Imperial Court is very big. We can teleport here. Of course, we can also use the Void Tunnel. The speed of teleportation is faster and the price is higher too. The Imperial Star Lady smiled as she spoke. The few of them disappeared immediately. This is the inner island. Soon, the four of them appeared in a vast square. Wuxia's eyes were shining as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge palace. Looking at the towering palace in front of him, Wuxia felt as though his body had shrunk by a few hundred times. The palace was towering into the clouds. Every pillar was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Just a single hall was already tens of thousands of meters tall. The pillars were propped up one by one, making one feel extremely tiny. A vast energy was transmitted from the direction of the palace. Even though Wuxia was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the palace, he could still feel it clearly. Vast and invincible. This was the feeling that the Imperial Court gave Wuxia. Such a majestic and vast Imperial Court was not something that could be accumulated over thousands of years, or even tens of millions of years. The Imperial Court had been in control of the Imperial Star Field for hundreds of millions of years. During these hundreds of millions of years, the Imperial Court had accumulated a terrifying amount of power. Let's go. I'll bring you to my house. As she spoke, she flew towards the direction of the vast palace happily. Wuxia and the rest immediately followed closely behind. At the side, Bei Shuang's eyes flickered as she looked at her surroundings. There was nostalgia and coldness in her eyes. This time, she was here to let some people know that she, Bei Shuang, had returned. At the same time, she wanted to let some people know that she wanted to get back the humiliation she had suffered in the past. After flying for about half an hour behind the Empress Star Lady, she stopped at a plain in front of the palace. This was a very beautiful place, with rivers, lakes, grasslands, and trees. On the grasslands, one could see desolate beasts flying above from afar. There were cranes dancing and Pegasus soaring. Wuxia's gaze swept across the desolate beasts and his heart trembled slightly. Among the desolate beasts on the grassland, 20% of them were Immortal King level. The rest were only at level 6 or above. Is this the foundation of the imperial court? Compared to the Dragon Palace, there's a huge difference. Wang Xian mumbled. When he was on the Demon Island, Wang Xian thought that the Dragon Palace was already very strong. After this upgrade, it was comparable to some big sects. But now, it seemed that there was still a huge gap between them and such a dominant force. Even if the imperial court wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, it would be effortless. There was also a huge gap between the big sects and the imperial court. Ring, ring, ring. The imperial star lady came to a corner of the grassland and took out a bell to ring it. The sound of the bell spread far away. Burp. Soon, the sound of a crane was heard. 3 cranes flew over, and a woman stood on the crane in the middle. The woman looked similar to Celestial Maiden. Very beautiful. Celestial Maiden. When the woman saw Celestial Maiden, her eyes were filled with love and she couldn't help but call out softly. Mom! Celestial Maiden said with a smile. Hee, Sister Star Lady hasn't come back for a few years. This is the longest time she's been gone. She even brought a handsome man back. Star Lady isn't young anymore. The laughter of 2 women came from the crane next to them. Greetings, miss. The woman and 2 women jumped down from the crane, and the 2 women immediately shouted at the Emperor Star Lady with a smile. Clearly, their relationship was very good. Celestial daughter. The woman opened her arms and hugged the Celestial Emperor's daughter. Hee, Mom. I'm back. The Celestial Emperor's daughter hugged her mother with a smile on her face. My daughter is back. This must be the Dragon King. The woman stroked the Celestial Emperor's daughter's head and looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. Auntie, just call me Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Yes, Mom. Just call him Wang Xian. What Dragon King? Humph. Di Xingnu said immediately. He is very strong. My daughter is lucky to have met a noble like you. The woman patted Di Xingnu's head and said with a smile. What? It's only true that he's lucky. Di Xingnu said with some dissatisfaction. I'm friends with Xingnu. Wang Xian looked at Di Xingnu and smiled. All right. Mom, let's go back first. As Di Xingnu spoke, she held her mother's hand and said, All right. This should be Miss Bei Shuang. Why don't you introduce yourself, little girl? The lady nodded her head and looked at Bei Shuang, who was beside her. All right. Bei Shuang gave the lady a friendly smile. I forgot that the goddess of ice and frost is Wang Xian's disciple. She is also extremely powerful now. The queen of the imperial star smiled embarrassedly. Chirp. The lady let out a sound. Burp. The voices of the cranes were heard one after another. Following that, a few cranes flew over. The lady sized up the frost goddess, her eyes gleaming. She had been paying attention to her daughter's information, so she probably knew more than the Emperor Star Lady. Everyone, stand on the crane, go and sit at home. The lady said to them and brought the Emperor Star Lady to a crane. Sorry for the trouble. Wang Xian nodded and flew onto a crane. The crane beneath him had the strength of an Immortal King level 1, while the lady had the strength of an Immortal King level 3. And according to the Empress, the lady was one of her father's over 10,000 women. She didn't even have a title. Mom, I've already reached the pinnacle of the Eternal Godlord level, and my battle pet space beast Chu Shi has also reached the Immortal King level 5. This time, I'll definitely be able to become the Empress. After I become the Empress, I'll bring you into the palace in the future. That guy will give you a status too. On the crane, the Emperor Star Lady said to the lady. Pinnacle of God Lord? The lady was stunned too, her eyes flashing with excitement. Mom. I didn't tell you all this time. I wanted to give you a surprise. Emperor Star Lady raised her head slightly, her face revealing an excited expression. It doesn't matter if you enter the main hall or not. It's not bad to be free here. Star Lady, if you are successful, Mother will be happy. The woman said with a smile. That fellow asked you to raise desolate beasts here. How is that not bad? Emperor Star Lady said with resentment. She was indeed very dissatisfied with her father. A father could not be seen for more than a decade, and her mother was ordered to raise desolate beasts here. Although this kind of work was very good in many people's eyes, to his father, it was the work of a servant. Even other disciples of the same generation said that she was the daughter of a breeder. Even after she worked hard to become a famous star in the Imperial Star Field, she was still called an actress. All right, starlet, you are you? Your father is your father. You just have to follow your own path. The woman said indifferently. She didn't have any good feelings towards that philandering man. But that philandering man was once an emperor, and her family members directly gifted her to that man. Her status wasn't high, so it was normal. Don't worry, Mom. This time, we will hold our heads high and let everyone be shocked. The Imperial Star Lady raised her head and said confidently. The woman at the side smiled and nodded her head. Wuxia stood on the crane at the side and vaguely heard the words of the Imperial Star Lady and the rest. He had a slight understanding in his heart. It was not easy to be the daughter of the Imperial Court, especially for such a powerful force like the Imperial Court. There were hundreds of billions of direct descendants. To stand out from them, one needed talent and hard work. Wuxia's sister Bei Shuang. You guys can stay in this courtyard. The Immortal crane brought them to a courtyard in the middle of the mountains, rivers, and grasslands. Di Xingnu said to Wuxia and the rest with a smile on her face. Master, I won't be staying here for the next few days. I have some matters to take care of. Bei Shuang looked at Wuxia and said, Okay, go ahead. Let me know if there's anything. Wuxia looked at Bei Shuang and nodded. Bei Shuang obviously had her own matters to take care of when she came to the Imperial Court this time. Wuxia didn't ask too much. Sister Bei Shuang doesn't live here. A hint of curiosity appeared on the Imperial Star Lady's face. Auntie Ying also told her that Bei Shuang had some grudges with the previous emperor of the Imperial Court. And this time, she was obviously here to settle some grudges. Someone's probably going to be unlucky, she thought. Even though the emperor was stronger, especially the emperor from 30,000 years ago, who was at least undying emperor level now, he was obviously much weaker than Bei Shuang. According to the rules of the emperor, even if Bei Shuang beat him up, he wouldn't say anything. Even if the disciples of the Imperial Court lost terribly, the Imperial Court wouldn't interfere in the sparring matches of the same generation. Young Master Wuxia, thank you for taking care of Star Girl during this period of time. Come and taste the tea leaves that I personally planted. The woman at the side watched Bei Shuang leave and said to Wuxia with a smile. Yes, Auntie. Wuxia nodded and followed her to a room at the side. Wuxia, the competition of the current generation disciples of the Imperial Court will be held the day after tomorrow. You should rest here for the next 2 days. Di Xingnu whispered to Wuxia. It's 2 days later. That's great. I have some matters to settle too. Wuxia nodded his head with a smile. What matters? Di Xingnu glared at him and asked. I'm selling some things. There's an auction in your Imperial Court. It would be best if it's a large-scale auction. Wuxia looked at her and said. To come here and sell the soul-returning liquid was the most important thing. This was related to whether or not he could improve his strength. Of course, there's an auction. The biggest auction at the center of the Imperial Court is the Imperial Court Auction House. I'll bring you there tomorrow, Di Xing'er said to him. All right. Wuxia nodded his head. Young Master Wuxia, come and taste my river of forgetfulness tea. The Empress Star Lady's mother quickly brought over a cup of tea and placed it beside Wuxia. Thank you. Wuxia thanked her politely and took the cup with both hands. After that, Wuxia chatted with the Empress Star Lady's mother for a while before he came to the courtyard next to them. Star Lady, this young Master Wuxia is not bad. Cherish him well. The woman watched Wuxia leave and said to Di Xingnu with a smile on her face. What? Mom, what are you talking about? Di Xingnu's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. He doesn't look big and he's strong. The young men of the Imperial Court can't compare to the leader of a faction. Seize the opportunity. The woman continued to look at her and said, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How can it be between him and me? I have a good relationship with his girlfriend, and how can I like such a playboy? Humph. Humph. The Imperial Star Lady shook her head and snorted. Good. Star Lady, you should think it over carefully. Your achievements today have made Mom very proud. The woman patted her head and said proudly. Imperial Court Auction House. Wuxia took out his artificial intelligence and did a search. The war is about to start. The Imperial Court Auction House will be holding a huge auction. All powerhouses and young masters are welcome. When he was searching, a piece of information immediately appeared on the artificial intelligence. Eh? There will be a large-scale auction the day after tomorrow. Wuxia looked at the information on the AI and revealed a smile on his face. The competition for the current generation disciples of the Imperial Court will be held in 2 days' time. This auction might also be trying to attract the current generation youths of the Imperial Court before the competition. Other than that, there will be the upcoming Abyss War. There should be a lot of treasures. Wuxia mumbled to himself. However, he didn't buy anything this time. The main reason was to sell the items. He took out his AI and sent a message to Dixingnu. Wuxia, what's the matter? An hour later, Dixingnu walked over and asked him, bring me to your Imperial Court auction. I want to auction some treasures. Wuxia said directly to Dixingnu, you rascal, it seems like you came along with me on the way. She said unhappily, why would I? I'm just selling some items along the way. Wuxia smiled. He didn't want to anger her on purpose. At least you still have some conscience. Let's go. I'll bring you there. Dixingnu smiled in satisfaction and brought Wuxia out. Let's ride on the crane. After walking out of the courtyard, Dixingnu touched the head of a crane and stood on it. Wuxia stood beside her. Let's go to the central market. She patted the crane and said, Walala. The crane flapped its wings and flew toward the direction of the palace. The speed of the crane was not fast in Wuxia's eyes. In the surrounding starry sky, he could see people riding on various war pets, flying in extremely cool flying cars, riding on swords, and riding on clouds. On this prosperous and huge island, it was like a fairyland. Not long after, an extremely lively market appeared in his sight. Wuxia could see all kinds of shops. Technological weapons, technological robots, technological equipment. Array puppets, war pets, and god equipment. There were all kinds of things. Moreover, every shop had a powerful aura. This was after all the inner island, an area that only Undying and Emperor disciples could enter. We're here. Let's go down. Half an hour later, Emperor Star Lady pointed at a huge building below and said, the building was like an ancient Roman Colosseum. However, it looked incredibly sci-fi, an auction that combined technology and training. The entire auction house could accommodate at least 1 million people. They could land directly from the sky. Wuxia and Celestial Maiden flew down directly. Welcome to the Imperial Court Auction House. Our auction will be held the day after tomorrow. Are you here to determine the location or to send in the items? A staff member walked over and asked politely after landing in a hall below the auction house. Send the items for auction. Wuxia scanned his surroundings and said directly, TSK, isn't this the famous star goddess? All of a sudden, a voice came from behind. Wuxia was slightly stunned. Dixingnu, who was standing at the side, had a grim expression. HMPH, what? You want my autograph? Hee. Dixingnu turned her head and looked at the few girls behind her as she said coldly, PFFT, I want your autograph. TSK, an actor's autograph. You're embarrassing us all. At the other entrance of the auction house, 3 women in skirts stood there, looking at Imperial Star Lady with a face full of mockery. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Hee. Since you're embarrassed, why are you still calling me? Aren't you being cheap? Emperor Star Lady heard their sarcasm and said with a cold expression, Ha. Calling us cheap? I don't know who it is, but I heard that our star goddess is being kept by the leader of a force. TSK, an old man who is hundreds of thousands of years old. Even the star goddess is willing to do that. It seems that our star goddess has sacrificed a lot for this disciple competition. Not only has she sacrificed a lot, she has given her all. Ha. The mocking voice came from the 3 women's mouths, and it was exceptionally ear-piercing. Upon hearing their words, Imperial Star Lady revealed an angry expression. Are you asking for a beating? Imperial Star Lady narrowed her eyes slightly and stared coldly at the 3 of them. What? You want to teach us a lesson? Tomorrow, we will let everyone know that actors are ultimately actors. And in this world, the strong are respected. The woman in the center stared coldly at Imperial Star Lady and said, "You don't need to wait until tomorrow? Just the three of you trash?" Imperial Star Lady's palm moved and the dragon blood sword appeared in her hand. At the same time, she threw something out, and it instantly enveloped the four of them. "Imperial Star Lady, you are courting death. You want to spar with us at this time?" The three girls' faces were filled with coldness when they saw Imperial Star Lady unleashing the sparring formation. "I'll teach you three loathsome fellows a lesson today," Imperial Star Lady snorted coldly, and the dragon blood sword in her hand casually waved at the three of them. "You're looking for a beating." The three girls let out a cold growl, and a long whip and two sharp swords attacked Imperial Star Lady. Bang! 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 However, what shocked the three girls was that the sharp swords and long whips in their hands instantly collapsed after being hit by the energy of the dragon blood sword. How is this possible? The three girls' faces changed drastically. As disciples of the imperial court, the weapons in their hands were not ordinary weapons. Although they were not very powerful divine weapons, they were still very powerful. Now, they were actually defeated in an instant. "With your strength, you are not even worthy to be my maids." The Imperial Star Lady casually slashed the dragon blood sword in her hand again, and a powerful energy directly slashed toward the three of them. Not good. The three girls instantly panicked and hurriedly dodged to the side. Pooh pooh pooh. However, in the next moment, the sword light landed on their bodies and instantly deep wounds appeared on their bodies. "How can you be so strong?" The three girls' faces changed drastically, and they shouted in disbelief. "Humph! If you meet me in the future, you'd better take a detour. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Emperor Star Lady coldly swept her gaze over the three of them, and with a wave of her arm, she withdrew the sparring formation. You. The three girls' faces changed drastically and their hearts trembled. A few years ago, the Imperial Star Lady's strength was about the same as theirs, only at the level of an Eternal God Lord rank 5. How could she be so strong now? In the past few years, in order to increase their strength, they had casually eaten medicinal pills, but they had only increased by 1 rank. But the Imperial Star Lady was able to easily defeat them. Under their senses, she had at least the strength of an Eternal God Lord rank 8 or 9. This strength was enough to compete for the position of Empress. "Get lost." The Empress stared at the three of them and shouted softly, "Go!" The three girls were somewhat unwilling. They looked at each other in fear and left immediately. How could her strength increase so quickly? It must be that the old man who kept her must have given her a powerful pill or treasure. Otherwise. The three of them covered their wounds as they growled in a low voice with pale faces. They did not lack pills for cultivation either. The only thing that could rapidly increase their strength was their aptitude and talent. A few years ago, their strength was about the same, so they must have encountered a great opportunity. Moreover, they had also heard from other disciples that the Imperial Star Lady was now very close to the leader of a decent faction. Hence, there were female disciples who claimed that she was kept by a leader of a faction. There was indeed such a possibility. After all, in the eyes of the disciples like them, the entertainment industry was just a filthy disciple. Those so-called celebrities were just actresses in their eyes. And with their status, celebrities were indeed actresses. Hee, you're pretty impressive. But why didn't I know that you were kept by an old man? Wang Xian was watching from the side with a smile. When he saw the Empress defeating the three women in a domineering manner, he asked teasingly, I think you deserve a beating too." The Empress glared at Wang Xian and raised the dragon blood sword in her hand. TSK, you want to beat me up with the dragon blood sword that I gave you? Sigh, you're so heartless." Wang Xian smiled. "Shut up. HMPH, that bunch of them actually said that I was taken care of by an old man." "Damn it," the Imperial Star Lady said hatefully. At the side, the staff of the auction house were not affected by this scene at all. On the island of the Imperial Court, after setting up a sparring formation without destroying the buildings, they could spar at any time. Of course, it was forbidden for the disciples of the Imperial Court to fight for their lives. Once someone died, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, they would be executed immediately. Young master and miss, please take out the items that you sent for auction. Our auction house will appraise them before we confirm whether they are qualified to be auctioned. The staff asked Wang Xian and the rest. I happened to find this drop of soul-returning liquid in a treasure ground. As long as a drop of blood is added into the soul-returning liquid, the main body will be able to revive from the soul-returning liquid once it is dead. It is definitely a priceless treasure. As Wang Xian spoke, he took out a jade bottle. There was a drop of gray liquid in the jade bottle. The gray liquid was emitting a mysterious energy. When the staff heard Wang Xian's words, his heart skipped a beat. Young master, we will ask the experts from the auction house to appraise it immediately. Please wait a moment. The staff immediately spoke to Wang Xian and walked towards the back with the jade bottle. Star Lady, did they run away with my treasure? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked when he saw the staff member leaving with the soul-returning liquid. You're thinking too much. Even if your soul-returning liquid has such a miraculous effect, it won't run away. This is something that the imperial court opened ourselves. Bei Shuang rolled her eyes at him and said, That's hard to say. My soul-returning liquid can be said to be a supreme treasure, a treasure that can save one's life. Wang Xian smiled. However, he also believed Bei Shuang's words. The imperial court wouldn't do such a thing. It's indeed a treasure that can save one's life. The fruits above your dragon throne are also not bad. Give me a few of them in the future. The imperial star lady nodded her head slightly and said casually, Dream on. Wang Xian glanced at her. Grandmaster D, there's a young master outside who has delivered a treasure. He said that the effect of this treasure is heaven-defying. As long as a drop of blood is placed on its liquid, the original body will be completely destroyed and it will be able to be resurrected. I can see that it possesses an unbelievable amount of energy. I will come and ask Grandmaster D to appraise it immediately. Just as Wang Xian and Di Xingnu were conversing outside, the staff member brought the soul-returning liquid to a room at the back and spoke softly. Oh, can be reborn from a drop of blood. The room door opened automatically and the staff hurriedly walked in. In the room, an old man stood up and looked at the staff. Grandmaster D, I don't understand this treasure. Please appraise it. The old man was an appraisal grandmaster of the imperial court. At the same time, he was also the strongest person in the imperial court auction house. With the strength of an immortal king level 9 and his ability to appraise thousands of items, his position in the imperial court was relatively high. So strange. So strong. Grandmaster D took the soul-returning liquid, his eyes gleaming. Wang. His arm moved and he took out a book. There were no words on it, however when he placed the soul-returning liquid on the tree, words slowly appeared on the book. Soul-returning liquid. Soul-returning liquid. Such a treasure is rare. It's equivalent to a life. Unfortunately, this soul-returning liquid is too little. At most, it can support the revival of experts below the God Emperor realm. But even so, it's still a life-saving treasure. Grandmaster D muttered as he looked at the soul-returning liquid with burning eyes. Such a treasure can be used as the final item. Ask that young master if he still has such a treasure. As long as he has such a treasure, it will definitely be crazily competed for. Forget it. I'll go over, he said immediately. Ha! It's Grandmaster D. The staff member at the side was slightly shocked and nodded immediately. Young master, this soul-returning liquid was sent by you, right? Grandmaster D walked into the hall and looked at Wang Xian and Di Xingnu. He asked immediately, Grandmaster D. Di Xingnu was slightly shocked when she saw the old man and immediately shouted respectfully. Yes. Grandmaster D nodded his head. His gaze landed on Wang Xian. Yes. I wonder if the old man has appraised it? Wang Xian nodded his head and asked. It's a life-saving treasure. It's an ultimate treasure. I wonder if young master doesn't have such a treasure. Such an ultimate treasure will definitely be auctioned off crazily. Grandmaster D said with a smile. I only got a drop of the soul-returning liquid back then. Wang Xian shook his head and showed a hesitant expression. Oh. Grandmaster D saw his hesitant expression and his heart skipped a beat. Young master, don't worry. The imperial court will not covet young master most treasures. Hee. When I got this liquid back then, I got a few more types. I don't know the effects of some of them. Wang Xian heard what he said and hesitated for a moment before saying it on purpose. He took out the Chang'e liquid, Eternal Flame, Nirvana Lightning liquid, and Life Force liquid. Oh! Grandmaster D's expression changed slightly as he immediately took them out. Good, good, good. Such pure flames can change a human's physique. Such pure lightning can also change a human's physique. Such spiritual energy can completely awaken the spiritual intelligence of desolate beasts and plants. Such a huge amount of life force. Just a single drop of it can instantly restore a peak immortal king to his peak. Grandmaster D's face was filled with astonishment as his eyes widened. These are all supreme treasures, he exclaimed softly. When Wang Xian heard his exclamation, his eyes sparkled, but he didn't say a word. Young master, if these supreme treasures are auctioned off in our imperial court auction house other than the soul-returning liquid, we can auction the rest for free. What do you think? Grandmaster D said to Wang Xian immediately. Sure, but I have a request. I want to use the equivalent amount of abyssal seed corpses or elixirs to settle the account. Wang Xian nodded and said, There's no problem with that. Grandmaster D nodded immediately and waved his arm. This is your item voucher. This is the box slot for the auction the day after tomorrow. All right. Wang Xian nodded and took the box with a smile. If young master has any more of these treasures, you can come to our imperial court auction house to auction them off. Grandmaster D spoke again. Sure, this is all I have. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. Grandmaster D looked into his eyes and confirmed that what he said was true. He nodded his head slightly as well. Wow, Wang Xian, you sure have a lot of good stuff. Bei Shuang couldn't help but exclaim when the two of them came out. It's a pity that I'm not an old man. Otherwise, I would consider keeping you as my mistress. Wang Xian said with a smile. Scram. I've recorded your words. I'll send it to Inxian later. The celestial maiden glared at him. Wang Xian was speechless. Wang Xian didn't go out to take a stroll as he followed Bei Shuang back to the plains. The next day, he spent the entire day reading the information on his AI. That Imperial Star Lady is really so powerful. How is this possible? How can she be so strong? While Wang Xian was staying at Bei Shuang's place, a group of women gathered in a side hall in the majestic palace of the imperial court and exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to the central island, the entrance to the majestic palace was much stricter. Staying here required undying level 5 and above strength. As for the women, only the wives and children of undying level 5 and above could stay here. Of course, when the women reached undying level 5 and above, the imperial court would also have a side hall. As the saying goes, the imperial court had an outer island with an inner island, and the inner island was divided into a vast palace and an outer island. This could be said to be a staircase, a circle. The vast palace was naturally the core layer. The children of the core younger generation naturally formed a circle and looked down on the disciples outside. In the side hall, 3 women sat there with extremely ugly expressions, and the surrounding women were all shocked. The strength of the 3 women was not considered weak among them, but they had been defeated by the Imperial Star Lady in one move, causing many people to be shocked. That actress seems to have hooked up with the leader of a pretty good force. She must have exchanged some treasures from there. The 3 women said with a gloomy face. Green Mountain seems to have paid attention to some information about the Imperial Star Lady in the past. He should know more. I have already asked Green Mountain to come over. A woman said with a frown. Well, so what if he knows? The competition will be held in 2 days. When the time comes, the Phoenix will call the 9 heavens. No one can stop it. In the middle, a woman in snow-white clothes said indifferently. She stood up and walked out. Feeling bored. Sister Suzhuang, we just want to know how powerful that Imperial Star Lady is. However, the Imperial Star Lady of our generation will definitely belong to you. Sister Suzhuang. Some of the women immediately said when they saw the woman in snow-white clothes leave. Of course. The snow-white dress woman body paused. Indifferently said. The snow-white robed woman walked out and the rest of the women began to discuss. They could be said to be the core of the current generation of women in the imperial court. They had the best resources and the best background. Back then, the sudden rise of the Imperial Star Lady, and her becoming the hottest celebrity in the entire Imperial star field had attracted their attention. They naturally looked down on a lady who raised desolate beasts and was born to a lady who did not have any status in the Imperial court. However, her rise had attracted the attention of many people. Many women were extremely jealous of the Emperor Star Lady. After all, there were many famous youths who liked her. "Ladies, why are you looking for me?" At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. A young man dressed in cyan clothes walked in with a face full of arrogance and said with a smile, "Shishan, you're here? We have something to ask you. What exactly is the power that the Imperial Star Lady is relying on?" The three ladies immediately asked when they saw the young man walking over. "Ha!" The young man's face darkened when he heard their words. "What's wrong?" he asked with a twinkle in his eyes. "The Emperor Star Girl is very powerful now. It's very likely that she has already reached the 8th or 9th rank of the Godlord realm," the three women said in a low voice. Their words made the young man's face change again. He walked to the side with a gloomy face. "The power that the Emperor Star Lady is currently relying on is called the Dragon Palace. Their strength is very strong as a first-rate power." The youth sat on the chair and said expressionlessly, "First-rate power? Which first-rate power will listen to the Emperor Star Lady's orders?" Within the hall, everyone's expression changed. "It's impossible to order, but even if we can order an undying level 7 warrior in our generation of disciples, there are very few who can compare." The youth clenched his fist. When the Emperor Star Lady was close to that organization, he had thought of ways to destroy the Dragon Palace. But it was a pity that he didn't succeed. And in just a few short years, the Dragon Palace had somehow risen to a shocking level. Such an organization wasn't something the younger generation could compare to. Doesn't that mean that the Imperial Star Lady has the qualifications to fight for the Imperial Star Lady? In the hall, the expressions of all the women changed slightly. The young man sat there without saying a word, and his expression was not too good either. Back then, pursuing the Imperial Star Lady had embarrassed him in public. He had once bluntly said that if he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. Now, perhaps everyone needs to change their attitude towards the Imperial Star Lady. In any case, I don't have any interactions with the Imperial Star Lady. By the way, are you interested in going to the auction tomorrow? When the time comes, let's go together. Oh right, have you heard? This morning, a lady challenged many of our seniors consecutively. At this moment, one of the ladies changed the topic. The other lady also spoke up immediately. Clearly, she did not want to talk about the Celestial Emperor Lady anymore. Time passed very quickly. Wang Xian looked at the rich information on the AI. A day had passed. Let's go. The auction will be held at noon." The next morning, the Empress came to the courtyard where Wang Xian was staying and shouted into it. "He's here." Wang Xian walked out immediately with a smile on his face. After the auction ended, the resources obtained would definitely allow him to advance another level. Once he advanced, he would possess the combat strength of a level 9 Immortal King. With such strength, he was considered a warrior in the Emperor Palace. No matter how strong the Emperor Palace was, there were at most a few hundred people above level 9. Furthermore, he had originally only planned to sell the soul-returning liquid. Now he had sold a few more drops. The remaining resources could probably increase the strength of 4 to 5 undying level 9 warriors in the Dragon Palace. "Let's go." Emperor Star Lady stood on the crane and waved at him. "When the auction begins, there will be something that you like. I will pay for it for you." Wang Xian was in a good mood and said directly, "Did you say that?" Di Xingnu didn't show any courtesy and squinted her eyes slightly. "Of course." Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Hee, at least you're still a human." Di Xingnu couldn't help but laugh. "Eh? Why are there so many people and so many experts?" When Wang Xian and the rest arrived above the auction house, Di Xingnu exclaimed with a face full of surprise. The auction didn't take a long time, but this time the number of people was obviously much higher. Furthermore, there were many experts from the imperial court. "It's better to have more people and experts." Wang Xian smiled. The more powerhouses there were, the higher the price of the soul-returning liquid would be. The two of them moved and immediately jumped down from the top. They landed at the auction hall. "Di Tianyao, you're here too." Haha. Grandmaster D said that there are a few precious treasures here. Naturally, he wants to come and take a look. The items this time are very precious. I heard that some elders and guardians are here. The chances of us getting them are quite low. How can we not fight for such a life-saving treasure? Furthermore, there is more than one supreme treasure. However, the appearance of the supreme treasure this time has caused the auction house to no longer have private rooms. We can only stay in the hall outside. Haha, it's not just you. There might be many seniors in the hall. The two of them had just landed when they heard the discussions around them. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a faint smile on his face. He didn't expect that so many people were here for his treasures. You're going to be rich. Dixingnu, who was at the side, looked at Wang Xian and said softly, "Hee, it's all right. Let's go to our private room." Wang Xian smiled and took out a signboard. This was given to him by Grandmaster D, a sect that had private rooms. As the auctioneer of a few treasures, it was only right for him to get a private room. Okay. Dixingnu nodded her head and the two of them walked to the side. We've met some familiar faces again. When Wang Xian and the rest walked towards the private room, he saw a group of dozens of girls walking towards them. The leader was a girl dressed in snow-white clothes. Beside her were three familiar figures. They were the three girls that Dixingnu had taught a lesson to last time. The Imperial Star Lady looked over, her eyes flickering. Her aura was not weak at all as she looked over. The group of girls in front also noticed the Imperial Star Lady. They did not move aside, and the Imperial Star Lady did not dodge either. The leader's snow-white eyes landed on the Imperial Star Lady, sizing her up slightly. When they met, the Imperial Star Lady's figure stopped, unmoved. Celestial Emperor, I heard that you are very strong. I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow. The woman dressed in snow-white clothes stared at Celestial Emperor and said indifferently, I will. Celestial Emperor also looked at the woman dressed in snow-white clothes and nodded. Aren't you going to make way? As soon as Celestial Emperor finished her words, one of the three women who had been taught a lesson by her said with a gloomy face, I might have to trouble you to move aside. Our private room is next to you. Empress Star slightly raised her head and said indifferently, Eh? The lady in the snow-white dress was slightly taken aback by her words. The people around her were also slightly taken aback. A private room? The lady who was talking to the lady was stunned. Her expression changed drastically. You guys have a private room? With your status, you still want to get a private room? What a joke. The lady said with a cold smile on her face. Excuse me. Wang Xian watched from the side. He couldn't help but pick up the card in his hand and waved his hand. Then, he walked to the side. Ha! When the girls saw Wang Xian walking over, they instinctively made way for him. Crack. Wang Xian came to the front of the private room. He swiped the card in his hand and the door of the private room opened. Beautiful Miss Dixing, please come in. Wang Xian pretended to be a gentleman and gestured to her with an invitation. He smiled and said that. Miss Dixing could not help but smile and walked straight into the room. Pa! The door closed and the girl's expressions started to change. How could she get a private room? With her status. A lady couldn't help but say. The normal auction was fine. With their status they could get a private room, but this time they could get one? This time, there was news from yesterday. There were a few powerful true treasures being sold, and one of them was a life-saving true treasure. This made many Emperor Court elders and even guards come. Such an auction, the private rooms would naturally be reserved for the elders and guards. Some undying level 7 or 8 warriors might not even be able to get one. Yet they had a private room? It might be the private room they ordered in advance. The lady in the snow-white dress frowned, following which she didn't take it to heart, walking straight to the seat beside her. How satisfying. I hate it the most when they act so high and mighty. Humph. The Empress Star Lady entered the private room and said happily, Aren't you going to thank us for our cooperation just now? Wang Xian smiled and sat at the side. All right. Thank you, young Master Wang Xian. The Empress Star Lady smiled. The two of them sat in the private room and waited quietly. There were quite a number of people in this auction. With a glance, Wang Xian realized that there were about 70,000 to 80,000 godly king powerhouses. There were some godly king powerhouses who could pose a slight threat to him. The auction started very soon. Items were auctioned one after another. The items that were auctioned at the beginning had also attracted quite a lot of competition. The soul-returning fluid, life force fluid, and other items were considered the final items. They would only be auctioned at the end. Wang Xian had been waiting all this while. Di Xing'er did not bid for any items either. It's about to arrive. This time, many important figures of the imperial court have come for your treasures. 2 hours later, the final few items finally arrived. There are a total of 6 ultimate treasures at the finale of this auction. The auction will start from the 6th item. The 6th ultimate treasure, ingesting the ordinary fluid. Ingesting the ordinary fluid will allow any non-sentient creature to gain sentience. Even if it's an ordinary flower or grass, a drop of it will give birth to sentience. Giving it to one's battle pet can give birth to sentience, just like a heavenly demon. There's one more thing. Grandmaster D has guessed that if a person consumes it, it can increase one's comprehension. It's a rare treasure. The starting bid is 100 cubic god stones. The 6 treasures were the elixir of life, eternal flame, and nirvana lightning. The elixir of life and the soul-returning liquid were Wang Xian's items. The remaining one should be the original treasure. One side of the divine stone started the bidding. The other side was a unit. One side of the divine stone could buy 10 level 5 immortal king elixirs. This starting price was not low, but it was still a world treasure. 110. The auction started and soon someone started bidding. In the end, the eternal flame was bought by an imperial court powerhouse with 500 divine stones. The next item to be auctioned was the eternal flame, eternal flame. It could change a person's physique and give him a powerful fire attribute physique. His cultivation speed would increase by a few times. The starting price of the eternal flame was much higher. The starting price was 1,000 cubes. Furthermore, the eternal flame caused a commotion in the entire auction. Many experts were bidding. In the end, the price was set at 12,000 cubes. I have enough resources to break through on my own. Wang Xian calculated the resources that were exchanged for 12,000 cubes of divine stones. His eyes were flashing with excitement. The next item to be auctioned is the Nirvana Lightning Liquid. The effect of this Nirvana Lightning Liquid is similar to that of the Eternal Flame. The only difference is the lightning attribute. The auction of the Nirvana Lightning Liquid began. This time, the price of the Nirvana Lightning Liquid was much higher than that of the Eternal Flame. 18,000 cubic god stones were sold. There are still the last 3 items which Grandmaster D considered the most precious. We will start from the 3rd item. After consuming a drop of life force liquid, anyone below Void God Emperor will be able to instantly recover no matter how serious their injuries are. It is equivalent to a second life. The 3rd treasure, life force liquid, was given by Grandmaster D to a higher position than Endless Flame and the others. This treasure was equivalent to a second life. Could instantly recover to its peak. It was definitely a powerful treasure. The starting price of the life force liquid was 20,000 cubes, and in the end, it was bought by a person in a private room for 25,000 cubes. The one who made a move just now seems to be Protector Abyss. It should be Protector Abyss. Protector Abyss is in existence at the peak of the godly monarch realm. This kind of treasure is very important to experts at this level. After the sale of the life force liquid, some people whispered among themselves. The Protector has made his move. If it wasn't for the Protector, the price might be higher. In the private room, Emperor Star Lady whispered. It's all right. This price is already pretty good. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. He was indeed very satisfied with this price. But there's actually a treasure that is even more valuable than the vitality liquid. I wonder what it is. He muttered. The second true treasure is an offensive god weapon. It's called the Killing Gourd. Within the gourd, one can nurture sword energy. When the sword energy is released, it has the destructive power of a pinnacle undying god king. At this time, the last true treasure was taken out. On the stage, an old man held an ancient green gourd in his hand. The gourd looked extremely ordinary. However, when the old man opened the lid, an incomparably sharp blade energy floated above. The blade energy was green and revealed an incomparably sharp blade energy. It was almost bone-piercing. This immortal slaying gourd can produce a blade energy within 10 years. The blade energy can be accumulated. Also, with the wind laws, it can increase the speed of the blade energy. Such a treasure is extremely powerful. The old man continued his introduction. So powerful. Doesn't that mean that the eternal God Lord can kill a level 7 or 8 immortal king expert with it? In the private room, Emperor Star Lady exclaimed in shock. I can't do it. The sword chi is too sharp. Anyone below level 5 immortal king would find it hard to withstand this bone-piercing sword light. However, this immortal slaying calabash is indeed a rare treasure. Wang Xian said slowly as he stared at the immortal slaying calabash with a twinkle in his eyes. This immortal slaying gourd can only be used by undying level 5 and above. The weak cannot withstand its power. Such a treasure can be used as a powerful trump card and killing move. On the stage, the elder reminded, a powerful weapon could not be controlled by the weak. The starting bid will start at 30,000 cubes of Godstones. The highest bidder will get it. All warriors, you can start your bids. The bidding for the immortal slaying gourd began. 31,000 cubes. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone immediately started bidding. 32,000 cubes. 33,000 cubes. 35,000 cubes. Voices came from the surrounding private rooms. Such a treasure was definitely a killing weapon for those below peak immortal king realm. As the experts started bidding, many of them looked like they were determined to get it. 36,000 cubes. Wang Xian sat in the private room and narrowed his eyes slightly. He also started to bid. Ever since he obtained the ancestral tree and learned about its effects, Wang Xian had been very interested in this plant-based treasure. The fact that this immortal slaying calabash could produce sword rays was indeed extraordinary. The calabash was a kind of plant. It was located in front of the ancestral tree. Could it evolve and improve? If it had the destructive power of a godly king, it would be even stronger. Since it did not improve, this immortal slaying calabash could also be used as a trump card. 40,000 divine stones. After Wang Xian called out the price, a voice came from a private room in front. Hao Feng, not bad. Looks like you got quite a number of divine stones from the immortal god nation. Hee, you sure are rich. In a private room in front, over 10 middle-aged men sat there. Looking at one of the bids, they were slightly shocked. Haha, I'm just lucky. Since I don't have any life-saving trump cards, I'll definitely take this immortal slaying gourd. The middle-aged man smiled, full of confidence. Hao Feng, you're quite confident. An old man looked at him and asked indifferently. The main thing is that this thing is useless to you protectors. Without a few protectors competing for it, I should be able to buy it. The middle-aged man looked at the old man and said respectfully, a few protectors shouldn't compete with you. The old man smiled faintly. 41,000 cubic meters. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the box behind him. 44,000 cubic meters. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice continued to sound. 45,000 cubic meters. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. 46,000 cubic meters. The other side immediately followed. 48,000 cubic meters. The middle-aged man's expression was somewhat solemn as he followed. Who's in that private room? It looks like you've met your match, Hao Feng. A middle-aged man in the private room looked over and said with a smile, 50,000. After the middle-aged man called, Hao Feng shouted, the voice from the other side continued to ring. Any higher and it won't be worth it. In the private room, the protector who spoke earlier said indifferently. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly as he gritted his teeth. 52,000. 53,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party immediately followed. This caused the middle-aged man's expression to become somewhat awkward. He shook his head slightly and looked towards the private room. Which elder is in that private room? Is he so rich? He frowned and said, No, it's 2 disciples who look relatively young. Interesting. The old protector looked over, his eyes slightly flashing. 2 young disciples? How can a young disciple have so many god stones? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, his face full of surprise. The price is already too high. It's not suitable to continue the competition. The old protector lightly reminded. The middle-aged man nodded, slightly unwilling to accept it. I think there will be many old guys competing for the next item. The old guardian straightened his body slightly and mumbled. What a rich man. In the private room where Wang Xian and the rest were, the Queen of Emperor Star saw that Wang Xian had won the bid for the Immortal slaying calabash and said with a little envy, the divine stones that were used to sell the vitality elixir are all gone. I'm relying on the last item to recoup my losses. Wang Xian smiled gently. The last item was also the last ultimate treasure that was being auctioned today. The ultimate life-saving treasure was the dream of all the powerhouses. The soul-returning elixir was the second life-saving treasure. When the auction for the soul-returning elixir started, there weren't many bidders. There were only 4 old men. As the 4 old men spoke, the rest of the people in the auction were watching quietly. These were the 4 protectors. Each of them was a true big shot of the imperial court. They were the strongest existences below the celestial emperor. The speed of the auction was very fast. The auction ended in less than a minute. The final price was 93,000 cubic god stones. When Wang Xian saw this number, his eyes revealed an excited expression. After his upgrade this time, he could even increase the combat strength of 6 to 7 Immortal King level 9 Immortal Kings in the Dragon Palace. It was the right decision to come to the imperial court this time. If he were to bring something like the soul-returning embryo fruit over, the Void God Emperor would probably come over. Of course, Wang Xian didn't dare to bring out such an item. Young master, this is the Immortal slaying calabash for you to bid for. This is the remaining resources that you sent over from the auction. I have already exchanged it for medicinal pills for you. After the auction ended, a staff member came to the private room and handed the treasures and resources to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and took it with a twinkle in his eyes. He held the Immortal slaying calabash that was the size of 2 fists and injected the wood attribute into it. Buzz! In an instant, Wang Xian felt the green Immortal slaying calabash tremble slightly. This is a treasure. A fiery glow flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. With a move of his palm, the Immortal slaying calabash vanished instantly. At the same time, a green calabash appeared on top of the ancestral tree. It was not located below the ancestral tree, but above it. It was on par with the eternal wood and the soul-returning wood. What surprised Wang Xian even more was that the eternal wood and the branches of the Nirvana lightning tree were gently twining around it. A stream of sword chi came out from the Immortal slaying calabash and swirled around the calabash. Let's go! Just as Wang Xian was still sensing the magical powers of the Immortal slaying calabash, Di Xingnu's voice rang out beside him. All right. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He snapped out of his daze and followed her out of the room. When he walked out of the private room, he noticed a few pairs of eyes looking in their direction. Wang Xian took a glance and didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he walked straight out. Hey Haofeng, there are indeed 2 young men in that private room. Are they disciples of our imperial court? That woman looks familiar. A few middle-aged men walked out from the private room in front. One of them raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. She's my niece. As for the young man next to her, let's get to know him. As the middle-aged man spoke, his body moved and he immediately flew up into the sky. In an instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xian, Emperor Star Lady, and the rest. Emperor Star Lady looked at the middle-aged man who appeared and revealed a look of surprise. Second uncle. Di Xingnu looked at the middle-aged man in front of her in astonishment and shouted hurriedly. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xian and the rest had a head of silver hair. He looked a little cold and had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. The way Di Xingnu addressed him made Wang Xian look at the young man in front of him. Level 5 Immortal King level strength. He thought to himself. With this strength and seniority, he could be considered one of the best in the imperial court. Di Xingnu, right? Did you guys buy the Immortal slaying gourd just now? The middle-aged man looked at Di Xingnu and revealed a smile. Second uncle, my friend bought it. Di Xingnu looked at her second uncle in surprise and said, she only knew about this second uncle. He had only said 3 sentences, including the one just now. Oh? Ask your friend if you can part with him. I'll buy him at the auction price. The middle-aged man said to Di Xingnu as he looked at Wang Xian, who was at the side. From his senses, Wang Xian's aura was very young. As for his strength, he couldn't sense it at the moment, which made him a little curious. Ha! Di Xingnu was stunned for a moment, and a troubled expression appeared on her face. Hao Fong! Ha! Are you still unwilling to accept this? At this moment, a few middle-aged men flew over from behind and said to the middle-aged man with smiles on their faces, the war is about to start. We should at least get some people to protect our lives. The middle-aged man smiled faintly at the few people who flew over. How about this little brother? You are so young, and you don't need the immortal slaying gourd. If you agree, I can give you some pointers. Of course. I can also find a stronger person to give you some pointers. The middle-aged man landed on Wang Xian and asked indifferently. I'm sorry. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. Ha! The middle-aged man frowned slightly and looked at Di Xing, who was beside him. With your strength, you won't be able to use it. This little brother should have some background. Let's form a good relationship. He pondered for a moment and continued to speak. He had been longing for the immortal slaying calabash for a long time after learning about it. He had obtained a great opportunity and possessed a huge amount of divine stones. Such a powerful trump card would definitely increase his strength by a lot. Wang Xian looked at him and shook his head lightly. You're still a little young. Little brother, you shouldn't be a disciple of the imperial court. Hao Fong, I think you should look for the elders in his family to make a deal. The middle-aged man beside him smiled when he saw this scene and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian coldly and nodded his head. As for threatening him here, he didn't dare to do so. The imperial court had its own rules. Wang Xian looked at his cold expression and smiled mockingly. Let's go. The silver-haired middle-aged man took a deep look at Wang Xian and said to his companion beside him, Di Haofeng. However, at this moment an extremely cold voice rang out. Who is it? When Di Haofeng heard this voice, he immediately frowned and looked over. When Wang Xian heard this voice, he suddenly felt that it was extremely familiar. He raised his head and saw an extremely familiar figure. Bei Shuang. Sister Bei Shuang knows my second uncle? Di Xingnu looked over and revealed an astonished expression. Wang Xian stood there and looked over with a twinkle in his eyes. Around him, some people were also attracted by this cold voice. They looked over in puzzlement. Bei Shuang you. When Di Haofeng saw Bei Shuang's cold gaze, his expression instantly turned ugly. It's time to pay back the humiliation from 30,000 years ago. These few days, you're really good at hiding. Bei Shuang's sinister gaze locked onto him as she spoke with a face full of killing intent. Bei Shuang, 30,000 years ago, I merely let someone teach you a lesson. To think that such a stingy person would actually remember you for 30,000 years. Not long ago, I also heard that you obtained a cultivation method. Congratulations. Di Haofeng's expression was somewhat unsightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Then you can treat me as that stingy person. Bei Shuang sneered. In the next moment, she moved. A sparring formation instantly enveloped Di Haofeng. Following that, before Di Haofeng could even react, Bei Shuang instantly rushed in front of him. Don't worry. I understand the rules of your imperial court. 30,000 years ago, you, the dignified imperial prince, was suppressed by me. At that time, you even wanted to propose marriage to my Beichuan sect. After I didn't agree, later on, when I was lonely, you found someone to humiliate me. The dignified imperial prince's magnanimity isn't even comparable to a woman like me. Bei Shuang grabbed his neck with a frost claw, causing him to be unable to move at all. Pooh! As soon as she finished speaking, the sharp claw instantly pierced through his shoulder. Bei Shuang, you better stop. An intense pain appeared on Di Haofeng's face as he couldn't help but growl in a low voice. Stop. Bei Shuang's gaze was cold as her frost claw directly grabbed towards one of his arms. Pooh! In the next moment, she used her powerful strength to tear it apart. Ah! A painful scream sounded. Ah, Elder! Save me! Di Haofeng's eyes revealed a look of terror as he shouted with a panicked expression. There was no trace of the cool demeanor from before. It's just a spar. We are from the same era. I won't harm your life. Why? Do I have to rely on your background again? Bei Shuang stared at him with disdain and waved her frost claw once again. Pooh! Ah! Another scream sounded and a large amount of blood flowed out from his body. Di Haofeng's expression was extremely ugly. I was able to suppress him 30,000 years ago, but I can easily suppress him now. Bei Shuang stared at him coldly. All right, that's enough. The sudden eruption of the sparring caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Everyone turned to look in their direction, filled with astonishment. When they saw Di Haofeng being abused, many of them were even more shocked. Their mouths were slightly agape. Di Haofeng was also a celebrity in the imperial court. He was the emperor's son from more than 30,000 years ago, and his strength now far surpassed that of his generation. And now he was actually being abused by a woman. An elder swept a glance, and his eyes flickered slightly as he spoke softly. Trash! Bei Shuang heard the voice of an elder from the imperial court below and coldly spat out 2 words at Di Haofeng. Ka. In the next moment, the frost claw that was grabbing onto Di Haofeng extended towards his chest, to form 2 large words. Trash. Especially when those 2 words were emitting a frosty light. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned and some of them could not help but laugh out loud. Wang. Bei Shuang waved his arm and withdrew the sparring formation. Bei Shuang, you're courting death. When Di Haofeng saw the 2 large words on his chest, he felt his mind go blank as he roared out in a stern voice. Useless trash who only knows how to bark. Bei Shuang waved her arm and a force landed on his chest. Di Haofeng's expression changed drastically. His figure immediately retreated. Haofeng. Beside him, Di Haofeng and a few others frowned slightly. They instantly appeared behind him and caught him. Humph! Bei Shuang snorted softly and turned around, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, her body paused as she noticed Wang Xian. Master! Master! Bei Shuang's voice rang out. When she saw Wang Xian, she restrained the arrogance on her body and revealed a smile. She flew to Wang Xian obediently and greeted him respectfully. Yes. Wang Xian looked at her and revealed a faint smile on his face. What? However, at this moment, 2 young men who were supported by 2 middle-aged men in the air saw this scene and revealed a shocked expression. Master? That young man. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could this young man be Bei Shuang's master? Could this young man be the leader of the Dragon Palace? Di Haofeng's face was filled with uncertainty. This was something that he had never expected. Yesterday, when he learned about Bei Shuang, he was slightly stunned and immediately checked. What he didn't expect was that the girl he had suppressed back then, the one who was shining like a meteor, the one who had fallen like a meteor, had risen once again. And she was even stronger than before, even more heaven-defying. With an undying Emperor level 8 battle power, this made him extremely shocked. However, what he also didn't expect was that the one who had brought Bei Shuang back to the pinnacle was actually that youth. The youth who wanted to use his status and power to trade for the immortal slaying gourd. Looking at the words covered in frost in front of him, his expression was extremely ugly. That Bei Shuang is actually so powerful? She was the heaven's favored daughter from 30,000 years ago. Back then, she suppressed everyone in the Emperor's star field. Didn't she already die? She only fell silent because she didn't have a door. It said that in the past 2 years, she had a master that brought her back to her peak. She also had an undying king level 8 battle strength. Many people say that she has the potential to become an emperor. Hiss! I didn't expect that heavenly daughter to be so terrifying now. That youth is her master. Dragon Palace Dragon King. Undying level 8 warrior. The leader of a powerful force. He looks young, But he's not as simple as he looks. The frost goddess with the emperor's talent, is she that powerful? It's been so long since anyone with the emperor's talent has appeared. Around, some warriors saw this scene and discussed in shock. Bei Shuang had once shaken the entire region more than 30,000 years ago. Now that she had returned with such strength, she had made an expert of the imperial court lose a great deal of face by toying with her. Such strength had shocked many people. Even the few elders of the imperial court looked at Bei Shuang deeply and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside her. Has everything been resolved? Wang Xian sensed the gazes around him and asked Bei Shuang without paying any attention to it. It's settled, master. Bei Shuang nodded her head. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at Di Xingnu beside him and said with a smile. All right. Di Xingnu smiled sweetly and nodded her head. The three of them flew straight towards the direction of the grassland. That young man is actually the leader of the Dragon Palace, Bei Shuang's master, and the leader of the forces on the Di Xingnu list? Below them, a group of women raised their heads in shock. The woman in the snow-white dress also frowned slightly, and her eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. She had learned a little about the Dragon Palace yesterday, and it was considered a relatively strong existence among first-rate factions. According to her guess, with the Imperial Star Maiden's strength and status, even if she had some status in the Dragon Palace, she couldn't be too high. However, she didn't expect that the leader of the Dragon Palace would come with her personally. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the disciple of the Dragon King, the Frost Goddess. After listening to the comments of the experts of the Imperial Court, she knew a thing or two. If she's really powerful, she might have to be careful. The woman in the snow-white dress murmured. This Imperial Star Girl is really going to rise. The other young men and women also thought to themselves. With the support of a powerful force, they knew an expert with the potential to become an emperor. Many of them were far weaker than her. She must be kept by that young man. Some jealous women whispered, I have to go back to the courtyard to settle some matters. Sir lady, call me tomorrow. Wang Xian went back to Di Xingnu's house and said directly, All right, where's Sister Bei Shuang? Do you want me to bring you around? Di Xingnu nodded and asked, No need. Bei Shuang shook her head at her. Wang Xian entered the room and closed it immediately. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took out pills one by one excitedly. His eyes were sparkling with excitement. I'm gonna break through. It's much smoother than I thought. He mumbled to himself. This trip was really worth it. Gulp. Drops of pills were put into his mouth and quickly converted into dragon energy. Boom. Half an hour later, his body shook and a majestic aura gushed out from his body. Wang Xian immediately retracted his aura. Ding. Congratulations to host for your upgrade. Your cultivation has been upgraded to Immortal King Level 3. The system's voice sounded. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a 7-colored divine dragon was swimming in his pupils. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level Immortal King Level 3, 7th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin 214434/500000000. Ability Rule the water race. Rule the water race below one's level. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Technique Divine Dragon Form. Ability Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Country in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, 10,000 Li Dragon Body, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Material Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light and Darkness. Level 3. God Country, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, Level 7. Dragon Palace members, 410,842. Immortal King Level 3, Immortal King Level 9 Combat Strength. Wang Xian stood up slowly, and the 7-colored divine dragon in his pupils slowly dissipated. Phew, I'm one step closer to the peak of the resplendent starry sky. When I return this time, the Dragon Palace can be comparable to a great sect. Wang Xian mumbled. Oh right, I wonder what's going on with the immortal slaying calabash. Wang Xian recalled that the immortal slaying calabash grew directly on the ancestral tree. He immediately sensed it with his mind. Eh? Through his senses, the immortal slaying calabash was entangled by the branches of the endless wood and the nirvana lightning tree. There were two more streams of sword chi surrounding the green calabash. One was a stream of flaming sword chi, and the other was a stream of lightning sword chi. Together with the green wind sword chi, the sword chi revolved around the immortal slaying calabash. The power of the immortal slaying calabash had not changed for the time being. However, it had changed from one stream of sword chi to 3 streams. This immortal slaying calabash can be located at the position of the ancestral tree. It's not simple. I've picked up a treasure again this time. Wang Xian muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. This time, it could be said to be a double blessing. Wang Xian, let's go. The next morning, the voice of the emperor's daughter rang out from outside. Wang Xian opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Bei Shuang also came out from the room at the side. The outfit today is very cool. Wang Xian looked at the emperor's daughter who was wearing a fiery red armor and couldn't help but size her up. The soft armor that was close to her body made her look more valiant. Coupled with her perfect appearance, it made her look different. Not bad, not bad. He smiled and nodded his head. Pervert. Di Xingnu pursed her lips. Xingnu, let's go. At this moment, Di Xingnu's mother said with a smile from the side. Let's go. Di Xingnu said. She went straight to the crane and stood on it. Wang Xian and Bei Shuang each stood on a crane and flew towards the vast palace. The crane flew into the sky. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and realized that there were a lot of people in the sky today. All of them were elders with some young men and women. At a glance, there were at least a few million people. I estimate that there will be 1 million people participating in the assessment for this generation of the imperial court. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. There were at least a few 100 million people in the current generation of the imperial court. Among these hundreds of millions of people, the disciples who thought they had the ability would come and participate in the grand competition and test. Even if they could not become the sons and daughters of the imperial court and could not be ranked in the top 100, there would still be a lot of resources and treasures. Moreover, if they were lucky, they might be taken in by the powerhouses of the imperial court and be accepted as their disciples. All of these were possible. Wang Xian and the rest flew to the front of the palace very quickly. When they arrived at the palace, everyone came down immediately. Flying was prohibited in the sky above the vast palace. The group of people below gave off an extremely small feeling. The entire vast palace seemed to be inhabited by giants. An ordinary palace was more than 10,000 meters tall. Every pillar was incomparably huge. In the surroundings, some people looked around with reverence and exclaimed. Those who entered the palace were slightly quiet. Even their voices were not loud. The material of this palace might not be able to be broken by an expert who has just stepped into the immortal king realm. Wang Xian sized up the surroundings and was slightly shocked in his heart. The faction that had stood tall in the Emperor Star Field for hundreds of millions of years was indeed extraordinary. The people around them walked for 10 minutes as if they were worshipping the Emperor Star Field. Then, they arrived at an extremely huge square. The entire square was surrounded by staircases for the ceremony. In the middle of the staircases, there was an extremely huge bell. The bell was over 10,000 meters tall and it was emitting a faint aura. There were thunderbolts revolving on the bell. Go to the front of the observation stairs, the Empress Star Lady said. She quickened her pace and walked towards the front. Wang Xian and the rest followed behind. They stood there after they arrived. The Empress Star Lady's mother patted her head and didn't say anything. She sized up the disciples of the imperial court who had entered one by one. Wang Xian and Bei Shuang stood behind her and also looked around. The selection of the Empress and the son of the same generation of the imperial court's disciples was a major event for the entire imperial court. There were many people who came to watch the ceremony, especially the relatives of the disciples who were participating in the competition. They stood on the viewing stairs and watched. This time, the competition was comparable to the civil servant's examination on Earth. Wang Xian and the rest stood there. More and more people arrived. An hour later, the number of people gathered around had reached over 10 million people. In the front row, there were young men and women who were sizing each other up. The disciples from the vast palace are here. Among the disciples who live in the vast palace, the men are Di Jiao, Di Hungu, and Di Ming who are stronger. As for the women, they are stronger with Di Suiting. It's very likely that the emperor and the empress will be born among them this time. That might not be the case. In the past competitions, there have always been dark horses emerging from the emperor's daughter. The emperor's daughter might not be them. That's right. I heard that the emperor's daughter is very powerful and her influence is also very strong. She should have a place today and even compete for the title of the emperor's daughter. At this moment, a group of young men and women walked over. There were several thousand people in total. These people could be said to be the core of this grand competition. At the same time, they were also the core disciples of this generation. Living in the vast palace meant that their parents were very powerful. Their natural resources were also much more than the other disciples. Many disciples looked at the young men and women in front of them and discussed in low voices. These young men and women were the people of their generation who were more powerful and had more influence. They were the ones who had the ability to compete for the position of the emperor's daughter. There were a few thousand people in the group. They raised their heads slightly and swept their gaze around. There was a hint of pride on their faces. Wuxia looked over and landed his gaze on one of the young men. A glint flashed across his eyes. He had learned about this young man from the memory of an expert from the Blazing Flame Divine Empire. At the same time, he was also the young man who sent the Blazing Flame Divine Empire to destroy their dragon palace a few years ago. Looking at that young man, a cold look flashed across Wuxia's eyes. Look, they are heading to their respective forces. The few thousand young men and women arrived. A large portion of them headed straight for the front of the stairs. At the front of the stairs, the middle-aged elders saw them walking over and bowed respectfully. These were all powers that their disciples had nurtured. Every generation of the emperor court has a few exceptional disciples. Not only are they strong, they also have a group of followers. Undying level 4. I wonder if they are hiding their strength. Beside the Emperor Star Lady, her mother sighed as she looked at the group of people behind the disciples. She could sense that these disciples of the imperial court who were less than 5,000 years old had quite a strong influence. Some powerhouses and even some influences were willing to follow these elite disciples. This was because once these disciples of the imperial court gained influence in the future, they would also gain a lot of benefits. This also allowed those God Lord level disciples to have the immortal God King's subordinates. It seems that the Celestial Maiden is destined to become the Celestial Maiden. Wuxia glanced around and patted the Celestial Maiden's shoulder with a smile on his face. In terms of strength, I think I'm stronger than them. If it's a faction, please take good care of me, Dragon King. When the Celestial Maiden heard his words, a smile appeared on her face as she looked at Wuxia who was beside her. Isn't it a little too late for you to know how to suck up to me now? Wuxia looked at her with a smile. It's not too late. Sister Inxian told you to take care of me, the Celestial Maiden said with a smile on her face. Don't worry. Wuxia patted her shoulder. For no other reason, Wuxia would have helped the Celestial Maiden when she saved Xingyu and Lingxiu back then. Moreover, his relationship with the Celestial Maiden was pretty good now. He would naturally help her with this small favor. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wuxia was conversing with Di Xingnu, waves of powerful force swept over. The sky let out a series of rumbling sounds. Eh? Wuxia looked over and revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Everyone in the square quickly looked towards the front of the center. Soon, all of them had their mouths slightly agape. Their faces were filled with shock. In front of the center, 3,000 to 4,000 youths, middle-aged and old, flew over, each of them filled with pride. Amongst them, the weakest was a pinnacle god lord. The strongest had an undying emperor level 8 or 9, and there was even a pinnacle undying warrior. 3,000 to 4,000 people flew over in a row. Their aura was terrifying. Their aura wasn't that powerful. It was that invincible aura. It was invincible in this generation, strong confidence, even the weak would feel inferior looking at it. This aura was hard to cultivate. And this aura in battle had a huge boost. He was invincible. This is our emperor's daughter from before. What a powerful aura. This is the emperor and daughter of our imperial court over the past tens of millions of years. The emperor in the lead has already become a guardian and has reached his twilight years. These are all geniuses who have suppressed generations after generations. In front of the viewing stairs in the plaza, all the disciples of the imperial court looked at the figures in front of them with reverence. Any one of those 3,000 or so people was an existence that had suppressed generations in the imperial star field. They were the most brilliant existences in the same generation. The emperor's son and the emperor's daughter represented the two most outstanding people in the emperor star area. So. When the 3,000 or so emperor's daughter stood in front, another group of people flew out from behind. Similarly, more than 10,000 people flew over from behind. There were still young, middle-aged, and old people. They were also the most outstanding people of their generation. There were even some who caught up, surpassing their generation's emperors and daughters. These were the disciples who had participated in the competition before. They were the best. Over 10,000 people had arrived. 80% of them had already reached Undying Emperor level. In other words, there were over 10,000 Undying Emperors. Ring the bell. A group of Emperor warriors arrived. The leader of the group was leaning on his walking stick. His white hair was gray. Even his face was filled with wrinkles as he spoke softly. Although his voice was gentle, it reached everyone's ears. This was an old man who had lived for nearly 10 million years, the former emperor. Dong. 1 bell to warn the world. Dong. 2 bells to warn the world. Dong. 3 bells to suppress the world. The competition between the 100,000 and third-generation disciples of the imperial court begins. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the huge ancient god bell in the middle of the hall automatically struck. Furthermore, a pale voice came from the bell. The bell sound was like a voice from the heavens, striking straight at the soul. When Wuxia heard this voice, his heart trembled slightly. What kind of divine artifact is this? It's actually so terrifying. 1 bell to warn the world, 2 bell to awe the world, 3 bell to suppress the world. There are also 100,003 generations of the imperial court. Every 5,000 years, there will be a generation. In other words, the imperial court has existed for more than 500 million years. Wuxia's heart was shaken. The powerful bell chimes and a long history. All the disciples participating in the grand competition will make their appearance. The rest of you can watch the ceremony from the observation stairs. There's no need to be restrained. A smile appeared on the elderly face of the presiding protector as he said faintly, "Yes, protector." Some of the disciples responded immediately and leaped towards the open space in the middle of the square. One by one, the disciples entered the square, and soon millions of disciples landed among them. It's the happiest thing for us old guys to see the imperial court become more and more prosperous. The old protector looked at the hundreds of thousands of disciples below with a smile. Dong. His walking stick gently landed on the ground with a loud bang. Next, the world-suppressing bell will test your strength, mentality, and only 100 to 150 emperors will be left in the square. All disciples must work hard. Even if they can't enter the top ranks, those who perform well will have a high chance of being accepted as disciples by the experts present. At the same time, the voice of the old protector sounded. The imperial court's disciple competition was not a competition that went through layers and layers of battles. It went through several days or even more than 10 days of selection. With a powerful divine artifact, the selection was very simple, and there would be no injustice in it. Yes, the disciples immediately responded loudly. Immediately spread out, 500 meters apart. The old protector said lightly. All the disciples immediately spread out, spreading out across the entire square. World suppression bell, inspect. The old protector lightly shouted. Wang! The world suppression bell in the center lightly trembled and bolts of lightning covered the entire sky. In the next moment, every surrounding space was torn apart, becoming a separate domain. Crackle! Crackle! Bolts of lightning fell on everyone's bodies, and bolts of lightning appeared in front of the millions of disciples. The lightning was illusory, and it transformed into a human figure. Each human figure had the combat strength of an eternal god lord at the 4th rank. The first test begins. Defeat the opponent in front of you. The old protector said. Yes. Kill. Fight. All the disciples knew that the assessment had already begun. They stared at the thunder and lightning in front of them as they gathered their opponents and charged over immediately. This world-suppressing clock is really magical. Wang Xian saw the scene in front of him and swept his gaze across the world-suppressing clock that was standing in the middle. The assessment had already begun. The first round of the assessment would eliminate 99% of the participants. The thunder of the fourth level of the Eternal Celestial Master is of no threat to the Star Lady. Bei Shuang looked at the position of the Star Lady and said calmly, "There is indeed no threat." Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze over. At this moment, the dragon blood sword appeared in the hands of the Star Lady of the Imperial Court. She waved it at the thunder figure in front of her. A beam of energy swept past and the thunder figure collapsed instantly. There were also many people who could destroy the lightning figure in one strike. There were also some who looked extremely relaxed. Those disciples who were more relaxed raised their heads slightly, waiting for the lightning figure to appear 10 seconds later. 10 seconds later, 2 lightning figures appeared, and their strength was the same as before. The Imperial Court's disciples also waved their arms and they were instantly destroyed. 10 seconds later, 3 figures appeared. The first test is a little boring. The disciples with real ability can't show it. I almost fell asleep during the test. Hehe, you really know how to brag. The first test is just to select people. Some disciples can't reveal their trump cards. Oh right, I think that Emperor Soul Song is more optimistic. His strength is now at the 7th rank of the Eternal God Lord, right? I think Di Ming is a good candidate. Yesterday, my brother came to me and I gave him a treasure. Now, Di Ming has broken through to the 7th level of the Eternal Master God Realm. Realm is one thing, but it's more important than actual combat and power. In the front, the former emperor and his daughter, the former heaven's favorite, were talking and smiling. Kill! Boom! Die for me! In the square in front of the vast palace, roars filled with fighting spirit rang out one after another. The experts in front of them were discussing with smiles on their faces. This also made the atmosphere in the surroundings much more relaxed. Look, Di Sui, Di Jiu, Di Ming, and Di Hungu are so powerful. As long as that thunder shadow just appeared, it would be directly destroyed by them. Look at the corner. Di Xing'er is also very powerful. She is a famous female star in our Imperial Star Field. She can earn a lot of Godstones in a concert. Her strength is also very terrifying. Di Qingshan can also be ranked among the disciples of this generation. Hey, who are those 2 young men over there? Could they be the dark horses of this year? In the surrounding seats, some people who came to watch the ceremony discussed animatedly. The people watching the ceremony on the stairs could see everything clearly. The strength of some disciples was immediately revealed. In particular, a few of the more popular disciples easily killed the Thunder Phantoms one by one. The winner was decided immediately, and the Imperial Court originally wanted to choose about 100 of these millions of disciples, which could be said to be 1 in 10,000. In fact, this was not just 1 in 10,000, because these millions of disciples were chosen from hundreds of millions of disciples and billions of disciples of the Imperial Court. There was another prerequisite, the elite disciples of the Imperial Court. The domain of the Imperial Court belonged to the disciples of the Imperial Court. Among the young generation, there were more than 100 billion. It could be said that the elites of the Imperial Court were gathered here. To have the strength of an eternal lord of level 2 or 3 at the age of 5,000 years old was already considered outstanding. As time passed, the disciples were eliminated one by one and were directly transferred out by the world-suppressing clock. They were slightly unwilling. Looking at the disciples who were still fighting, they shook their heads. They were all geniuses and knew how far they could go. Di Haosong, that daughter of yours is not bad. Looks like there's a place for her this time. In front of them, a very young woman said to the middle-aged man beside her, "Oh, my daughter? That kid in my house is trash." Daughter's words? Which one are you talking about? The middle-aged man called Di Haosong had a puzzled look on his face. He, as expected of a Lothario. Perhaps he doesn't even know how many sons he has now. He. the woman said mockingly as her gaze landed on Di Xingnu. Di Xingnu should also be considered one of the favorites this time around. Her strength is not bad. I heard that she has the support of a pretty good faction. Oh? Di Xingnu. I remember now. Di Haosong thought of it and his gaze landed on Di Xingnu. His eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Without my guidance, she can still grow to this stage. This daughter is not bad. How ironic. To have a father like you is really unlucky. The lady beside him shook her head. Haha. How could it be unlucky? It should be an honor. We really have to train him well. Di Haosong narrowed his eyes slightly. He was once the son of the emperor. Back then he was also known as a Lothario. Women were calculated in tens of thousands. Apart from his wife who was often with him, and his wife's son and daughter who were often trained, the rest of his children were rarely seen. This was the first time he noticed this outstanding daughter of his. If he could get a good ranking, he would have to nurture her well. He knew that an emperor's daughter had the potential to become a ranked disciple. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the future of the imperial court. Big brother, your daughter is not simple now. At this moment, Di Haofeng, who was beside the woman, looked at Di Haofeng and said expressionlessly, "Oh? How is she not simple?" Di Haofeng's interest was piqued and he immediately asked, "My niece is now very close to a first-rate force. The leader of that first-rate force is also the master of the Frost Goddess," Di Haofeng said with a slightly gloomy face. Frost Goddess. Di Haofeng slightly raised his eyebrows. Take a look at some information on the AI. Your younger brother was taught a terrible lesson by the Frost Goddess. The woman next to him smiled. It seems that a lot of things have happened after being in seclusion for more than 10 years. Di Haofeng smiled and took out the AI to check some information. Oh! Soon he raised his eyebrows and his eyes were shining. Good. 123 disciples have passed the test. 20 to 30 of them will not be able to participate in the next test due to their age. You will be rewarded by the imperial court. Not long after, a voice sounded. At this time, the Imperial Star Lady also destroyed the attack of more than 160 lightning shadows in front of her. Dong! As the voice fell, the world-suppressing bell sounded. Bolts of lightning surrounded the 100 figures in the arena. As for the remaining 23, they were disciples who were relatively young, only 1 to 2,000 years old, and had good talent. Because they cultivated relatively late, there was no need for them to participate in the following assessment. The disciples who defeated the combined forces of more than 150 Thunder Phantoms will temporarily stand aside and watch. The 10 of you have the qualifications to compete for the position of Imperial Princess. Of course, the rest of you also have the qualifications to challenge them. The other 90 disciples will be participating in the ranking battle. The top 10 will be able to challenge the disciples like them. The old protector announced calmly. It's the protector. The emperor's daughter and the other 9 disciples could not help but show an excited look at this moment. They moved their bodies and immediately headed to the side. Mother! Wang Xian! The emperor's daughter flew to the front of Wang Xian and the rest. She shouted with a smile on her face. Good, good, good. Our Imperial Star Lady has finally grown up. The Imperial Star Lady's mother was also rubbing her head with a smile on her face. Mother! I will definitely be the Imperial Star Lady this time. When the time comes, we will enter this palace to live. The Imperial Star Lady raised her head slightly and clenched her fists. Ha ha ha, Meiwan, good. Good. You have taught a good daughter. At this moment, laughter suddenly came from the side. Ha! The Empress Star's mother's eyebrows jumped. She turned her gaze to the side and looked at the handsome middle-aged man. Husband! She slightly bowed and shouted. When the Empress Star heard her mother's address, she trembled and looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Why? Don't you greet your father when you see him? Di Haosong looked at her with a smile and said, Oh! Di Xingnu said, oh, coldly, full of coldness. Xingnu! The woman at the side called out to her. I didn't know I had a father. Di Xingnu saw her mother touching her and said indifferently. His words made Di Haosong frown slightly. All right, girl, don't be childish, he said indifferently to Di Xingnu. What kind of father is he? Di Xingnu looked at her mother and said directly, "What kind of father is he?" When Di Xingnu finished her sentence, Di Haosong's face immediately darkened. He was the emperor from 40,000 years ago, and he had a body full of glory. Which of his children did not fear and respect him? Now, Di Xingnu actually completely ignored him. "Your wings have hardened, child." Di Haosong's expression turned cold as he stared at Di Xingnu and said, "Yes, your wings have hardened." Di Xingnu stared at him without the slightest bit of fear as she said indifferently, "Xingnu, why are you talking to your father?" The woman at the side hurriedly said to Di Xingnu with an embarrassed expression, "He doesn't deserve to be a husband and a father." Di Xingnu looked at her mother somewhat unyieldingly as she said stubbornly, "Hee good, Mei Wan. You are such a good daughter." Di Haosong's face turned gloomy instantly. He stared at the woman coldly. "Don't look at my mother like that. Do you think you are fit to be a husband? How dare you criticize others?" Di Xingnu stared at him with disdain and said directly, "You need to be taught a lesson." Di Haosong's face turned cold. He slapped Di Xingnu's face directly. Cough, cough. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and held Di Haosong's palm with ease. He coughed and didn't say a word. "Stop." Di Haosong sensed Wang Xian's palm and his expression changed. Following that, he stared at Wang Xian with a gloomy expression and growled in a low voice. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You should be the one who stopped." Wang Xian said faintly and let go of Di Haosong's palm. He stared at Di Haosong indifferently. "Haha, good. I see that your wings have really hardened. You even dare to resist my words." Di Haosong smiled and stared at Di Xingnu and her mother with a cold expression. "Husband, Mom, we don't need to be bullied by him. We have been living like this for the past few years. Hee. Now that I have become the empress, why should I be afraid of him?" The empress said coldly. Once she became the empress, she would be valued by the imperial court. Although her status was not as high as her father's, her father couldn't do anything to her. After all, her talent was not inferior to her father's. Before her father became a peak-level rank 8 or rank 9 fighter, the imperial court would treat everyone equally. The empress mother was a little silent and sighed helplessly. "As your father, even if you become the celestial maiden, I can still educate you. You are a traitor." When Di Haosong heard the celestial maiden's words, he was completely enraged. He raised his arm again and wanted to hit her. "Sai, don't embarrass yourself." Wang Xian looked over and said faintly. He grabbed his arm easily again and reminded him, "Get lost. This is our family matter. If you don't want to die, let go of me." Di Haosong's expression changed again. He stared at Wang Xian without concealing his killing intent. "Don't embarrass yourself." Bei Shuang, who was beside him, heard his words and placed her palm on Di Haosong's shoulder. Di Haosong wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't react in time. Her palm landed on his body and frost covered half of his arm. Wang Xian and Bei Shuang could tell that the daughter of Emperor Star didn't have a good impression of her father. There was even a hint of hatred. As for the mother of the daughter of Emperor Star, she also didn't have any feelings for her husband. After being given to Di Haosong by her family, she naturally didn't have any feelings. On top of that, she had been neglected for tens of thousands of years. How could she have a good impression of him? It was more of helplessness and unwillingness. "You guys are courting death. How dare you create trouble in our imperial court?" Di Haosong's expression changed. He stared at Wang Xian and Bei Shuang without concealing his killing intent. "The matter of the Empress Star is the matter of our dragon palace. Therefore, I'm sorry if you are looking for trouble." Wang Xian pushed him gently with his palm. Di Haosong's entire body trembled and he retreated backward. In an instant, his face was filled with anger. "Ha!" In the center of the arena, the princes and princesses who were watching the battle were slightly shocked when they noticed the situation here. "Big brother." Di Haosong's expression changed. He immediately rushed out and supported Di Haosong's body. "What's going on?" The old protector looked at Di Haosong. His gaze swept over Wang Xian, Emperor Xingnu, and the rest as he asked indifferently, "Protector, it's fine." Di Haosong's expression kept changing. He took a deep breath and spoke with a dark expression. He would not reveal his dirty laundry. What could he say about this matter? Was he being bullied by the forces his daughter relied on? Where was his face then? He stood among the group of emperor's daughters with a dark expression. His expression kept changing. Lord Protector, that girl's strength is not bad. She is the strongest among the group of disciples. The forces she relied on are also very strong. If nothing goes wrong, the emperor's daughter is hers. In the middle, an old woman glanced at the empress and transmitted her voice to the old protector. Yes, if nothing goes wrong, her strength is the strongest. She is also the strongest disciple in the last dozen generations. The old protector nodded slightly. Mom, we don't need to pay attention to him. When your daughter becomes the empress, we don't have to be afraid of him at all. Moreover, there is still the good Wang Xian and Sister Bei Shuang helping me. On Wang Xian's side, the Empress Star Lady comforted her mother, who had a worried look on her face, and said with a smile, "After all, he's your father." The woman sighed and said, "Humph." The Empress Star Lady snorted softly. After that, she turned around and thanked Wang Xian softly. He smiled and nodded his head. At the front, 90 disciples were sparring one by one. It took them more than 10 hours to rank them. 11 to 20 disciples come out. The other 10 disciples also enter the arena. More than 10 hours was very short for the experts. The voice of the old protector continued to ring. Yes, the disciples came to the arena with excitement in their eyes. They looked at each other and their faces were full of fighting spirit. 20 disciples, 6 women. The woman will first choose an empress and then the ranking will be carried out. The old protector said the rules. Every emperor and empress would have one each, but sometimes there would be a situation where the empress' strength might not be as strong as the men's second or third place. This would not affect the title of the empress, but it would have an impact on the final distribution of resources. All male disciples stand aside and watch. The female disciples believe that the 6 of them are free to challenge. The old protector continued. It's the protector. The male disciples immediately stood to the side. Who do you think will become the empress? The strength of the empress is not to be underestimated. She can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in our generation. There's a dark horse among the women. I don't know how strong she is. Don't forget about Di Xingnu. She's not weak either. 14 young men walked to the side. A few of them guessed. Di Xingnu, huh? What right does an actress have to be called Di Xingnu? Di Qingshan said with an ugly expression. The young men heard her words and smiled faintly. The selection of the Empress Dowager is about to begin. There are only 6 women in the top 20. I wonder who will receive the title of Empress Dowager. The one with the most hope is naturally the emperor in plain clothes. The strength of the goddess in plain clothes is publicly recognized. I heard that the elder in plain clothes often gives her pointers. It's because she thinks highly of her. The goddess in plain clothes should have reached the level of an eternal god lord tier 7. That woman named Liangyi is a big black horse. She had a lot of battle experience during the battle just now. The Imperial Star Lady. The Imperial Star Lady can't be ignored either. This time, she seems to have brought a leader of a force. The leader of that force is also the master of the Frost Goddess. The selection of the Imperial Star Lady began. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes as they watched, and one by one, they began to discuss. The selection of the Empress was about to begin, causing the surroundings to boil with excitement. They analyzed the 6 girls one by one. Among the 6 girls, 4 of them were heaven's favorites who lived in the vast palace and possessed the best resources in the Imperial Star Field. The other 2 were the Empress and the Dark Horse Girl. Di Sui was the most popular, and many people thought that she could become the Empress. Although the Empress was a top star in the Imperial Star Field, these core disciples of the Imperial Court didn't care about celebrities at all, and they were even ashamed of themselves. I heard that the Empress is very strong. Among the 6 of them, you may be the only one worthy to be my opponent. In the arena, Di Suichen turned his body slightly, completely ignoring the other 4 female disciples, and stared at the Empress. Eh? At the side, the expressions of 3 of the women changed slightly. They were somewhat embarrassed by Di Suchen's contempt. The other woman looked at him expressionlessly, slightly clenching the long sword in her hand. Eh? It seems that Di Suqian thinks highly of Di Xingnu. It's said that Di Xingnu's strength isn't weak either. She's already a star and she doesn't lack resources. It's just that I didn't expect Di Suqian to think so highly of her. Some people around were slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Di Suyi, I've long heard of your name. The Empress looked at her with a faint smile on her face. She looked in the direction of the group of princes and her gaze paused on Di Haosong for 2 seconds. However, with your strength, you're still a lot weaker. She raised her head slightly and her gaze slowly swept across all the women around her and the 16 young men who were thousands of meters away from them. GG. As soon as she finished speaking, the dragon blood sword appeared in her hand and let out an incomparably cold voice. Imperial Star Lady, you're a little arrogant. Disu pretended to hear her words and her gaze turned cold. She, Disu, had always been superior among the women of the imperial court. This was the first time someone had looked down on her. With a shake of her arm, a snow-white sharp sword also appeared in her hand. Let's do it together and save some time. The corners of Imperial Star Lady's mouth curled up slightly as her gaze swept across the surroundings. Clang! In the next moment, the dragon blood sword in her hand moved and directly covered everyone in the surroundings. Imperial Star Lady, you are too arrogant. You actually want to challenge all of us by yourself. At the side, the expressions of the 4 women changed slightly when they saw Imperial Star Lady's attack enveloping all of them. They shouted sternly, This Emperor Star Lady is so arrogant. She actually wants to take on 5 of us by herself. Arrogant. To be able to reach the top 20, the difference in strength isn't that great. She actually dares to challenge 5 of us. The faces of the 16 youths in the surroundings turned cold when they saw the Emperor Star Lady directly attacking the 5 ladies. What? Her energy is actually enveloping us as well. However, in the next moment, what shocked everyone was that the fiery red sword light was also enveloping them. Now, they suddenly understood what Di Xingnu had said. Let's save some time together. Was she trying to save the strength to fight against them? Was she confident that she could challenge the 19 of them alone? Arrogant and arrogant, you don't know what you're talking about. Di Hunj, who was in the middle, had a cold expression on her face. Her face was instantly filled with killing intent. Was she looking down on them? Di Xingnu, are you looking for a fight? Di Ming, who was at the side, was also stunned. He immediately shouted, Block this sword of mine first. Di Xingnu's sword wasn't very fast. In fact, in order to deliberately show off her strength, the speed of the sword was very, very slow. What does Emperor Star want to do? Does she think that she can fight the other 19 people alone? That's not right. Look at the power of her sword. Everyone in the surroundings was in an uproar. However, some of the experts in front of them could sense that something was wrong. They were all experts, so they could clearly sense the power of Emperor Star's sword. This shocked them. No, her sword is so powerful. At this moment, Di Sui and the others who were closest to her sensed the terrifying power contained in Empress Star's sword. They were shocked. So powerful. The dark horse woman had a grave expression on her face. Break for me. Di Sui's face was full of panic. She swung her snow-white sword forward. Block it. The other women gritted their teeth and immediately took out their weapons to block it. Not good. She's very strong. How is this possible? The flaming sword aura arrived at the 14 youths. When they felt the might of the flaming sword, their expressions changed drastically. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, everyone's expressions turned ugly as they released all their strength to block it. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. Oh no! How can she be so strong? The sound of collision and the sound of disbelief rang out, and all the attacks that met the Celestial Lady's attack instantly collapsed. The flaming sword ray of the dragon blood sword continued to sweep towards them. Dodge! The 19 young men and women hurriedly dodged to the back in fear, their expressions constantly changing. Because Star Empress deliberately slowed down the sword light, the 19 people's faces were somewhat pale as they retreated from the range of the flaming sword light. It's just one sword. There was no one around Star Empress. She stood there, looking down on the 19 young men and women, and said indifferently, Indeed, it was just one sword. With her current strength as a peak eternal god lord, She could kill all of these strongest Eternal God Lord rank 7 disciples with one sword if she wanted to. Hiss, Peak God Lord. Her words caused the 19 young men who had escaped to take in a deep breath of cold air. They stared at her with fear and shock on their faces. Peak God Lord and Emperor Star Lady had the strength of a Peak God Lord. With such strength, she was much, much stronger than them. How can Emperor Star Lady be so strong? Peak God Lord, she's actually a Peak God Lord. It's been a long time since our Emperor Starfield had such a powerful disciple. And in the surroundings, one after another, incomparably shocking voices rang out. In the past, in the Palace Disciple competition, if one's strength reached the Eternal God Lord level 7, one would almost be able to become an Emperor's daughter. Just like the 2 Emperor's daughters from the previous generation, they had this strength, and after 5,000 years, they were only at the Pinnacle God Lord level. They were still a step away from the Undying Emperor level. However, now that the Emperor Star Lady had displayed the Pinnacle God Lord level strength, this meant that she was comparable to the previous emperors. This could be said to be the difference of 5,000 years. How can the Emperor Star Lady be so strong? A few years ago, I remember that she was still at God Lord level 5. Could it be that she got some treasure to quickly raise her strength? Either she has been hiding her strength all this while, or she has obtained a huge amount of resources these few years. The gazes of the surrounding people flickered as they looked at the Emperor Star Lady, who stood proudly among the heroes. Facing 19 of the most outstanding disciples of the same generation, she was still able to easily suppress them. It had been a long time since such a powerful disciple had appeared in the imperial court. So powerful. Di Haosong's expression kept changing as he looked at the group of Emperor's daughters. This was his daughter. If it were any other time, he would be extremely happy. His daughter had become an empress, and she was so powerful. But now, his expression slowly darkened. Peak Master God. The 19 disciples' expressions kept changing. Di Sui's expression darkened as he gripped the snow-white long sword in his hand. I admit defeat. The dark horse woman looked at the empress who was emitting a powerful aura. She shook her head and retreated. I admit defeat too. I admit defeat too. Someone took the lead, and another 2 ladies helplessly shook their heads and retreated to the side. Peak God Lord strength was not something they could contend against. What about you guys? Emperor Star Lady slightly raised her head. Her gaze swept over the rest, including the 14 young men. I admit defeat. I truly didn't expect you to be so strong, Di Xing. The few young men shook their heads and retreated to one side. In an instant, 10 men retreated to one side. Di Xing, don't think that just because you have the strength of a Peak God Lord, we are afraid of you. The selection of the Emperor's daughter tests one's strength, not one's realm. Di Sui's face was filled with unwillingness as she tightly gripped the snow-white longsword in her hand. Hua hua hua. In the next moment, drops of white liquid dripped from her longsword. The liquid slowly condensed into a human figure. The white human figure directly entered Di Sui's body. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from her body. This is the battle spirit I obtained. I've nurtured it for 1,000 years and fused with it. Don't think that you can suppress everyone just because you have the strength of a Peak God Lord. The competition this time isn't over yet. Di Sui's body fluttered even though there was no wind, and her aura increased explosively. Battle Spirit, I didn't expect Di Sui to obtain such a treasure. Some people revealed astonished expressions when they saw Di Sui's aura increase explosively. The eyes of all the emperors and princesses twinkled as they watched. The competition between emperors and princesses was a competition of strength and combat power. Other than high-tech items that couldn't be used, everything else could be used. Hee Emperor Star, you're dreaming if you want to suppress all of us, even if you're very strong. Beside him, Emperor Soul Singer took out a wooden staff. Vines extended from the staff and slowly covered his entire body. Ka. Soon, a similarly powerful aura emanated from his body, not one bit weaker than a Peak God Lord. At the same time, his body grew to over 100 meters tall under the cover of the vines. Come out, Mujio. Chirp chirp. However, this was not the end. He waved his staff in front of him, and a 10-meter tall battle pet suddenly appeared. The battle pet had a pair of leaf-like wings, and it landed on Dihunge's huge shoulders. He has revealed his trump card. Dihungo has revealed his trump card. A peak god lord level battle pet and that powerful vine covering his entire body. What kind of treasure is that? Hee, as expected. None of the geniuses of our imperial court are simple. Dihunge's power is so strong. He has the combat power of a peak god lord. In addition to that battle pet, his combat power is even stronger than the Emperor Star's daughter. Although he is relying on external forces, this is still a part of his strength. Some people were shocked when they saw the changes in Disui and Dihungu. Even the Emperor Star's daughter's mother's face was filled with worry. A few young men and women saw the changes in Dihungu and their eyes narrowed. Hee. I didn't expect the battle to end so soon. Diming smiled and waved his arm. Crack, crack, crack. Metal appeared in front of him one by one. The metal transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant like a transformer. With a light leap, he jumped onto the transformer's body. Puppet. All of them are very strong. They all have quite a lot of trump cards. The black-robed Jodi's eyes flashed with a dark luster. Ka. Around him, two dark golden skeletons appeared in front of him. The dark golden skeletons emitted a sinister aura. Hee. I'm not satisfied without trying. Dixing knew, don't be arrogant too early. In terms of trump cards and foundation, you're still far from it. Di Qinshan waved his arm and a wolf-like battle pet covered in scales appeared beside him. Roar, roar, roar. That battle pet scanned its surroundings and let out an angry roar. A powerful murderous aura spread out in all directions. Silence! Di Qinshan shouted softly. The battle pet lowered its head slightly and stood beside him. Two powerful battle pets. That dark gold skeleton is considered a different kind of battle pet. They actually tamed it completely. It's not that they tamed it. It's just that there are experts and powerful beast tamers who have tamed it over a long period of time. That's why it can be used like an arm. This requires a long period of assistance. This can be said to be a foundation. The group of young men and women who had retreated saw this scene and spoke with some envy. Hee. Celestial Emperor. Don't challenge us so blindly and arrogantly. Also, don't be so violent and apologize. You ladies should compete with each other first before fighting. Otherwise, we can only return the favor. Dihunge stared at Celestial Emperor and coldly spoke. Just now, Celestial Emperor embarrassed them, so they naturally wanted to get back at her. Humph. I want to see you continue to be arrogant. Di Qinshan stared at Celestial Emperor with a gloomy face and said, Hee, as expected of the support of the elders behind us. It's really different. However, you still don't have the qualifications to compete with me. Celestial Emperor glanced around and slowly half-squatted down. A cold expression appeared on her face. Chew snake. She shouted in a low voice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, a huge monster suddenly appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A hair-raising sound rang out in the square of the competition between the current generation of disciples of the imperial court. It had a body of over 10,000 meters, a gray figure, a triangular head, and a pair of dark and cold eyes. When the towering snake appeared under the Empress, a cold and terrifying aura instantly swept out in all directions. Roar! Roar! Crack! Crack! At this moment, Dihunge, Di Qinshan, and the others' battle pets immediately fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they couldn't help but let out low roars. Even the two dark golden skeletons trembled as they bent their bodies, completely losing their fighting strength. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the previous emperors and daughters widened their eyes as they stared blankly at this scene. Their faces filled with shock. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the towering snake fully revealed its body. It was over 10,000 meters tall, and it coldly glanced at the ants like heaven's favorites below. Stuck out its tongue. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly spread out in all directions. Di Sui, Di Hungu, Di Ming, Di Qinshan, and Di Jiu's faces were filled with shock. Their bodies couldn't help but bend down, almost prostrating themselves on the ground. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The heavens' favored children were in disbelief. Their trump cards were already powerful enough in their eyes, enough to defy the heavens. They had paid a huge price to obtain each one of them. Just like the peak god lord level battle pets, these battle pets were the desolate beast battle pets that they had purchased in the growth stage, and they were nurtured to adulthood. During this period of time, they needed a large amount of time to develop a relationship with the battle pet. They also needed a large amount of time from a beast tamer master to help them tame it. This was because the battle pet's strength was stronger than the owner's strength. A battle pet's strength was stronger than the owner's, which was very dangerous for the owner. Especially when they were in danger during battle, the battle pet might run away or even kill the owner. Its strength was weaker than their own war pet. If they couldn't control it, who would dare to treat it as their own mount? They had paid a huge price to get these God Lord Pinnacle war pets. However, what level was this Emperor Star Lady's war pet? Just the terrifying power it displayed wasn't something they could fight against. Even in front of this war pet, they didn't dare to look at it. This terrifying pressure, they had only felt it from undying level 4 or 5, even level 6 or 7 warriors. Is she crazy? Such a powerful battle pet, how can she control it? Disu pretended to be in disbelief as he raised his head and roared softly. See this? What kind of battle pet is this? It actually has the power of an undying level 5. How is this possible? A pinnacle god lord brat like her actually has an undying level 5 battle pet. Not only did the Emperor disciples not dare to believe it, even the surrounding spectators as well as the Emperor's daughters were all shocked. An undying level 5 battle pet. Such a powerful battle pet. Many of them didn't even have one. This is the Space Beast towering snake. At the strongest position, the old protector's eyes gleamed, roaring softly. What? Space Beast Protector? How can this be? Space Beast War Pet, this. Our entire Emperor Star Field doesn't even have more than 3. How can she have one? The moment the old protector finished speaking, a few undying Emperor level 8 and 9 emperors around him stared wide-eyed as they asked. War pets were also divided into levels. Without a doubt, the strongest war pet was the Space Beast. There were only 3 Space Beast war pets in the entire Emperor Star Field. One of them was a protector's ride. That Space Beast had the strength of a pinnacle undying emperor. It was powerful and even invincible. The other 2 Space Beast battle pets were also famous and had terrifying strength. However, a pinnacle god lord lady actually had an undying level 5 Space Beast battle pet. Crazy. Rumble. The old protector's eyes gleamed as he stared at the towering snake, not replying to the surrounding emperors. He moved and instantly appeared in front of the Emperor Star Daughter. In the sky, the Emperor Star Daughter, who was standing on top of the towering snake, was slightly shocked. Protector, she respectfully called out. This towering snake lives in your divine kingdom? The old protector asked directly. Yes, Protector. Its nest is also in my divine kingdom. Emperor Star Lady nodded. Drive it and let me take a look. The old protector said with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, Protector. Emperor Star Lady understood that the protector wanted to test her. This was also to prevent her from cheating, so she got a war pet at the last minute to suppress the other youths of the same generation. Little snake, crouch down. She gently stepped on the head of the choo-choo snake. Hiss, hiss. The choo snake did not hesitate at all and directly crouched down. Its 10,000-meter-long body directly crouched down in the square, giving people an intense shock. Little snake attack. Empress Star Lady raised her head and looked at the protector. A smile appeared on her face as she immediately ordered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The choo snake instantly stuck out its tongue and a powerful aura surged out from its body. A wave of energy wrapped around Imperial Star Lady, and in the next moment, the choo snake directly attacked the old guardian. Boom, boom, boom. When the old guardian saw the scene, his eyes shone and an invincible aura directly pressed down on the choo snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The choo snake, who was preparing to attack, revealed a terrified expression, and it swallowed its snake head and stared at the old guardian with some fear. His body was trembling, but he didn't run away. Instead, he circled around the old protector as if he was waiting for an opportunity. Good, good, good. Ha ha. Good, good. Seeing Choo-Choo Snake's reaction, the old protector couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very good. You're the Emperor Star's daughter, right? Very good. Such a space beast is completely loyal to its master. Very good. He looked at the Emperor Star's daughter cheerfully and didn't hesitate to praise her. In the Emperor Star field, there were only a few people who could earn the praise of this emperor. With the strength of a pinnacle eternal god lord, you are able to control an immortal king level 5 space beast. It's really hard to imagine what kind of opportunity you have obtained. The old protector exclaimed. Protector, this is Wuxia. Yes, it's Dragon King who helped me capture and tame him. Celestial Emperor Lady bowed respectfully to the protector. She took a glance at where Wuxia was and said with a smile on her face, Oh? Dragon King, it seems that Dragon King is a rare beast tamer grandmaster. The old protector revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. He followed Empress Star's gaze and looked at Wuxia as he said with slight astonishment. When Wuxia saw the gaze of the protector of the imperial court, he cupped his hands at him. Thank you, Dragon King, for helping our imperial court groom such an empress. The old protector also cupped his hands at Wuxia. I am friends with Star Lady. Wuxia smiled when he heard the old guardian's words. Empress. The guardian addressed Empress as Empress. This means, isn't this normal? Holy shit, the space beast towering snake battle pet is at Immortal King level 5. Furthermore, the guardian has tested it earlier. The battle pet is completely loyal to its owner. Such strength is heaven-defying. The Empress is indeed worthy of her name, just the Empress's strength far surpasses the other disciples, not to mention her trump cards, a space beast battle pet, not to mention the same generation, look up there, 7 or 8 generations above. Are there any opponents for the Empress? As for the powers, there's no need to compete at all, not to mention the Dragon King. The Empress only relies on her space beast towering snake. A group of geniuses surrounding her, they might not even be a match for the space beast. It's not just the Celestial Maiden. The number 1 of this generation has also come out. There's no comparison at all. She's completely crushed. She's completely crushed. When everyone around heard the Guardian's words, they all had shocked expressions on their faces. The Guardian's words meant that the Celestial Maiden of this generation had already been decided. However, everyone also understood that, with such strength, wasn't she still the Celestial Maiden? It was no exaggeration to say that she was the number 1 person of this generation. She was probably the first person in the history of the Imperial Court to rely solely on the war pet, the space behemoth. What is the relationship between the Dragon King and the Empress? The space behemoth? Such a war pet is given to the Empress. This space behemoth seems to be able to grow to the peak of the godly king realm at its peak, right? This is a terrifying existence at the level of a guardian. Soon, some people looked at Wuxia, who was standing on the viewing stairs. Their eyes sparkled as they were filled with shock. Such a space beast battle pet could be given to the daughter of Emperor Star. Even her own father couldn't bear to give it to her. Could it be her godfather? Some of the young people were thinking about it. Hiss, this can't be compared at all. In the square, Disui, Dihunj, and the rest looked at him in a daze. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They were not on the same level. Di Qingshan's expression was unsightly as he stood there, his expression uncertain. Luckily, she didn't know that she had targeted her back then. At this moment, Di Qingshan felt a sense of relief in his heart. Big brother, this is yours. Yours. At the side of the crowd, Di Haofeng stared blankly at the shining girl in the plaza. He opened his mouth and spoke to his big brother at the side. Di Haofeng's body trembled slightly. His expression was abnormally ugly. This was his daughter, the daughter who didn't acknowledge him as her father. He knew a little about the space beast Chu Snake. It could grow to the peak of the godly monarch realm. Such an existence, as long as it didn't die midway, was a peak godly monarch existence. He himself didn't even dare to be sure that he could become a peak godly monarch expert. All right, the Empress is the Empress Star. The first place in this generation's disciple competition is also the Empress Star. You don't have to participate in the following matches. You can just watch from the side. Next, we will select the Emperor and rank him. At this moment, the old protector announced with a smile on his face. Dihun Gu, Di Sui, and the rest didn't have any objections. The Empress Star couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her face at this moment. She kept the towering snake and flew directly toward her mother and Wang Xian. "Mom, I've become the Empress." Di Xingnu hugged her mother and said excitedly. Good. Good job, Xingnu." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she patted her back happily. "Xingnu, you have to thank Dragon King and young Master Wang Xian." The woman looked at her daughter's face and instructed. "I know." The Empress Star nodded her head and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked down on her. The Empress Star couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. "After I become the Empress, I will have a lot of power. Furthermore, the strength that I displayed will be valued by the Imperial Court. You can stay in the Imperial Court for a few days. I will treat my benefactor well." The Empress whispered to Wang Xian. "Forget it this time. There are still some matters to settle on the Demon Island. Aren't you going to enter the Mystic Realm after becoming the Empress? Come to the Dragon Palace to thank me when you have the time." Wang Xian smiled. Following that, Wang Xian and the rest treated him as an audience and watched the competition between the other 19 disciples. After a few hours of competition, the Emperor was selected. Di Hungo had a battle pet at the peak of the Master God level. Under the cover of the vines, his strength was also comparable to the peak of the Master God level. In addition, Emperor Soul Song's power was also relatively strong. After considering it all, Emperor Soul Song was the emperor of this generation. Similarly, he was also the second in this generation. If it wasn't for the Emperor Star Lady's extremely powerful talent and that terrifying space beast battle pet, Emperor Soul Song would definitely be the most dazzling existence of this generation. Unfortunately, with the Emperor Star Lady, Emperor Soul Song, who had extraordinary talent and strength, appeared somewhat mediocre. The Celestial Emperor's daughter will be allocated a side hall to live in the Imperial Court Palace. She can bring 3 relatives to live in it. Tomorrow, the top 100 disciples will enter the merit shop. The top 10 disciples will enter the mystic realm to cultivate for a month. The abyss is coming, and the war is about to begin. In a month, all of you disciples will go to the abyss battlefield. One is to train, and the other is to accumulate merits. At that time, your forces will follow you into the abyss battlefield. After the ranking ended, a group of disciples stood in the square. The old protector spoke with a solemn expression. It seems that the abyss this time is actually threatening the entire imperial court. Even the disciples of the imperial court are going to battle. When Wang Xian heard the words of the old protector, his eyes flickered with a luster. For the war to affect the imperial court, there must be an existence at the level of the Void God Emperor in the abyss. Otherwise, the disciples like the Imperial Star Lady should not have been sent to the battlefield. All right, all the disciples will head to the merit shop tomorrow. After the old protector announced the end, the group of disciples immediately dispersed. "Mom, Wang Xian!" The Empress flew over happily. "Congratulations to the Empress. She is truly the best of the current generation. Haha. It's fortunate that she is not in the same generation as the Empress. Otherwise, she would have been suppressed. Congratulations." However, before Wang Xian and the rest could have a good chat with the Celestial Maiden, many people flew towards her. The Celestial Maiden was slightly taken aback when she saw everyone congratulating her. A smile appeared on her face as she replied immediately. At her age, she was considered a junior in the imperial court. She didn't dare to put on airs when it came to congratulating her elders. Furthermore, there were also many former princes and princesses who came to congratulate and befriend her. She didn't dare to not respond, even though she had great potential. Wang Xian took a look and a smile appeared on his face. Since the matter of the Imperial Star Daughter had been resolved, it was time for him to return. He had also received a signal from the Imperial Court that a great war was about to break out. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace had to improve as soon as possible and complete its transformation in this great war. This trip went very smoothly. I wonder how the situation on the Demon Island is. After informing the mother of the Imperial Star Lady, Wang Xian did not stay in the Imperial Court for long. He flew directly in the direction of the Demon Island. After flying and making a detour, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at planet Yaoyu after more than 10 hours. "Master, I'll return to the Beichuan sect first. Bei Shuang said to Wang Xian and flew towards the planet of the Beichuan sect. Wang Xian flew straight towards the planet where the Dragon Palace was located at the edge of the northern line. When Wang Xian arrived at the planet where the Dragon Palace was located, he saw a few hundred people floating in front of the Dragon Peak. He raised his eyebrows slightly and flew over immediately. Huh? The Dragon King is here. The Dragon King is here. Let's go and thank him. Beside the Dragon Peak, a few hundred people noticed Wang Xian flying over and immediately went up to welcome him. This is Ancient God Dynasty. Wang Xian looked at their attire and raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze swept across more than 200 people, including 2 Immortal King level 8 powerhouses. Greetings, Dragon King. We finally meet you. Thank you for your help in the battle not long ago. Our Ancient God Dynasty is extremely grateful. Everyone flew over and thanked Wang Xian immediately. Oh, I have been away for a few days. I don't know what happened on the Demon Island. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the few civil officials of the Dragon Palace in front of the Dragon Peak. Dragon King, after you left, the experts of our Dragon Palace also returned to the Dragon Palace to increase their strength. Another war broke out on the Demon Island. This time, the scale of the war wasn't very large. However, the Ancient God Dynasty was unlucky to encounter 6 Immortal King level 8 Abyss species. They asked us for help. Prime Minister Gue sent the Fire Hammer clan of the Dragon Palace to control the Dragon Peak and sent a group of experts to help them defend this crisis. A civil official immediately walked over and whispered to Wang Xian. It's all thanks to the Dragon Palace's help this time. Otherwise, our Ancient God Dynasty would have suffered a great loss. If the Dragon King has any orders in the future, our Ancient God Dynasty will not decline. Beside him, an old ancestor of the Ancient God Dynasty said to Wang Xian with a smile and bowed. It's just a small matter. I just came back from the outside and have some matters that I have yet to settle. Let's meet again after this war is over. Wang Xian shook his head nonchalantly when he heard his words. All right. We shall not disturb the Dragon King then. After the Battle of the Abyss, our Ancient God Dynasty would like to thank everyone from the Dragon Palace. Everyone from the Ancient God Dynasty nodded their heads. Wang Xian smiled and flew straight into the Dragon Palace on the planet beside them. The Dragon Palace is really loyal. They have helped us so much, but the Dragon King did not take it to heart at all. That's right. It's fortunate that the Dragon Palace appeared in the Battle of the Abyss this time. That Dragon King is really carefree and magnanimous. In the future, when the disciples of the Ancient God Dynasty meet the people of the Dragon Palace, we should treat them with more respect. When the people of the Ancient God Dynasty saw Wang Xian leaving just like that, they sighed slightly. The Dragon Palace had helped them a lot this time. Although the Ancient God Dynasty had given them enough corpses from the Abyss, the Ancient God Dynasty still owed them a favor. Buzz. Prime Minister Gue, another war happened while I was away? In the main Dragon Palace, Wang Xian immediately went to the Dragon Transformation Pool after he returned. Prime Minister Gue stood there. Dragon King. Dragon King, a war broke out on the 4th day after you left. The Ancient God Dynasty encountered some trouble. They gave us some Abyss Seed corpses and I sent people to ride Dragon Peak to help them defend. However, because the Sky Array and most of the members were improving their strength, they were unable to kill the level 8 Undying God King Abyss Seed. Prime Minister Gue said, how's the situation on the Demon Island? Wang Xian asked. There's no situation at the moment. However, last month, the Great Sect had another level 9 Undying God King Abyss Seed. The future situation isn't good. Last month's Great Sect's strength is not the best among the few Great Sections. There are no peak Undying Godly King level powerhouses. According to the information we received, last month's Great Sect should have 4 Godly King level 9 powerhouses. Prime Minister Gue said. 4 Call Aou and Muzason over. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and ordered him. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded and immediately flew back. Wang Xian stood in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool and looked at the group of Dragon Palace powerhouses inside. Ao Fenghuang, Ao Jian, Ao Qitian, Ao Qi and the rest were all improving inside. In the middle was the Sky Array with an extremely strange body. The Sky Array was heading towards the Immortal King Level 9 breakthrough while Ao Fenghuang, Ao Jian and the rest were breaking through to the Immortal King Level 8. After this, the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the combat strength of 1 Level 9 Immortal King and 8 Level 8 Immortal King. However, Wang Xian moved his palm and a space ring appeared in his hand. Within the space ring there was a large amount of resources. These resources will allow the Dragon Palace to increase the combat strength of 4 Level 9 Immortal Kings. Wang Xian revealed a smile. He was prepared to increase Ao Yao, Mu Zixin, Ao Xingmu and Ao Fenghuang. After the upgrade, the Dragon Palace would have 6 Immortal King Level 9 powerhouses. If the Great Sect was as powerful as Prime Minister Gui had said, they would not be a match for the Dragon Palace. Dragon King. Soon Ao Yao and Mu Zixin rushed over. Let's upgrade the two of you first. Wang Xian looked at them and said directly. The two of them already possessed the combat strength of an Immortal King Level 8. Hence, the improvement this time was not as good as theirs. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, he was slightly stunned. You are lucky to have obtained some resources. You guys can sit here with your legs crossed. Wang Xian smiled and poured a large amount of resources into his mouth. They were quickly converted into dragon energy. Following that, Wang Xian transferred the dragon energy to Ao Yao and Mu Zixin. Boom! Boom! Half an hour later, Ao Yao and Mao Zixin's strength had a smooth breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the power of the two of them became even more majestic. Dragon Palace, Ao Yao, Mao Zixin, and the rest have improved. Next, we will be able to obtain more abyssal seed corpses. Prime Minister Gui said excitedly from the side. We don't know how long this war will last. The war at the Imperial Court is about to break out soon. This is also an opportunity for our Dragon Palace. However, opportunities and dangers coexist. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. Now he hoped that the war on the Demon Island would last longer. The longer it lasted, the more resources the Dragon Palace would obtain, and the faster the Dragon Palace's strength would increase. If the Demon Island was breached, it would be a huge problem. With a thought, he came to the front of the dragon throne. Immortal Slaying Calabash. Wang Xian came to the front of the dragon throne and looked at the calabash on the ancestral tree that was entangled by the branches of the eternal wood and the Nirvana lightning tree. His eyes were sparkling. With a wave of his arm, the Immortal Slaying Calabash came to him directly. The two fist-sized Immortal Slaying Calabashes looked very small. 3 sword auras surrounded them. This treasure is somewhat similar to the God-slaying twigs that I obtained back then. It's a special weapon. However, it's obvious that the level of this Immortal Slaying Calabash is much higher than the God-slaying twigs. Wang Xian mumbled as he grabbed the Immortal Slaying Calabash with his palm. The entire calabash was detached from the ancestral tree. He looked at the uncapped calabash and covered it. The instant before the lid was closed, 3 streams of sword chi immediately entered the Immortal Slaying gourd. Wang Xian sensed it slightly. He realized that as long as he willed it to open the Immortal Slaying gourd, the 3 streams of sword chi would be able to unleash a terrifying attack. This attack was comparable to an attack from a peak-stage Immortal King Realm expert. After the 3 streams of sword chi were released, the Immortal Slaying gourd lost its function and continued to accumulate. With the current rate of accumulation, I can accumulate 3 sword chi in a month. This Immortal Slaying gourd seems to have intelligence. But for some reason, the soul inside has quieted down and is now recovering. I wonder what kind of power the Immortal Slaying gourd will have after it recovers. He murmured and placed the Immortal Slaying gourd on the ancestral tree. On the ancestral tree, he could summon it at any time. It was a powerful treasure. At that time, even the elders of the Imperial Court wanted to bid for it. In the next 10 days, the Demon Island was calm and peaceful. There was no war. However, in the center of the northern line, the members of the Great Sect stood solemnly in front of the abyss. Another undying level 9 abyssal seed had appeared. From the first 2, there were now 4. The pressure on the northern front was getting greater and greater. The other powers also received the news, all of them looking solemn. It had been almost 2 months since the start of the war on the northern front. 2 months of battles had resulted in countless abyssal seeds being killed. Similarly, the humans on the northern side had suffered heavy losses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. And in these 10 days, Tianchang and the rest had finally completed their breakthrough. A vast energy filled the entire Dragon Palace. The powerful members lined up in a row. The Dragon Palace currently had over 400,000 members, of which close to 30,000 were undying emperors. At the forefront, other than the Sky Array, Ao Yao, Mu Zixin, Ao Xingmu, and Ao Fenghuang also possessed the combat strength of an Immortal King level 9. As for the members with level 8 combat strength, there were a total of 11 of them. There were more level 7 members, more than 70 of them. Such strength is sufficient to deal with everything that comes next. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the current strength of the Dragon Palace. Sky Array, bring your men and continue to improve the strength of Dragon Peak. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace can just wait here for the order. Wang Xian ordered. It's the Dragon King. The group of disciples of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. There was a divine tree at the peak of the Godly King level in Dragon Peak. Therefore, according to Sky Array, the limit of Dragon Peak as a war machine was the peak of the Immortal Godly King level. This was sufficient for the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the invitation was sent last month. It said that we would invite the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace to the invited moon planet to discuss some matters. When the members of the Dragon Palace dispersed, Prime Minister Gue came over to report. Invite the Dragon Palace to discuss some matters? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes. There were 4 level 9 Immortal Godly King Abyss seeds gathered in the vicinity last month. I also felt some pressure last month. This discussion should be about the upcoming war. Prime Minister Gue said. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and nodded. He also wanted to know what the next plan of the Northern Front was. Returning to the Demon Island, the Heaven Array led the Fire Hammer clan to upgrade Dragon Mountain. After the Heaven Array and the Fire Hammer clan had upgraded, it wouldn't be long before Dragon Mountain could kill the level 9 Undying Godly Monarch Abyss species. Wang Xian brought Prime Minister Gue and flew straight to the inviting moon planet. Dragon King, please come in. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the inviting moon planet, the 2 Immortal King powerhouses from last month came up to them and gestured. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and flew towards a palace below. The Dragon King is here. Dragon King. Master. When Wang Xian entered a palace, there were already a few hundred people inside. The Dragon Python Group, the Northern River Sect, the Ancient God Dynasty, as well as the Great Sect from last month. There were also some experts from other small forces. When the experts from the other forces saw Wang Xian, they immediately greeted him warmly. Bei Shuang also walked over directly. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head at the group. Dragon King, take a seat. In the middle of the table, more than a dozen people were sitting there. They were all leaders of various forces. The leader of the group looked at Wang Xian and gestured at him. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and sat down. Prime Minister Gue and Bei Shuang stood on both sides. Since the Dragon King has arrived, let's talk about the current situation and situation of the Demon Island. The leader of last month's great sect glanced around and said with a slightly solemn expression. As soon as he finished his words, the people around him also looked solemn. We can't be so scattered in the next battle line. Everyone knows the current situation. We've gathered everyone here to discuss the next war. We had an idea last month. Gather all the forces and fight together. Last month, the leader of the Great Sect said directly. The experts of the other forces looked pensive. Last month, sect leader, we agree with your idea. But we hope that all the armies of the major forces can join together to deploy and fight together. After a moment of silence, the Beichuan sect leader said. He gathered all the legions together and then spread them out. This was to prevent the sect leader from giving up a certain area last month or ordering the disciples of other forces to guard their own area with their lives. Of course, since we have joined forces, then we are a whole. The northern line is a whole, advancing and retreating together. Even if we have to sacrifice a certain place, all the forces will bear the losses. The sect master of last month nodded. That's fine. We also want to protect our homeland. The Beichuan sect master nodded and looked at the other forces. Agreed. Agreed. The ancient god dynasty of the Dragon Python Group also nodded. The sect master of last month nodded with a smile. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Wang Xian. Dragon King, can you also send the strength of Dragon Peak here? Ha! Wang Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard the chief's words last month. The rest of the forces around him also frowned slightly as they looked over with a twinkle in their eyes. Should the Dragon Palace send Dragon Peak to guard the northern line of defense as well? The Dragon Palace has also obtained quite a number of abyss seeds during the previous few wars. They must have also obtained quite a number of resources. Even the Dragon Python group has given 10% of the resources to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace should join in as well. As soon as the leader of last month finished his sentence, an elder of last month who was seated at the side spoke faintly. You want our Dragon Palace to send people to guard together with you? I'm sorry. Our Dragon Palace is not a force on the Demon Island. The Northern Front is also not our territory. Wang Xian looked at the few people from last month's sect and shook his head. What a joke. Wang Xian would never allow the Dragon Palace to be completely embroiled in this war. There was no planet from the Dragon Palace in the Northern Front. How could he pledge his life to guard this place? Dragon King, you guys have obtained so many abyss seeds here. Now that danger is approaching, do you want to escape immediately? How can there be such a good thing in the world? However, just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Yu Xingguang, who was on the right, berated him with a cold expression. Ever since the last exchange meeting, the Moon Bay in the ancient lake was snatched away by the Dragon King. Furthermore, he was berated directly by the goddess of frost, causing him to lose a lot of face. He had always kept this grudge in his heart. After all, the Dragon King is not a force on the Northern Front. He has no responsibility or obligation to help us guard this place. One of the leaders of the Dragon Python group looked at Moonlight and said after a moment of hesitation. That's true. We are very grateful that the Dragon King can help us. Even if we are facing a great crisis, we can't force others to join us, not to mention that the Dragon Palace has helped us before. The Dragon King and the others can decide the situation of the Dragon Palace. We are very grateful that the Dragon Palace can help us. As soon as the Dragon Python group finished speaking, the experts from the Beichuan sect and the ancient god dynasty immediately spoke up. It could be said that the three forces owed the Dragon Palace a great favor. At this time, they naturally had to speak up for the Dragon Palace. If they didn't speak up now, they would simply be ungrateful. Yu Xingguang's expression changed slightly when he saw the experts speak up. He didn't dare to interrupt. In front of him, the hierarch of last month frowned slightly. He looked at the Dragon Python group, the Beichuan sect, and the ancient god dynasty. Since everyone has said so, then the Dragon Palace will decide for itself. The hierarch of last month said expressionlessly. Let me say this first. If the northern line really can't be defended, or if we have to fight to the death, don't take our Dragon Palace into consideration. We will still take action next. However, we will leave immediately if we can't resist. Wang Xian looked at them and said directly. Once they really encountered a crisis, Wang Xian would not hesitate at all. He would leave this place immediately and stay away from danger. All right. The sect leader of last month frowned slightly and nodded. Beside him, some of the powerhouses from last month were slightly dissatisfied. Next, let's discuss the military combination. Last month's hierarch opened his mouth and said. Next, let's discuss the joint battle. A group of disciples from the forces legions joined together and were responsible for guarding each battle line. Moreover, the forces formed a support corps. Whichever side of the abyss was stronger and exceeded the range of resistance, they would directly send people to support. The group of factions chatted for about an hour. Dragon King, we will thank all of you after the Battle of the Abyss. After the group finished their discussion, Wang Xian and the rest flew out of the Invite Moon planet. The experts from the Dragon Python group, the Beichuan sect, and the ancient god dynasty greeted Wang Xian politely. All right. Wang Xian nodded at them and flew towards the Dragon Peak. Sect leader, the Dragon Palace is obviously taking the opportunity to earn the abyssal seed crystals. They don't want to take any risks. They are too despicable and cunning. In the palace of the great sect last month, an elder couldn't help but speak up when he saw the group of forces leaving. That's right, sect leader. Furthermore, the goddess of frost didn't give us any face at all. Now, that's enough. Yu Xingguang opened his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by the hierarch before he could finish. The others immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to continue discussing. If the Dragon King isn't willing, we can't force the Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and the ancient god dynasty to owe the Dragon Palace a favor. Even if we know that they're after the Abyssal Seed with the Dragon Palace, we can still reduce our losses. There's no need to embarrass the Dragon Palace. We can't do anything even if the other party leaves. The sect master of last month waved his hand lightly. Prepare for the alliance. Yes. The experts of last month's great sect nodded. Apart from Yu Xingguang, an elder, and a few godly monarchs, most of the experts didn't have much of an opinion about the Dragon Palace. Just as the sect master had said, they could not force it. Dragon King, how is it? How long will it take for the modification of the Dragon Peak to be completed? At the same time, Wuxia rushed to the Dragon Peak and asked the Heaven Array with a smile on his face. Although the Dragon Peak has a foundation, it will still take 7 to 8 days. The Heaven Array replied. 7 to 8 days. There should be enough time. Wuxia nodded his head and looked at the location of the abyss ahead. From time to time, roars could be heard from the abyss. Countless abyssal seeds were gathering. According to the rate at which the abyssal seeds were gathering, a war might break out in 10 days at most. In the next few days, the entire northern front underwent a reorganization. Compared to the past, it was more reasonable to assign legions to guard the front of the planets. Moreover, in order to provide reinforcements as soon as possible, a teleportation formation was set up in the northern front to provide timely support. It could be said that the alliance of the northern front would reduce their losses by at least double. Naturally, the Dragon Palace did not participate in this. Wuxia had been staying on the Dragon Peak for the past few days and had also learned some formations of the Heaven Formation. Master, the Northern Front is preparing to launch a joint attack tomorrow morning. On the afternoon of the 8th day, Wuxia received a message from Beishuang. Is it going to explode? Wuxia mumbled as he looked ahead with a smile. The Dragon Peak had been completely transformed a few hours ago. After the transformation, the power of the Dragon Peak had increased by more than 10 times. Get ready. The battle will start tomorrow. Let's see if we can gain some benefits. Wuxia joked with a smile on his face. All right, Dragon King. Let's show the entire Northern Front forces our strength. Sky Array nodded confidently. Wuxia smiled and looked at the interior of the Dragon Peak. This upgrade mainly increased the strength of the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division and the Strange Demon, followed by the Starwood Dragon species. On the Arrow platform below, there were over 10,000 Undying God King level archers. Next, it was time to display their true strength. All soldiers on the Northern Front, get ready. The next morning, a roar filled with fighting spirit resounded through the skies above the Northern Front. In front of the thousands of planets on the Northern Front, countless warriors and disciples stood in a row. Of the 4 powers, one was a large sect level while the rest were tens to hundreds. One could say that there were 100,000 Undying Emperor-level warriors on the Northern Front. As for the Abyss seeds in the Abyss, they were no weaker than the humans. There were even 4 Immortal King level 9 Abyss seeds, which were comparable to last month. Every day, there were millions and millions of Abyss seeds coming here. Hence, today, the Northern Front forces decided to attack. Kill! The next moment, a deafening roar was heard, and a powerful aura filled the entire space. Let's go! At the edge of the northern line, Wuxia stood on the commanding platform of Dragon Peak and stared at the area in front of him. This was a huge battle, a truly devastating race war. Human lives were as worthless as grass. Dragon King, according to the news from Lady Beishuang, there are 4 level 9 Undying God King Abyss seeds in front of Yao Yu Planet. There are 18 level 8 Abyss seeds. Yao Yu Planet is the main battlefield. In addition, a total of 20 level 8 Abyss seeds have appeared at Beichuan sect. Tianqin stood at the side and reported to Wuxia. The news that Beishuang had sent over was also sent over by the Great Sect on purpose last month. If the Dragon Palace made a move, it would be beneficial to the entire Northern Front. 20 Immortal King level 8 Abyss seeds? Then let's push them over. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said directly. The ones closest to them were the Beichuan sect and the other small factions. The central location was the Great Sect from last month. The Great Sect from last month was even further away from the Dragon Python group and the Ancient God dynasty. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they could easily push them over. Dragon King, just by relying on the strength of our Dragon Palace, we might be able to get rid of the hidden dangers in the northern abyss. Skyarray said with a smile. That's possible. Wang Xian had a confident expression on his face. Including him, there were a total of 6 undying level 9 fighters in the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, the Dragon Peak created by Skyarray could use the power of the array to kill 3 undying level 9 fighters. With the help of the Dragon Peak, it would be easy to fight against 5 or 6 undying level 9 fighters. In other words, the Dragon Palace could fight against 10 or so level 9 undying God Kings. With this power, as long as the Dragon Palace had enough time, it was enough to destroy all the Abyss species in the northern side of the Abyss. Rumble. Dragon Mountain activated and entered the Abyss ahead. About 1,000 kilometers ahead of them, war had already broken out. Even though they were at the edge, there were still over 10 Undying God Emperor level Abyss species fighting with over 1 million normal Abyss species against the Northern Army. In an instant, over a few thousand corpses appeared. All Heavenly Eye Arrow members prepare. All Starwood Dragon species prepare to collect the Abyss species corpses. Mao Zesen and Ao Xing Mu's voice rang out. On the Arrow platform, the Heavenly Eye Arrow members stood there, staring ahead. HM? The Dragon Palace's Dragon Mountain is here? Are they going to help us? The huge Dragon Mountain took a quick form in the Abyss, instantly attracting the attention of the army that was fighting against the Abyss. Over a dozen Undying God Kings looked over, slightly stunned. Everyone from the Dragon Palace, we don't need any help here. Everyone can enter the central region to fight against the stronger Abyss species. An expert from last month's Great Sect frowned slightly and immediately opened his mouth to shout. He had heard from some experts from last month's Great Sect that the Dragon Palace was willing to kill the Abyssal Seed because they wanted to obtain the corpse of the Abyssal Seed. Originally, they wanted to pull the Dragon Palace in this time, but the Dragon King didn't agree. The Dragon King frankly said that everything was for the Abyssal Seed. If they encountered danger, they would immediately escape. This also caused some of the powerhouses from last month to feel a little dissatisfied. They were unwilling to take risks and still wanted to obtain the Abyssal Seed Crystal. Although it was to help them, there were still people who were unhappy. The situation here was not dangerous. They could deal with it on their own. The Dragon Palace could enter more places in the Abyss to plant more Abyssal Seeds. Killing a few Abyssal Seeds on their side in order to obtain the corpses of the Abyssal Seeds was a little too much. Shoot! On the archery platform, Mao Zesen completely ignored the other party's words. What a joke. Did the Dragon Palace need to explain to them what they were doing? As long as the Dragon Palace made a move, the Northern Front should be grateful. Yes. The group of Abyss Seeds had long entered the attack range of the members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. In the next moment, millions of arrows directly locked onto one Abyss Seed after another. So many arrows. The Dragon Palace is attacking. As the sounds of arrows rang out, everyone on the battlefield looked over in shock. Arrows streaked across the void of the Abyss. Poo poo poo. In the next second, everyone in front was stunned. The humans and their opponents that were fighting against the Abyss Seeds were instantly pierced by the arrows. Even the 10 over Undying Emperor level Abyss Seeds were instantly killed. In the next moment, the roars of the Abyss Seeds in the sky completely disappeared. Everyone guarding here was stunned. So south. In the next second, Long Feng had already arrived at their side. Thorns extended out and collected the corpses. 1 million Abyss Seeds instantly vanished. While they were in a daze, Dragon Peak also pulled away from them by tens of millions of kilometers. Gulp. I always knew that the Dragon Palace was very strong. But isn't this too fierce? It instantly killed 1 million Abyssal Seeds. Hiss, is this the strength of the Dragon Palace? No wonder the Dragon Python Group gave the Dragon Palace 10% of the shares. Too strong, damn, too fierce. Maybe the Dragon Palace just passed by our side and killed 1 million Abyssal Seeds. The disciple guarding this side stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but roar. This. Let's go, our abyss seed has been killed, we'll go help elsewhere. Over 10 undying emperors opened their mouths and said. The 1 second just now had shocked them too much. The Dragon Palace archer shot out arrows that instantly killed all the abyss seeds. This archer was too terrifying. Let's go to the side. Under the orders of more than 10 Immortal King-level powerhouses, the group immediately flew towards the front. There are also millions of abyssal seeds ahead. Wang Xian and the rest were not surprised at all that they could kill tens of millions of abyssal seeds in an instant. After all, the abyssal seeds at the edge were slightly weaker. Most importantly, there were more than 35,000 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division and more than 10,000 God King-level existences. It was too easy to kill millions of abyssal seeds in an instant. Continue, kill them in an instant. Wang Xian said calmly. This time, when they were 50 million kilometers away from a planet, arrows tore through the starry sky of the abyss. Kill! In front of the abyss battlefield on the planet at the edge of the Northern Line, over 1 million Northern Line disciples clenched their teeth and fought with the abyss seeds in front of them with blood-red eyes. The crisis on the Demon Island this time could be said to have affected everyone. Those people who were originally on a peaceful planet were instantly broken. No one could avoid going to the battlefield and fighting. Some of the cowardly disciples had already fallen, and those who remained had experienced several wars. Even so, every war was like dancing on the edge of a knife. No one knew if they could survive. As long as they fought with all their strength, only by becoming stronger could they have a chance to survive. Roars sounded one after another. Because of the alliance on the northern front in terms of distribution, the strength of the humans was stronger than that of the abyssal seed. This made it easier for them. Even if it was easy, in a battle 1 out of 10 would die. So. However, at this moment, a piercing sound could be heard. Some people and the abyss species were shocked, quickly looking to their right. This is. Everyone was shocked at the rain of arrows. Some of them were shocked. Pooh. However, very quickly, a few relatively fast arrows pierced through the undying God Emperor level abyss seeds. The warriors who were fighting against the undying God Emperor abyss seeds felt their faces burn, blood dripping onto their faces. They stared blankly ahead. Howl. A few of the stronger abyss seeds let out a scream before dying. Before they could react too much, the abyssal seeds in front of them were pierced by arrows one by one. The abyssal seeds that were still fierce just a moment ago all lost their voices in the next moment. Boom. At this moment, they heard a rumbling sound. From afar, they could see an incomparably huge mountain peak that was occupied by a divine dragon flying towards them. On the mountain peak, there were 2 huge words, Dragon Peak. It's Dragon Peak, Dragon Palace, and the others. So powerful. Dragon Palace and the others are so powerful. Exclamations and shocked voices rang out continuously, and everyone was shocked beyond words. Whoosh. Soon, Dragon Peak arrived not far from them, and the thorns instantly swept away all the abyss species' corpses. The Dragon Palace is so strong. The Dragon Palace is awesome. Ha. Too awesome. Thank you for your help, experts of the Dragon Palace. Some of the experts and disciples couldn't help but roar in excitement. Wang Xian stood on the command platform and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The Dragon Peak didn't waste any time dealing with the abyssal seeds on the side. It was as simple as stepping on some ants while passing by. Dragon Mountain continued to move forward. Very quickly, he arrived at another battlefield, again instant kill. Dragon Mountain moved forward with unstoppable power. Pushing horizontally. What's the situation? Your abyss species have been cleaned up by the Dragon Palace. A minute later, over 10 undying emperors swiftly flew over and saw the empty abyss. Some of them had already returned to the outside of the abyss and asked in shock. The Dragon Palace just passed by here and wiped them out. The archers of the Dragon Palace are invincible. A warrior said excitedly as he welcomed over 10 of them. Rumble, with the power of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to wipe out all the abyss seeds at the edge. Let's go, we'll report the situation here to the lords. The dozen or so god emperors exchanged glances and silently flew out of the abyss. The Dragon Palace only passed by them and swept through some of the abyss seeds. Howl, howl, howl. In the center, in front of the inviting moon planet, earth-shattering roars resounded. Compared to the edge, this was the meat grinder. Strange, the 4 undying level 9 abyss seeds didn't attack, instead locking onto us. Within the abyss, the 4 undying level 9 warriors from last month stood together. They stared at the 4 undying level 9 seeds from afar. It was as though they were restricting the high-level battle strength of both sides. It's a little strange, however the stronger ones have higher intelligence, they might know that fighting us wouldn't result in anything. The 4 of them floated in the air and locked onto the 4 undying level 9 seeds, preventing them from attacking. Leader, Forefather. At this time, a silhouette flew over from behind and shouted at the 4. Speak. Last month's leader spat out a word without turning. Leader Forefather. There's news from the edge of the abyss. The Dragon Palace's Dragon Mountain is flying towards us from the edge. Along the way, they've instantly killed over a dozen of the seeds on the battlefield. Over 20 million of them have died in the hands of the Dragon Palace. Over a dozen of our soldiers have been freed, the silhouette said to the sect leader and the others from last month. HM? They've cleared over a dozen battlefields so quickly, an ancestor said with slight surprise. They are very strong. According to the report from the soldiers guarding the last place, there were over 70 Undying God Emperor level abyssal seeds. The remaining 2 million were instantly killed by the Dragon Palace's archers, 2 million instantly killed. The middle-aged man who reported was shocked. The archers from the Dragon Palace are indeed powerful. The strength they used this time is much stronger than the previous times. This Dragon Palace isn't simple. Instantly killing over 70 abyss seeds and 2 million normal abyss seeds. The Dragon Palace should have sent over 10,000 God Emperor level warriors this time. The patriarchs of the Great Sect last month were also very surprised. The strength that the Dragon Palace had sent out made them very surprised. Transfer the soldiers from those places to another place to provide support, the sect master of last month said. It's the sect master. The middle-aged man who reported nodded and immediately flew out of the abyss. Roar. Suddenly, roars came from the front. Last month's leader and the rest were slightly shocked, immediately looking ahead. They are. The 4 looked over, shocked. In the depths of the abyss, the 4 undying level 9 species turned their bodies and looked deeper into the abyss. The 4 species roared simultaneously. Howl, howl, howl. Ga, ga, ga. Howl, howl. At this time, smaller roars could be heard. These roars weren't lacking in power, they were too far away. At least tens of billions of km away. Shit. Not good. There's a powerful abyss species coming from the depths. At this moment, the leader's expression changed greatly as he stared seriously into the depths. To be able to respond to the 4 undying level 9 abyss species, they must be of the same level. In the depths, there were other abyss species of the same level flying over. The 4 of them had ugly expressions. What's that sound? These roars are in response to the 4 undying level 9 beings. Not good, I have a bad feeling about this. In front of Yao Yu planet, in the abyss battlefield, there was a warrior who heard the responses. His expression changed slightly as he looked into the depths solemnly. Kill! Don't be distracted. We will defend against any Immortal King level 9 combat strength. Last month's chief shouted with a cold expression. Yes, chief. The experts and disciples replied immediately as they fought against the abyss seed in front of them. At the same time, when Long Feng was about to approach Bei Chuan Sect's territory, Wang Xian and Tian Chun, who were standing on the command platform, raised their eyebrows slightly as they looked into the depths of the abyss. Buzz. Tian Chun moved his palm and a screen filled with red dots appeared in front of him. Unlike the previous screen, the current screen looked much bigger. This is. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. He could see that at the edge of the screen, a large number of red dots were flying in their direction. Dragon King. A large number of abyss seeds are rushing over. The 4 blood-red light dots in front are all level 9 abyss seeds of the Immortal King. Heaven's formation reported to Wang Xian. What about the rest? Wang Xian looked at the densely packed black dots and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. There are more than 100 at level 8 and 600 at level 7. Heaven's formation's eyes were twinkling. In 3 minutes, this army of abyss seeds will enter the battlefield. 3 minutes? Looks like the northern front is going to be in trouble. Wang Xian mumbled.
However, these abyss seeds can't affect us. Instead, they can give us a huge upgrade.
Very soon, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The area in front is the Beichuan sect planet. We are approaching the central region.
When we reach here, there will be an Immortal King level 8 abyss seed.
Tiancheng stared ahead and said to Wang Xian, "Kill it quickly." Wang Xian stared at the abyssal seed and said coldly, "Yes." The members of the Dragon Palace immediately replied. The Dragon Palace's Dragon Peak is here. The abyssal seed on our side is about to be destroyed.
Haha, the Dragon King is here with his men. All Immortal King powerhouses assist the Dragon Palace in killing the abyssal seed.
When the huge dragon mountain flew over, the warriors from the forces in front of the Beichuan sect's domain saw it. Their faces filled with excitement. Especially the Dragon Python group, Beichuan sect, and the ancient god dynasty. They were filled with gratitude towards the Dragon Palace. Just now, they had received news that the Dragon Palace was sweeping over at a terrifying speed. However, what they didn't expect was that, in just half an hour, the Dragon Palace had charged over. Dragon King, everyone from the Dragon Palace, let's destroy that level 8 Undying God King Abyss Seed.
A Beichuan sect elder's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted at Wang Xian and the rest.
At the same time, his gaze was locked onto an level 8 Undying God King Abyss Seed in front of him. He was filled with fighting spirit. However, at this moment, the sound of an arrow attacking could be heard. The speed of the arrow shocked him slightly. Pooh! In the next moment, he was stunned, staring blankly at the undying level 8 abyssal seed he had locked onto. That arrow pierced right through the head of the level 8 abyssal seed. The huge abyssal seed floated in mid-air, its body slowly falling to the side. This. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock. An arrow killing an undying level 8 abyss seed. This was definitely not something a warrior of the same level could do. The Dragon Palace has an undying level 9 warrior? He opened his mouth slightly. So.
At this time, the rain of arrows headed their way. What terrifying power! The Beichuan clan ancestor felt the power of the rain of arrows, his eyes filled with shock.
If these arrows locked onto him, he wouldn't be able to survive. Pooh.
Countless arrows pierced through the abyss seeds, over 100,000 of them fell.
This was simply a terrifying massacre. Hiss, look! That undying level 8 abyss seed was instantly killed by the Dragon Palace. What a terrifying rain of arrows. We have over 200 undying level abyss seeds here. At this time, the warriors behind also sensed the situation and roared in shock. Just how many powerful archers did the Dragon Palace send this time? The Dragon Palace sent an undying level 9 warrior? Some questions appeared in their minds.
So. At this time, Dragon Mountain arrived, many thorns wrapped around the corpses of the abyss seeds.
Naturally, the rest of the people had no objections to the Dragon Palace's actions.
Thank you, Dragon Palace, for your help.
The level 8 patriarch of the Beichuan sect cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude.
You're welcome. All of you, get ready. There's a group of powerful abyssal species rushing over from the depths of the abyss. Wang Xian stood on the command platform. He glanced at the red dot on the array in front of him and reminded them. There are a large number of abyssal seeds rushing over from the abyss.
The experts from the various factions did not doubt Wang Xian's words at all. Their faces revealed a grave expression. Continue driving. Let's get closer to the center.
Wang Xian did not stay here. Only by getting closer to the center would he be able to kill more abyssal seeds.
Boom. The Dragon Peak drove quickly and soon arrived at another battlefield. Roar. However, at this moment, an incomparably violent roar came from the depths of the abyss. We're almost there.
Wang Xian looked over. With his eyesight, he could already see an incomparably terrifying army flying over.
The army stretched for tens of billions of kilometers and was densely packed with countless abyssal seeds. They emitted a ferocious and bloody aura.
It could be said that the number of abyssal seeds that rushed over was about the same as the number of abyssal seeds that were fighting with humans. The number of abyssal seeds immediately doubled. Not good, there are more abyssal seeds flying over from the abyss. There are so many of them. Hiss, what's going on?
Why are there so many abyssal seeds suddenly appearing again?
Oh no! In front of the battlefields, all the humans from the various factions saw this scene and their faces instantly turned pale.
All supporting armies, prepare to support. All disciples, don't be afraid. Kill these beasts. Immortal King level 9 abyss species. We will defend. From the center, the leader and the rest roared. The supporting armies from the northern front factions immediately moved.
Take care of the abyss species at the front first. Mao Zedong, lure a few Immortal King level 9 abyss species over.
Wang Xian looked into the depths of the abyss and ordered immediately. Yes. Kill.
All the members of the Dragon Palace licked their lips and stared at the depths of the abyss with fighting spirit. Howl.
In the depths of the abyss, trillions of abyss species let out roars, their terrifying energy rushing towards the northern side. Howl. In the northern side, all the abyss species that were fighting with the humans let out excited responses.
Each and every one of them became crazier and crazier. Howl.
In front of the inviting moon planet, the 4 undying level 9 abyss species showed excitement and craziness in their eyes as they charged forward.
They've made their move, let's kill them.
Last month, when the leader and 4 others saw the scene, they let out a solemn howl and charged forward.
The battle had completely erupted.
So. However, at this time, in the center of the abyss species, 4 extremely violent and powerful undying level 9 abyss species stared ahead.
Their gazes swept past the planets in the north, their eyes filled with excitement and greed.
Suddenly, a terrifying arrow with powerful energy shot towards the 4 undying level 9 abyss species.
Ga.
Howl.
One of them had a few thousand-meter-long bone wings and the other was like a dark snake. Looking at the incoming arrow, rage appeared in its eyes.
Rumble. A terrifying energy landed on the arrow, destroying it. However, at this time, another arrow came.
Ga.
Howl.
The bone wings and the dark snake were enraged. They roared at the other 2 and rushed towards the direction of the arrow.
Roar.
Quack.
Behind them were the 2 abyssal species. There were about 40 to 50 million abyssal species flying towards this direction.
Dragon King, only 2 of them have been attracted. When Mao Zedong saw the scene, he immediately reported to Wang Xian.
2. That's enough. Let's finish off the abyssal species here first. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and revealed a faint smile on his face.
2? That's fine too.
Kill. The powerhouses from the Dragon Palace are here to assist. There are abyssal seeds coming from the depths. Let's kill all the abyssal seeds here first. At the front, a level 8 powerhouse from the Dragon Python group swept his gaze over and immediately commanded loudly. Hurry up and kill. The disciples in this area immediately roared loudly.
So. Before they could charge over, the arrows had already begun to harvest.
Many abyss species were swiftly killed.
Even 2 of the undying level 8 abyss species were targeted by over 100 arrows, instantly killing them. So strong.
The warriors the Dragon Palace sent this time are much stronger than before. The expert from the Dragon Python group was also excited when he saw this.
The Dragon Palace is invincible.
The Dragon Palace is awesome. Ha, with the Dragon King and the others here, we can kill these beasts.
Some disciples from the Dragon Python group, the Beichuan sect, and the Ancient God dynasty were excited when they saw this. They trusted the strength of the Dragon Palace very much.
Roar. Ga. At this moment, a terrifying roar was heard. The excited crowd was slightly startled.
Not good, that group of powerful abyssal seeds is charging toward us.
Hiss, what a terrifying sound. What level are the 2 abyssal seeds at the front? Oh no, what's that?
Hearing these 2 roars, everyone looked towards the depths of the abyss. They suddenly realized that there was a group of terrifying beings flying towards them. Especially the 2 in front, they could feel a powerful aura from afar.
Everyone's expression changed. The Dragon Python group's undying level 8 warriors' pupils contracted. Requesting reinforcements, Immediately get the sect leader Pinnacle Warrior from last month to come over. We have an undying level 9 abyss species here.
He opened his eyes wide and roared at the back.
What?
The middle-aged man who was connected was shocked when he heard the words of the Dragon Python Group warrior.
On the battlefield, the expressions of the disciples changed too. It can't be.
It can't really be coming our way, right?
This. In an instant, everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat as they stared ahead.
The tens of millions of abyss seeds led by the 2 undying level 9 abyss seeds rushed over undefeatable.
Feeling the power, they could already predict that they would become food for the abyss seeds.
This. Can the Dragon Palace defend against this group of abyss seeds?
An eternal God Lord disciple couldn't help but ask. The surroundings were quiet, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Could the Dragon Palace? With the power the Dragon Palace displayed, they could fight against an undying level 8, but now there were 2 undying level 9 abyss seeds. They could sense at least 15 or 16 level 8 abyss species.
How could they defend?
Father, are we going to die?
In the space of the abyss, a youth looked at his father beside him, muttering,
Rumble. The middle-aged man beside him gulped, his arm holding his weapon trembling.
He didn't reply.
Get ready. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky array saw tens of millions of abyss races rushing over, of which 15,000 were undying emperors.
His eyes were filled with excitement.
Dragon Mountain let out a rumble and changed its direction, facing the group of abyss seeds. In front of the holes in Dragon Mountain, Ao Fenghuang, Ao Xingmu and Mu Zaisun stood there. As for Ao Yao, he was already hidden in space. Their gazes were fixed on the 2 undying God King level 9 abyss species. Wang. At the same time, the entire abyss species was slowly covered in thorns. The 3 thorn monsters slowly formed. The huge Dragon Mountain faced the entire abyss species. Kill! When tens of millions of abyss species entered the attack range, an order sounded. So south.
Countless arrows instantly shot towards the densely packed abyss species.
Howl, howl, howl.
Ga.
In the next moment, the 2 undying level 9 abyss species in the lead let out a howl. One flapped its huge bone wings. 2 bone spikes formed from darkness laws carrying terrifying power shot towards Dragon Mountain. The other abyss species was like an abyss snake, and it had a black horn on its head.
A black light surged out from the horn and charged towards Dragon Peak as well.
Behind them, the tens of millions of abyss species were also launching long-range attacks. Vast amounts of energy charged towards the Dragon Palace. It's quite strong. Wang Xian looked at the vast amount of energy in front of him and was slightly shocked. Even 2 to 3 Immortal King level 9 existences might not be able to block such an energy. This energy.
Behind him, everyone's faces turned pale. The humans in this area were all stunned. They looked at the terrifying energy that was surging toward them and felt a sense of despair. Some people even closed their eyes and trembled.
Roar.
A roar filled with pressure sounded at this moment. Inside the Dragon Palace, Ao Fenghuang's body was surrounded by flames and lightning. He raised his head and let out a wild roar, and his entire person changed greatly.
Dragon body, phoenix wings. Boom. The phoenix wings flapped, and 2 flaming phoenix wings rushed forward. The phoenix wings grew larger and larger.
In the end, the 2 wings covered an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers.
Double Dragon Association.
Mao Zedong shouted softly, and 2 arrows instantly condensed on the bow in his hand. One was green and the other was golden.
The 2 arrows shot out and instantly turned into 2 divine dragons that intersected. Each of them was 1,000,000 kilometers in size, and directly tore apart the terrifying energy in front of them. Walala!
Ao Xingmu stood in front of a cave entrance. He waved the vines on his body and countless leaves flew straight into the void in front of him.
He welcomed the attack of the tens of millions of abyssal seeds. Yin and Yang poles.
Wang Xian stood on the command platform and waved his hands slightly. A Taiji appeared in front of him and pushed it forward gently.
Buzz! The Tai Chi became bigger and covered the sky. It blocked the front of the Dragon Peak. Boom! 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 When the Tai Chi swept across the sky, the attacks of tens of millions of abyssal seeds had already collided with Ao Fenghuang and Ao Xingmu's attacks.
The terrifying energy was like a meat grinder. At this moment, even an Immortal King level 9 powerhouse would be wiped out instantly. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. An apocalyptic scene appeared in front of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All the attacks finally stopped in front of Tai Chi. Behind, everyone who saw the scene opened their mouths slightly. Shock. Kill. All the energy slowly dissipated. The first round of collision had ended. And at this time, the distance between Dragon Mountain and the tens of millions of Abyss races was only 10 million kilometers. This distance was already very close. An earth-shattering roar came from the Heavenly Eye Arrow members. Dense arrows shot forward. So. Howl, howl, howl. The three brambles formed a monster, locking onto the two undying level 9 Abyss races and instantly flying over. Within Dragon Mountain, Ao Fenghuang and Ao Xingmu also moved, flying over too. Mu Zesen, kill the undying level 8 seed, leave the two to them. Tian Chang said indifferently. All right. Mu Zesen nodded, ignoring the two undying level 9 seeds. His sharp gaze fixed on an undying level 8 seed. South. The arrows flew out. So. In the next moment, another 10 arrows shot towards the undying level 8 seed. A level 9 killing a level 8, especially an archer like Mu Zesen, easily took his life. One level 8 in less than 10 seconds killed, following which Mu Zesen continued to kill the other level 8. Howl. Ga. The two level 9 abyssal beasts in the lead roared madly when they saw the brambles charging towards them. So. However, in the next moment, the three brambles surrounded them in a triangular formation. Ha. Kill them. From the rear, Ao Fenghuang and Ao Xingmu flew over. A black and white shadow flashed and entered the encirclement as well. 6 against 2. There were also thorny monsters of the same level that could be killed independently. Boom. The moment Ao Fenghuang and Ao Xingmu entered the encirclement, they launched an incomparably violent attack. The three thorny monsters followed closely behind. In an instant, they opened up a battlefield with a radius of over 100 million kilometers. In the surroundings, all the abyssal seeds hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid being affected. Fire Hammer Clan's Divine Weapon Attack. Starwood Dragon Seeds, all go out and hunt. Strange Demon, all go out and hunt. Within Dragon Peak, the Sky Array gave out orders one after another. There were more than 15,000 abyss species. Just relying on the Sky Eye Arrow to kill them would take too long. Yes, the Starwood Dragon species and all the strange demons immediately charged into the battlefield. There were 23,000 Immortal King level powerhouses in the entire Dragon Peak. With such strength, they were much more powerful than the abyss species. 5 Elements Millstone. Wuxia moved his arm and the 5 Elements Millstone appeared in front of him. He waved his arm. An incomparably huge millstone appeared in the void of the abyss. It immediately turned into a radius of over 10 million kilometers. The entire 5 Elements Millstone contained the power of the law of destruction. It seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The 5 Elements Millstone rushed over and enveloped hundreds of thousands of abyss seeds. With a sweep of the gray energy, all the abyss seeds died instantly. No one below Immortal King level 8 could withstand half a second of the 5 Elements Millstone's destructive energy. Tens of millions of abyss species seemed like a lot. However, in just one encounter, the Dragon Palace had killed 3 to 4 million of them. This. The Dragon Palace managed to withstand it. Not only did they withstand it, the Dragon Palace is simply slaughtering them wantonly. Look at the 2 undying level 9 abyss species, they are completely trapped. The Dragon Palace also has an undying level 9 warrior. Too strong. Is this the power of the Dragon Palace? Behind, all the warriors and disciples in the area were completely in despair. But seeing this scene, they all stared wide-eyed with excitement. Father, are we saved? The youth with a face full of despair looked at the slaughter ahead, clenching his fists. He shouted excitedly at his father beside him. Fuck, this is too strong. Don't call me father. The Dragon Palace is the father. The middle-aged man who had survived the disaster responded loudly. The young man on the side slowly cracked a smile. The Dragon Palace could do what his father couldn't. Indeed, the Dragon Palace is the father.
This is too strong, he murmured. This is more than father.
This is the father.
Without the Dragon Palace, we are all doomed. Some people beside heard and couldn't help but shout excitedly.
Even some of the warriors and disciples from last month's great sect were filled with shock.
The power of the Dragon Palace was truly unbelievable.
How?
At this time, an incomparably shrill voice sounded from the side. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they immediately looked towards the Undying God King Level 9 battlefield. Unfortunately, due to the various energy barriers, they couldn't see the situation clearly.
However, they knew that the scream just now came from an Undying Level 9 abyssal seed.
The battle and slaughter continued every second. Over 100,000 or even 100,000 abyssal seeds were killed.
The people behind realized that this battle didn't require them to do anything.
They only needed to watch from here. All experts and disciples retreat. We'll go support the rest.
The Type 8 warrior from the Dragon Python group was shocked as he looked at the battle ahead, muttering to himself.
The strength of the Dragon Palace had exceeded his expectations. Even an Undying Level 9 abyss species could fight against it. The Dragon Palace might not be weaker than last month.
They were at the back, they had nothing else to do.
The sudden change in the battle caused countless abyss species to fly over from the depths of the abyss. Luckily, there were the Dragon Palace warriors here, but what about the other places?
The pressure from the other places would probably double.
Yes.
The group of disciples looked ahead and immediately flew back. Sir, right now in the Central Region, Ancient God Dynasty Region, Dragon Python Group Region, all are requesting reinforcements.
The group had just flown out of the abyss, and the middle-aged man who was connected immediately said with an ugly expression.
Is that so?
The group of warriors had ugly expressions. Let's go to the nearest region. Let's go and kill them.
The Type 8 warrior from the Dragon Python group roared solemnly.
The group immediately teleported to the side of the battlefield.
Pooh!
At this time, within the Undying Level 9 battlefield, Ao Yao's claws pierced through the heavily injured Level 9, instantly killing it. There's only one left. It's simple now. After killing one, Ao Yao said easily, not even hiding. 6 attacking one, very simple. Quickly finish it off. Ao Xingmu said indifferently. The thorns were like dragons and snakes, attacking the abyssal seed with bone wings.
Roar! Roar!
The abyssal seed let out a roar in fear, wanting to escape from this place. However, the possibility of escaping was 0. 5 minutes later, the second Tier 9 abyssal seed that was desperately resisting died at the hands of Ao Xingmu and the others.
From then on, the war only broke out for 10 minutes.
In the surrounding area, tens of millions of abyssal seeds had already been hunted down until there were only 10 million left. Make your move and destroy these 10 million abyssal seeds. Ao Fenghuang lightly shouted, and a terrifying attack covered the front. Endless flames and lightning slanted forward, and millions of abyssal seeds were instantly killed.
Hee hee. Ao Xingmu smiled gently. The sky was filled with thorns that pierced through the abyssal seeds one by one.
The next tens of millions of abyssal seeds were all killed in less than 2 minutes. In the void, the densely packed abyssal seeds were suspended.
Quickly put away the corpses and continue forward.
Wang Xian shouted softly. The members of the Dragon Palace immediately stored the corpses into the Dragon Cave through their divine kingdoms.
Boom boom.
All the members returned to the Dragon Mountain, and the huge Dragon Mountain continued to advance towards the battlefield ahead.
5 minutes later, a battlefield appeared in their sight. The experts from the Dragon Palace are here. Haha, they actually destroyed tens of millions of abyss seeds so quickly. Our side is about to be liberated.
What speed! 2 Undying God King Level 9 abyss seeds were killed so quickly. The Dragon Palace is invincible.
The Dragon Palace is here? Haha, seeing the Dragon Palace and Dragon Mountain now, it's even more intimate than seeing my father. When some of the people on the battlefield saw the Dragon Mountain flying over, they were all extremely excited.
Just a while ago, 5 to 6 million people flew over. They were excitedly shouting that the Dragon Palace was on their side hunting the Undying Level 9 abyss seeds.
If there were a few million of them and even a Level 8 warrior amongst them, it was naturally not fake. Regarding the Dragon Palace's strength, the soldiers on the battlefield were extremely shocked.
Now that they saw Dragon Mountain flying over, they were even closer than their own fathers. After all, at this time, even their own fathers couldn't save them, but the Dragon Palace would definitely be able to save their lives.
Master.
Bei Shuang's eyes lit up when he saw the Dragon Mountain flying over. Pooh!
At this time, along with the arrival of the Dragon Palace, 3 arrows instantly arrived in front of an undying level 8 seed.
Howl, howl! Feeling the terrifying speed and energy of the 3 arrows, the seed revealed a terrified expression. Howl! Howl! It hurriedly dodged to the side. However, the 3 arrows had sealed off its escape. The 2 arrows entered its body, the law energy instantly killing it.
So strong.
Bei Shuang was shocked, following which she revealed a look of joy. Her body moved, immediately flying towards Dragon Mountain.
Ha ha, did you see that? Undying level 8 beast, instant kill. The Dragon Python group's level 8 warrior saw this and laughed loudly.
Invincible Dragon King! Long live the Dragon Palace!
The rest of the disciples roared with fighting spirit.
A level 8 instant kill, this was something only an undying level 9 could do. Kill! In the next moment, the sound of the arrows drowned out everyone's shouts. Ao Xingmu and Ao Fenghuang immediately flew out from the Dragon Mountain, killing without restraint. The Dragon Palace doesn't only have that archer at the undying level 9. Look at the 2 powerful warriors that just flew out, they too. That's for sure, the Dragon Palace can destroy 2 undying level 9 abyss species. Naturally, it can't only have 1 level 9 warrior. Ao Fenghuang and Ao Xingmu's actions shocked everyone once again. Master!
Bei Shuang flew over and asked with a smile.
How's the situation in the other places now? Wang Xian asked her.
Master, the sudden appearance of the abyss species has increased the pressure everywhere. However, with Master's Dragon Palace's help, it can alleviate a lot.
Bei Shuang said with a smile. Is that so? The position beside is the center, right? The main territory of the Great Sect last month.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I heard that the Great Sect last month had 6 level 9 Immortal King Abyss species. They are under a lot of pressure now.
Bei Shuang nodded her head. They have 4 level 9 Immortal King powerhouses. They should be able to hold on.
Wang Xian said faintly.
Wang Xian did not have a good impression of the Great Sect last month. Of course, he did not have a bad impression of them either. We should be able to clear them out in 3 minutes.
He looked at the battlefield ahead and said,
Ao Fenghuang, Ao Xingmu, and the rest had made their move. The speed of the massacre was much faster.
The number of abyssal seeds was decreasing at a terrifying speed.
All right. Follow me to other places to provide support.
3 minutes later, the tens of millions of abyssal seeds in this area were all killed. A large number of corpses were once again collected by the members of the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Peak was activated, and it continued to fly toward the left side of the northern line. However, this time, the Dragon Peak did not travel in the abyss, but flew out of the abyss. He was temporarily not planning to go over to help the great religious sect of the central government last month. In general, the Dragon Palace was closer to the ancient God dynasty and the Dragon Python group, so he naturally had to go to the territories of these 2 forces first.
As for the great religious sect last month, he would let them wait until the end.
3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, he cleaned up the abyssal seeds on our side. Is this the strength of the Dragon Palace? This is not the strength of the Dragon Palace. The strength of the Dragon Palace has not been fully displayed yet. When the Dragon Peak was traveling outside, the experts and disciples in this area looked at the rapidly disappearing Dragon Peak and sighed with emotion. One of the elders from last month's great sect stared deeply at the silhouette of the Dragon Mountain. The scene just now was too shocking to him.
Thinking back to a few days ago, their great sect had wanted the Dragon Palace to guard this place with them. Now it seemed a little laughable.
The Dragon Palace didn't agree, but they sent out undying level 9 warriors in this battle, killing countless abyss species, and even getting rid of 2 undying level 9 abyss species. This achievement, even their great sect didn't do it last month, right? And he was suspicious, was the Dragon Palace stronger than the great sect last month? If the great sect had forced the Dragon Palace to defend last month, the result would have been extremely tragic. Gather all the disciples. We'll go support the central region. Last month, the great sect elder exchanged glances with the warrior from the Dragon Python group and a level 8 warrior from the Beichuan sect, saying, "Let's go to the central area. The central area is the most tragic right now."
The Beichuan sect elder nodded.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others should have also gone to our central area, right?
Beside them, an expert from the Grand Cult from last month said suspiciously, "All disciples, get ready and immediately go to the central area through the teleportation array."
Last month, the Grand Cult Elder immediately ordered. Then they immediately flew toward the teleportation array. Buzz,
Buzz,
buzz.
The speed of teleportation was much faster than that of Dragon Peak. When they arrived at the central area, Dragon Peak hadn't arrived yet. "Eh?
Third Elder, why are you all here?"
The middle-aged man who connected the lines here was slightly surprised when he saw the third elder leading more than 10 million people to teleport over. He asked in astonishment.
"The Dragon Palace Dragon King led the warriors to help us destroy all the abyssal seeds over there. Our side has been freed."
The third elder from last month said.
"What? How is that possible?"
The leader said that the third elder's side might be in danger because 2 undying level 9 abyssal seeds flew over, and now.
The middle-aged man was slightly shocked and asked in disbelief. "The Dragon Palace warriors have already destroyed it. All right, all disciples enter the battlefield. Fight." Last month, the third elder didn't say anything more. Looking at the intense central battlefield, his expression was slightly ugly. Guarding this side, they had the most disciples and the most sacrifices last month.
This was also thanks to the fact that the Dragon Palace had liberated quite a few places. With tens of millions of people rushing over, they barely managed to hold off the abyssal seeds.
Now, with them, they should be able to stabilize the situation.
If the Dragon Palace's Dragon Peak arrived, it would be the time for a massacre.
Third brother, can you spare some hands to come and support us? Tens of millions of people rushed into the battlefield. When an elder of last month who was fighting in front saw it, his face lit up with joy, and he asked with some excitement and surprise, "Ha ha ha! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace led the powerhouses to finish off the abyssal seeds on our side."
"All brothers, hold on, we'll help you."
Last month's third elder laughed loudly and roared, What? The Dragon Palace actually destroyed the abyssal seed on third brother's side. How is that possible?" Some of the elders were slightly shocked. However, this wasn't the time to delve too much into it.
Ahead, there were many powerful abyssal seeds that needed to be dealt with. And in the air above them, last month's leader and 4 others were struggling against 6 undying level 9 abyss species.
They heard the voices below. Their eyes filled with shock.
Did they just see 2 undying level 9 abyss species heading to the right?
Did they not attack the north? Instead, they went somewhere else? Rumble.
At this moment, in front of the inviting moon planet, the Dragon Peak flew past at a terrifying speed.
Wuxia, who was standing on the command platform, took a glance at the situation over here and didn't stop.
"That's the Dragon Peak?"
They didn't stop.
The middle-aged man who connected the call was slightly stunned when he saw the Dragon Peak flying past.
The Dragon Palace has gone to support other places. On the battlefield, the third elder of the Great Sect had also noticed the Dragon Peak flying to the left last month. He was slightly stunned before he frowned. The Dragon King has to support our Dragon Python group first. However, the Type 8 powerhouse of the Dragon Python group had also noticed Longfeng, and his eyes lit up with joy. Although the Northern Front had united, they still hoped that their planet would suffer the least losses. Seems like giving the Dragon Palace 10% of the shares is the right choice. Even with their current strength, 10% is still too little.
The Type 8 powerhouse muttered,
"Master, the battle line here is extremely tense." After flying past the domain of last month's great religion, the front of the planet appeared in sight. Because of the sudden appearance of the abyss species, every place was in a dire state. In the void ahead, there were already millions of human corpses floating there. The 2 level 8 powerhouses of the Dragon Python group, the Beichuan sect's patriarch and the 2 elders of the Great Sect from last month were guarding this area.
However, their opponents had 7 level 8 undying godly monarch abyss seeds and their numbers completely suppressed them.
The 5 level 8 undying godly monarch powerhouses were completely suppressed by the abyss seeds. Hunt. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and gave an order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Mao Zedong pulled the bowstring fully and shot out over 1,000 arrows in a second. The rest of the members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division also shot out arrows. It's the powerhouse from the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. The powerhouse from the Dragon Palace is here. An excited voice was heard. Even though they didn't know that the Dragon Palace had killed 2 level 9 Immortal God King Abyssal Seeds.
However, they still trusted the strength of the Dragon Palace.
So.
However, the next scene made them look exactly the same as the other disciples.
7 level 8 Abyssal Seeds were turned into corpses under the barrage of arrows. The 2 level 8 Dragon Python Group Elders, the Beichuan Sect Elder and the 2 Great Sect Elders from last month were stunned. Their pupils dilated slowly. Our Dragon Palace will take care of this. You guys should recuperate and rest.
Wang Xian swept his gaze over and said faintly. Gulp. The 5 powerhouses swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued to look ahead in a daze.
The rest of them were also stunned. Their battlefield had turned into a slaughterhouse. Oh no, old Feng, be careful. Block it. Work together to block it. Don't let this beast pin us down.
However, at this time, at the center of the battlefield, a crisis suddenly occurred.
Last month's leader and 4 others were fighting against 6 undying level 9 abyss species.
However, all of a sudden, 3 undying level 9 abyss species were madly attacking last month's leader and the other 2 ancestors. And the other 3 were madly attacking the last month's leader.
The situation changed.
Damn.
In the sky above the abyss in front of Yao Yu planet, the undying level 9 ancestor from last month who was being attacked by the 3 abyss seeds had an ugly expression on his face. Last month, the leader and the rest were fighting 4 against 6. The 4 of them were very familiar with each other, and together, they could barely hold back the attacks of the 6 level 9 abyss seeds. However, these 6 abyss seeds suddenly split up, wanting to attack the humans below. This forced the 4 of them to split up to obstruct them.
However, this split up allowed them to fall into their trap.
3 of them instantly entangled the hierarch of last month and the 2 ancestors, while the other 3 surrounded and attacked one.
In a battle between experts of the same level, if it was not for the great difference between divine artifacts and divine kingdoms, it would be somewhat difficult to kill the other party.
Even in a situation of the same level, 2 against 1, if the difference was not great, it would still take a lot of effort to kill one.
However, a 3-on-1 situation was different. It could be said that a huge qualitative change had occurred.
If 3 people attacked at the same time, one of them could only dodge. Once he couldn't dodge, he would suffer a heavy blow. Old Feng, hold on. A forefather roared with an extremely ugly expression. Fuck. Rising sun. Come out. The forefather of last moon, who was besieged, cursed. His expression changed drastically as he roared. Buzz!
A huge sun instantly appeared behind him. It was the real huge sun. The entire huge sun was as dazzling as the sun, emitting terrifying flames.
The flames directly attacked the 3 rank 9 abyssal seeds in front of him. Forefather of last moon took out his final trump card. Boom boom boom. However, the 3 rank 9 abyssal seeds did not show any signs of fear. Their 3 attacks landed on the huge sun's flames, directly suppressing it. 100% suppression.
Gugga.
In the middle, an extremely bloated abyssal seed suddenly opened its mouth, and pieces of liquid appeared.
Whoosh! That liquid was like a living thing, directly attacking last moon ancestor.
Melt for me. Last moon ancestor's eyes shot out a luster, and a pillar of fire shot out from the great sun.
The pillar of fire tore through space, and even the air was burned.
Roar!
Ga. The other 2 rank 9 abyssal seeds also attacked.
The pillar of fire didn't hit the strange black liquid, but was blocked by the 2 rank 9 abyssal seeds.
The strange black liquid landed on the sun.
Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from last month's forefather, and his expression changed as he stared at the sun behind him. A black dot had appeared on the great sun. The area of that black dot was expanding at a terrifying speed.
His face broke out in a cold sweat.
Boom!
He waved his arm and hurriedly put away the great sun. Boom, boom, boom. However, the moment he put it away, 3 attacks attacked him once again. Come and support me. I can't hold on much longer. The ancestor of last moon's face was covered in cold sweat as he roared. Damn it! Damn it! The 3 sect masters of last moon and the others who were being held back revealed anxious expressions. They wanted to break through, but the abyssal seed in front of them wanted to exchange injuries for injuries. No matter what, it would not let them break through. The 3 rank 9 abyssal seeds also knew that as long as they were held back for a while, they would be able to kill that expert. Once one of them was killed, the 3 before them would also be killed very quickly. What's going on? Oh no, one of our ancestors is in danger. One of our ancestors is being besieged. Our ancestors aren't a match for the 6 rank 9 abyssal seeds. Below, when the experts and disciples saw this scene, they revealed panicked expressions. If the Patriarch and the others couldn't defend against the 6 rank 9 abyssal seeds, they would also be massacred. Ah! Suddenly a shrill cry sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone's bodies trembled. Damn it! I can only hold on for 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, I will be killed. In the sky, the Patriarch's shrill voice sounded. His words made the hearts of the last moon's sect master and the others sink, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Use all your trump cards. Don't hold back. An old ancestor roared furiously. Ah! However, when his roar had just ended, the old ancestor who was besieged once again let out a miserable cry. They glanced over and saw that the 2 arms of the last moon old ancestor had been completely melted. For such a powerful warrior, breaking his arms would allow them to recover instantly. However, what frightened everyone was that the melted arms wanted to grow, but they were completely blocked by the dark energy. This. Can our forefather hold on for 3 minutes? Below, some of the powerful warriors and disciples' faces changed dramatically. They were severely injured in a short moment. It was still a question whether the forefather could hold on for 3 minutes. Where are the warriors from the Dragon Palace? Why aren't they here yet? A disciple from last month's great sect shouted anxiously. The Dragon Palace has gone to support the Dragon Python group. Even if the Dragon Palace comes, they can't change the situation. A middle-aged man beside replied with an ugly expression. The Dragon Palace has an undying level 9 warrior. They can hold on if they come. They've already killed 2 undying level 9 abyss species. Their strength is very strong, not weaker than our ancestor and the rest. The moment he finished, the other disciples from last month rushed over to help and shouted. What? There's a level 9 warrior in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace killed an undying level 9 abyss species? Some of the warriors and disciples who had been guarding the area were shocked and asked. For a time, many people were in an uproar. Dragon Palace. There's an undying level 9 warrior in the Dragon Palace. Above, the leader's pupils contracted slightly, immediately asking below. Leader, the Dragon Palace does have a few undying level 9 abyss species. They easily destroyed 2 of them. An elder replied immediately. What? Quick. Go and get the Dragon Palace warriors to come and help. No matter what conditions the Dragon Palace offers, we'll agree. When the leader heard that, his face filled with hope, he immediately roared. Quick, go. The other ancestors also roared madly. At this time, it was a very dangerous time for the entire last month's great sect. One wrong move and they would all be destroyed. If they continued to fight, the 4 of them might die here. However, if they escaped, all the disciples of the great sect last month would become the food of the abyss seed. Now that there was a slim chance of survival, they naturally held on tightly. However, what was hard for the sect master and the others last month to imagine was that the Dragon Palace was actually so powerful. Yes, quick. Go and ask the experts of the Dragon Palace for help. Go and ask the Dragon King for help. An elder of last month flew out of the abyss crazily and shouted anxiously. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace to be a life-saving straw for the sect master of last month. The experts of the other forces were slightly shocked when they saw this scene. Buzz! In front of the teleportation formation,
an elder from the great sect of last month, hurriedly entered and teleported towards the territory of the Dragon Python group. In the next moment, he disappeared. I hope the experts of the Dragon Palace can come to my rescue quickly. If I had known that the Dragon Palace had a Type 9 powerhouse, I would have formed a good relationship with them in advance. The great sect master of last month thought to himself with an ugly expression. Old Feng, hold on, hold on. He shouted loudly at the forefather of last month. When the forefather heard that there were experts from the Dragon Palace, his eyes lit up with hope and his desire to live increased. The Dragon Palace is in front, that's great. At the same time, in front of the Dragon Python group's planet domain, the forefather of last month saw the huge dragon peak in the abyss, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Dragon King. Request for backup. Request for backup. He immediately flew into the abyss and shouted loudly. Ha! When the experts and disciples of the Dragon Python group saw the great sect elder running over anxiously last month, they were astonished. On the command platform, Wang Xian looked towards the voice and raised his eyebrows slightly. Dragon King, request for Dragon King to support our central region. Our sect leader and the rest can't hold on much longer. As long as the Dragon Palace makes a move, our great sect last month will be eternally grateful. Dragon King, if you have any conditions, you can just say it. Please make a move. Please make a move. Last month, the elders of the great sect flew into the abyss and saw the experts of the Dragon Palace killing the abyssal seeds one by one. When they saw Wang Xian, they immediately bowed and pleaded anxiously. Can't hold on any longer? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. It's the Dragon King. Of the 6 abyssal seeds, 3 of them are trapping our sect leader and the rest. One of our ancestors is being besieged and can't hold on for more than 3 minutes. Please make a move. As long as you are willing to help us, Dragon King, the great sect will definitely reward you handsomely last month. Elder last month said hurriedly once again. That's fine too. The rest of you in this area should go and support the ancient god dynasty. Leave the central area to our Dragon Palace. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Dragon King, I'm asking you and a group of experts to rush over through the teleportation formation. I'm afraid that our ancestors can't hold on, the great sect elder from last month said. Sure. Wang Xian looked into the dragon peak. Ao Xingmu, Ao Fenghuang, and Mu Zixin. The 3 of you will rush over through the teleportation formation with me. Sky formation. Ride the dragon peak and rush over. It's the Dragon King. As he spoke, he immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. Ao Xingmu, Mu Zixin, and Ao Fenghuang immediately followed behind. Buzz. The next moment, the 4 of them quickly arrived in front of the teleportation formation. What terrifying speed! The Dragon King is also an undying godly king level 9 powerhouse. The other 3 are as well. When Elder Yu saw the speed of Wang Xian and the others last time, his face revealed shock and excitement. He hurriedly followed behind. Buzz. The 5 of them immediately arrived in front of the inviting moon planet through the teleportation formation. I can't hold on any longer. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Yu Shangfeng, would actually die in the hands of these abyss seeds. When they just came out of the teleportation array, a voice was heard. Not good. Beside them, Elder last month's expression changed drastically. Damn beasts! In the sky above the abyss, the sect leader of last month and the 2 forefathers were attacking the abyss seeds in front of them, their faces filled with unwillingness. However, the abyssal seeds in front of them were also resisting their attacks in a frenzy. They didn't even give them a chance to support them. Below them, some of the experts and disciples looked over and their faces turned pale. This was especially so for the disciples from the great sect from last month. This was their pillar of support from last month. Mao Zixin. Wang Xian looked over and moved his feet lightly. He flew straight into the abyss. Ao Xingmu, Ao Kuang, Mao Zixin, and the rest followed beside him. Buzz. Mao Zixin pulled the bowstring fully and locked his gaze on the surroundings of forefather Shangyue. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 arrows vanished instantly and attacked a distance of more than 100 million kilometers away. Cough! Cough!
In the sky above the abyss, Elder Shangyue looked at the 3 level 9 abyssal seeds in front of him with an extremely pale and despairing expression. His arm had already disappeared. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. The upper half of his body was only connected to the lower half of his body. His appearance was extremely miserable. Most importantly, there was energy within his body that was digesting his life force. He could already predict that the moment the 3 Undying God King level 9 seeds attacked him, it would be the moment he died. How? Ga. The 3 level 9 abyssal seeds let out excited roars. The one in the middle extended its claw and attacked the great sect forefather from last month. Seeing the attack of the abyssal seeds, he closed his eyes in despair. So. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, he heard a piercing sound, followed by a collision energy. Under this wave of energy, his body flew backwards. However, at this moment, a trace of hope appeared in his eyes. It's not too late. A voice sounded. He turned his head with difficulty and saw 4 vast figures flying towards him. At this moment, his face revealed an extremely excited expression. Roar, roar, roar. When the abyssal seed that attacked saw that the attack was blocked, an angry roar was heard. The 2 abyssal seeds on the side also revealed a fierce expression. They directly released a terrifying energy to attack the patriarch of last month's great sect once again. Ha. Let our dragon palace come and meet you. A maniacal laughter rang out. A stream of energy came across the sky and began to block the abyssal seed's attack. At this moment, the patriarch of the great sect of last month also sensed that he was enveloped by the energy of the yin and yang poles. His figure flew backward rapidly. I'm saved. Sensing that he was rapidly moving away from the 3 ninth grade abyssal seeds, the patriarch of the great sect of last month revealed an extremely excited expression. He had survived a disaster. Thank you, Dragon King, for taking action. Thank you to all the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace for saving my life. I, Yu Shangfeng, swear that I will repay you with gushing springs. I, Yu Shangfeng, owe you all my life. Yu Shangfeng bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. He was already in despair just now, but he didn't expect the experts from the Dragon Palace to rush over and save him. This favor was a gift of rebirth. Ha. Thank you, Dragon King, for bringing all the experts from the Dragon Palace here. In the future, the Dragon Palace will be the benefactor of the great sect of last month. When the sect master of last month saw the scene, his eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and the rest. His heart was filled with surprise and gratitude as he shouted loudly. First, entangle these 6 abyssal seeds. Don't let them escape. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said directly. All right. The chief of last month and the rest naturally had no objections to Wang Xian's words. Roar, roar, roar. Ga. Wang Xian and the rest made their move and came to rescue Yu Shangfeng. When the 3 abyss seeds saw this scene, they revealed an extremely furious expression. Their extremely ferocious faces let out deafening roars at Wang Xian and the rest. One each. Eo Phoenix locked onto them with an ice-cold expression in her eyes. How? The next moment, he transformed into the heavenly Thunder Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix. Flames and lightning surrounded him as he attacked an abyss seed. I can't handle one each, Ao Xing Mu. The 2 of us against them. Mu Zayson smiled faintly. As an arrow dragon, his long-range attacks were terrifying, but in close combat, he was weaker by a level. 2 or 3 undying level 8 warriors were close combat. He couldn't even defend against them. However, in long range, his attacks were terrifying. All right, Ao Xing Mu replied indifferently, rushing over, bringing the sparks and thorns towards the 2 level 9 seeds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of the level 9 seeds colliding resounded once again. Good. Dragon King, help me tie down the abyssal seed in front of me. I have a treasure that requires 20 seconds to prepare. After 20 seconds, I can severely injure or even kill a beast. An elder from the great sect last month had an excited look in his eyes. He stared at the abyssal seed in front of him with a ghastly expression and said to Wang Xian, There's no rush. Hold them back for a few minutes first. Wang Xian looked over and said faintly, It would take about 4 minutes for the Dragon Peak to reach here.
As long as they could hold these abyssal seeds back for 4 minutes, it would be the time for them to perish. The elder from the great sect from last month was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to the Dragon King." They were filled with gratitude towards the arrival of the Dragon Palace. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Palace had saved the great sect from last month. Buzz. Wuxia was floating in the starry sky while the 5 elements millstone was floating in front of him. He stared at the more than 30 level 8 abyssal seeds below him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5 elements millstone was spinning at full strength. The 5 elements annihilation law on it seemed to be able to silence all living things. The 5 elements millstone enveloped the 2 level 8 abyssal seeds and attacked them directly. The great elder from last month, who was fighting against the 2 level 8 abyssal seeds, hurriedly dodged to the side. The 2 level 8 abyssal seeds wanted to dodge too, however the 5 elements millstone chased after them. The gray river of time passed by the bodies of the 2 undying level 8 abyssal seeds. The 2 level 8 abyssal seeds died immediately. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your help," the 2 great sect elders from last month immediately said gratefully. Wang. The 5 elements millstone moved and continued to attack the other level 8 abyssal beasts. "Haha! With the Dragon King's help, we'll definitely win this time." Too strong. The Dragon Palace also has 4 undying level 9 warriors? Too powerful. There should be more than 4. That huge dragon mountain is also very terrifying. We've seen 3 thorny monsters fly out from the dragon mountain. They're all equally powerful. Below, all the experts and disciples looked extremely excited when they saw the scene. This was especially so for the disciples of the great sect last month. The patriarch had been saved, and now there was a Dragon King who had killed a level 8 abyssal seed. The crisis here could be solved very quickly. The battle continued, but the pressure on all the experts and disciples was greatly reduced. Ao Xingmu and the other 2 were fighting against 3 level 9 abyssal seeds. Last month, the sect leader and the other 2 were fighting against the other 3. As for the other last month's patriarch, he was recuperating at the side. He was severely injured. Without powerful treasures, he would not be able to recover for thousands of years. Wuxia was slaughtering the level 8 abyssal seeds one by one. The level 8 Immortal King expert that was freed was going to kill the level 7 Immortal King abyssal seed. The pressure on the humans was greatly reduced. "They're here." For minutes later, the rumbling sound of the Dragon Peak was heard. Wuxia looked over with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This time, he was not prepared to let the 6 level 9 Immortal King abyssal seeds escape. First, trap the 3 level 9 abyssal seeds on Ao Xingmu's side. Wuxia immediately said to the sky array, "It's the Dragon King." The Dragon Peak flew over and the array formation was activated. The thorny monsters formed by the 3 array formations immediately flew towards Ao Xingmu and the rest. When the 3 level 9 abyssal seeds that were entangled saw another powerful being attacking them, they let out low growls. "Ao Xingmu, Ao Fenghuang, and Mao Zisen. Let's join forces and kill the other 3 level 9 abyssal seeds first." The monster formed by the formation wrapped around the 3 level 9 abyssal seeds, and Wuxia ordered again. "Yes." Following that, the 4 of them flew towards the battlefield where the sect leader and the other 2 were. That dragon mountain can actually trap 3 level 9 Undying God King abyssal seeds. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Palace? Ha, kill these few beasts, kill them. Last month's leader and the 2 forefathers had shocked expressions on their faces, following which they roared with laughter. "Old Feng, we'll take revenge for you. The brothers from the Dragon Palace will help me pin down one. I'm going to start my big move." One forefather laughed loudly. "All right." Ao Xingmu flew over, law thorns immediately attacking the undying level 9 abyss seed. The great sect elder from last month left the battlefield and took out a lightning ball. The lightning ball contained an incomparable destructive power. Wuxia's gaze swept over and he raised his eyebrows. "Brother from the Dragon Palace, dodge." 20 seconds later, he roared and threw the lightning ball in his hand. Ao Xingmu's body moved and swiftly dodged. Crackle! Boom! Boom! Boom!
The lightning ball came within 1,000 kilometers of the level 9 abyssal seed and exploded. A vast power of lightning filled the surroundings. The destructive lightning tore the space apart. Ayo ayo, ayo ayo ayo. The level 9 abyssal seed inside felt the threat of death and roared in anger. What a strong power. Even if I can't kill that level 9 abyssal seed, I can still severely injure it. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and raised his eyebrows slightly. Very soon, the lightning dissipated and an extremely miserable abyssal seed appeared inside. When it saw the gaze of Wang Xian and the rest, it turned around in fear and wanted to flee into the distance. However, at this moment, a black and white shadow appeared and easily harvested it. There's another level 9 existence in the Dragon Palace. Seeing the Ao Yao suddenly appear behind the level 9 abyssal seed, the Supreme Headmaster and the others from last month were slightly shocked. If the thorny monster was included, this was the 8th one. It was twice the strength of their Supreme Headmaster from last month. Quickly get rid of these 2 Immortal King-level abyss seeds, Wang Xian said with a smile when he saw Ao Yao killing the seriously injured level 9 abyss seed. All right. The eyes of the sect leader and the rest lit up last month. They nodded excitedly. The abyss crisis this time might be resolved. Their eyes flickered as they surrounded the other 2 abyss seeds. Last month, there were 3 people from the sect, Wang Xian and the other 5, 8 against 2, as well as assassins like Ao Yao who were hiding in the void. The other 2 abyss seeds were dealt with in just 2 minutes. Another 3 from here should be enough. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and put away the 2 corpses with a smile on his face. Thank you, Dragon King. After getting rid of those 3 abyssal seeds, the Battle of the Abyss might be coming to an end this time. The chief of last month and the rest said gratefully. Now is not the time to talk. Let's do it. Wang Xian smiled and moved his body. He immediately attacked the 3 Immortal King level 9 abyssal seeds that were trapped by the thorn monster. Ao Xingmu and the rest immediately followed behind. Last month's sect master and the rest were naturally not careless. They immediately rushed over. At this moment, they felt extremely relaxed. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. When Wang Xian and the rest rushed over, the eyes of the 3 level 9 undying godly monarch abyss species revealed panic and fear. They suddenly looked at each other and raised their heads to let out a roar that was even louder than usual. The roar reverberated across the sky of the northern abyss. Hee, let out your last roar. Soon, all of you bastards will be dead. The sect master and the rest from last month had an extremely sinister look on their faces. They were the first to attack the 3 level 9 abyssal seeds. Kill! Wang Xian also let out a soft shout. It was 11 against 3. There was no danger at all. Ha ha ha, let's start killing too. Kill all these beasts. Victory belongs to us. Roar, we are about to win. With the help of the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace, we are about to win. We are going to massacre the last abyssal seed. Below them, the powerhouses and disciples from all the factions also had an extremely excited look in their eyes. There were still 3 powerful abyssal seeds left. Moreover, they were soon destroyed. Below them, with the help of the members of the Dragon Palace, they were also massacring. Seeing the end of the battle, they were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Some warriors couldn't help but roar in celebration. All of this was because of the Dragon Palace. Hot hot, they're dead, all the beasts are dead. The battle lasted for 5 minutes. When the last undying level 9 abyssal seed was killed, the leader and the other 2 couldn't help but roar. Even they were almost killed in this battle. Seeing that the threat had been dealt with, they could not help but feel excited. Sect leader. All the abyssal seeds below have been killed too. Ha ha ha. At this moment, there was good news from below. An elder from last month reported happily. Wang Xian and the rest looked down at the densely packed corpses of the abyssal seeds. Some of the disciples of the Dragon Palace were collecting the corpses of the abyssal seeds that they had hunted. Victory! We have won on the northern front. The sect leader of last month raised his arm in excitement. Victory! We have won! All the experts and disciples could not help but cheer. Buzz. The sect leader of last month and the other 3 patriarchs exchanged a glance before moving to the position below. They glanced at the experts and disciples of all the forces.
This time, we won the Northern Front because of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. It can be said that the Dragon Palace is our benefactor, and the Dragon King is our benefactor. The people of the Northern Front are not ungrateful people. Thank you, Dragon King. What happens to the Dragon Palace in the future will happen to the Northern Front. Thank you, Dragon Palace, thank you, Dragon King. The Northern Front will never forget you.
The hierarch stood in front of hundreds of millions of people last month and said loudly,
Thank you, Dragon Palace, thank you, Dragon King. The Northern Front will never forget you. Thank you, Dragon Palace, thank you, Dragon King. The Northern Front will never forget you. Earth-shattering roars came from everyone's mouth. They looked at Wang Xian and the others in the sky and bowed sincerely to express their gratitude. The voice reverberated in the vast abyss. All the factions and people in the Northern Front understood that without the Dragon Palace, it was already considered good enough for 1/10 of the people present to survive. I was still dissatisfied with the Dragon Palace back then. I'm really ashamed.
An elder from the great sect of the last month shook his head slightly and knelt down in the void. He cowed out to atone for his sins.
The moon and starlight, who had a trace of resentment toward Wang Xian, knelt down with a flushed face. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. Please tidy up. Our Dragon Palace will only take the corpses of the abyssal seeds that we have killed. You can take the rest. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and said faintly. This was also the first time that the Dragon Palace had gained the support of all the forces in an area. In the past, they had always fought their way to a throne. Now they were convinced.
Our disciples will collect the corpses of our companions and bury them properly in the future. We will also collect the corpses of these abyssal seeds and give them all to the Dragon Palace later.
Last month, the sect master turned around and gave an order to everyone. The rest of the factions, powerhouses, and disciples naturally agreed with him.
Then everyone began to clean up the battlefield.
Wang Xian watched this scene with a smile on his face. This great battle could be said to be a survival of the fittest for the Northern Front. However, at this moment, the Heaven Array in Dragon Peak frowned slightly and immediately looked at the screen in front of him. This array had been upgraded the last time and was able to detect a radius of 20 billion kilometers. Once there was a creature that could threaten the Dragon Palace, it would display black dots.
At this moment, 2 black dots appeared at the edge of the screen.
Furthermore, these 2 black dots were flying towards them at a terrifying speed. It was estimated that they would arrive in a few dozen seconds. Such speed. Is this a peak Immortal King Abyss Seed?
His expression changed drastically.
Dragon King. He moved and appeared in front of Wang Xian in an instant. Dragon King, we're in trouble. There's an existence at the peak of the Immortal King realm flying towards us from the abyss. It should be an abyss seed. Tianchen immediately said. What? Wang Xian was shocked. Estimated time of 40 to 50 seconds.
Tianchen continued. Flying towards us?
Oh no.
Wang Xian had a grave expression on his face.
All members of the Dragon Palace, put away the corpses and get into the Dragon Peak immediately. Chief, last month, everyone else, pay attention. There's a peak Immortal King level being flying towards us from the abyss. It might be a peak Immortal King level abyss seed. Get out of the abyss immediately. He immediately shouted at everyone. What? When Wang Xian's voice rang out, the sect master and the rest were slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. There's a pinnacle Immortal King flying towards us? There can't be an even more powerful abyssal seed flying towards us. Right? The rest of the people also had a drastic change in expression as they growled in a low voice. Listen to the Dragon King's orders. Everyone immediately fly out of the abyss seed. Quickly, immediately. The great sect warriors from last month are prepared. The moment the situation is dire, immediately lead the planet to escape.
The leader's pupils contracted slightly, seeing the members of the Dragon Palace madly flying towards the Dragon Mountain. He immediately roared at them. Quick, immediately teleport to our planet. The moment there really is a pinnacle undying God King Abyss Seed, immediately lead the planet to escape. The expressions of the Dragon Python group, Ancient God Dynasty, and Beichuan sect warriors all changed, hurriedly flying towards the teleportation formation.
No one doubted the Dragon King's words. If the Dragon Palace Emperor had a pinnacle undying Emperor seed flying over, then there was a 100% chance. So south.
Around the Dragon Mountain, Ao Xingmu and the others swiftly moved, storing all the abyss seeds in the space into the Dragon Mountain.
Boom, boom.
In the next moment, the Dragon Peak directly opened and flew out of the abyss.
Roar, roar, roar. Roar. The moment the Dragon Peak flew out of the abyss, a few earth-shaking roars came from behind. Rumble. After that roar, a series of rumbling sounds actually came from within the abyss, and an unparalleled aura rushed over in this direction. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with shock as they looked into the depths of the abyss.
This energy, it's a pinnacle undying emperor.
Last month's leader and the rest looked over. Their expressions changed.
All disciples return to the planet, all warriors take the planet and leave, the further the better. A last month's leader immediately roared.
Quick, 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 run.
Pinnacle undying god emperor abyss seed, how can such a terrifying existence appear? We're giving up on the north?
Giving up on the north? After giving up on the north, the entire demon island will be engulfed by the abyss again, and where can we run to? This is our home. Damn it. How can there be a pinnacle undying god emperor abyss seed?
Just now everyone was celebrating the victory of the war, yet they had to give up on the northern front and run for their lives, causing their faces to be filled with unwillingness and helplessness.
Some of the elders even trembled. Don't talk too much nonsense. Enter the planet. Flee, flee. Those who don't want to die leave this place. An elder from last month roared loudly. A pinnacle undying emperor abyss seed. Such an existence wasn't something they could fight against. Even all of them added together couldn't defend against the massacre of the undying emperor abyss seed. Of course, this was only their own opinion.
With the Dragon Palace's current strength, they could barely fight against one pinnacle undying emperor abyss seed, but if there were two, they would only be slaughtered.
The Dragon Palace couldn't even hold on for 5 minutes. Long Feng swiftly flew towards the depths of the starry skies. Facing such a crisis, there was simply no way to fight back. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the surrounding planets also started to move, fleeing into the depths of the starry sky at a terrifying speed. While guarding the northern front, the various factions also prepared for the worst.
However, to their surprise, they still lost in the end.
Out of the 3,000 to 4,000 planets in the northern front, a few hundred planets started to move.
It was impossible to escape with 3,000 to 4,000 planets at this time.
They could only gather people on these few hundred planets. It doesn't need to be too fast to ensure safety. Wang Xian stood on the command platform and looked at the black dot on the screen. Then he scanned the position behind him.
At this time, even if the two-peak Immortal King Abyss seeds flew over, they wouldn't be able to attack Dragon Peak.
Dragon King, look into the abyss. The heaven array nodded and pointed into the abyss. 40 to 50 seconds had passed. Now about 30 seconds had passed. 30 seconds had passed. The hundreds of planets had just flown for a short period of time, and the abyss could still be clearly seen. Wang Xian looked over and saw two abyssal seeds that carried monstrous flames appearing in the abyss. One of them was over 10,000 meters in size and had 4 gigantic wings. Its wingspan spanned over 20,000 to 30,000 meters. The other abyssal seed had the form of a human, but its head was triangular. Its blood-red eyes could be seen from afar. It was eerie and terrifying. Its body was about 2,000 to 3,000 meters in size, and it held a blood-red bone sword that was about 2,000 meters in size. The two terrifying abyssal seeds carried a ferocious aura as they flew towards them.
Not good, look at the abyss, those two abyssal seeds are terrifying.
Hiss. Are these the pinnacle undying emperor abyssal seeds? Damn it. Why did they suddenly rush over? If it wasn't for them, we would have one.
On the surrounding planets, some people also saw the silhouettes of these two abyssal seeds. Oh no, the speed of those two abyssal seeds has increased again. They actually flew out of the abyss.
Right at this moment, Everyone was shocked to discover that those two terrifying and invincible abyssal seeds had rushed out of the abyss.
Their blood-red eyes scanned their surroundings.
Ka ka ka. That humanoid abyssal seed waved the bone sword in its hand and directly swept towards the planet that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away to the left. Dark red energy rushed out directly, turning into a ferocious monster in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of an explosion rang out. Everyone was shocked to see that the planet hundreds of millions of kilometers away had directly exploded. Moreover, the abyssal seed's attack did not dissipate, continued to charge towards the right. A crevice that caused one's scalp to go numb appeared in the void. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that on the right, that terrifying attack had destroyed over a dozen planets in a row. Hiss! When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock.
Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, another abyssal seed with 4 wings stared at the planets that were flying towards the depths with bloodthirsty eyes.
It raised its head and let out a roar, flapping its wings and chasing at a terrifying speed. Not good. That pinnacle undying God King Abyss seed is chasing us. At this moment, the expressions of all the warriors on the hundreds of planets changed as they roared.
With the speed of that pinnacle undying God King Abyss seed, it would quickly catch up to them. The moment it caught up, they would be like the dozens of planets exploding.
Roar! At this moment, behind the peak of the godly monarch Abyss species, a tail that looked terrifying suddenly rose up. At the end of the tail was a sharp thorn.
So, that sharp thorn aimed at a fleeing planet and directly charged towards it.
Not good. Everyone immediately flee to their own divine kingdoms. The experts on the planet that was attacked had faces full of shock as they immediately roared. No, no, no. Run. Run quickly.
We're only at the god level.
How are we supposed to run? I don't want to die. When everyone on the planet that was attacked saw the huge spike heading toward them, the eternal God Lord instantly fled back to his divine kingdom. However, there were still countless god-level experts on the planet.
They couldn't instantly return to their god country, only death awaited them. Rumble. There was no time for anyone to consider. In the next moment, the terrifying spike pierced through the entire planet.
The planet didn't explode, but it was torn apart. The people on it were filled with panic. Howl! The undying level 9 abyss species saw this scene. It roared excitedly, flapping its huge wings.
And that huge spike, after piercing through the planet, actually spun and flew back towards its tail. At the same time, its tail was once again aimed at a planet, its eyes bloodthirsty.
Not good. It wants to kill us.
On the planet it was aiming at, all the warriors and disciples were shocked at the sight, their eyes filled with fear. This pinnacle undying Emperor Abyss Seed wants to kill all of us?
The expressions of everyone on the other planets changed. Looking at the shattered planet, they felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. With their speed, there was no way they could shake off the pursuit of the undying godly monarch Abyss Seed.
Although the experts of the eternal godly monarch and undying godly monarch could directly return to their god country to avoid this crisis.
However, all the disciples under the other godly monarchs were about to fall. These young people were their hope for the future of the Northern Front. Oh no! Wuxia, who was fleeing at the forefront, saw this scene and his expression changed slightly. If this continued, all the planets would be destroyed by the abyssal seed at the peak of the godly king realm.
Countless people would die as well. Let's try this weapon. If it really doesn't work, the Dragon Palace will do their best. Wuxia mumbled as a green gourd appeared in his palm.
Immortal slaying gourd. Wuxia shouted softly and removed the lid of the gourd. A stream of sword aura flew out instantly and surrounded the top of the gourd. Let's see how powerful you are.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the green sword aura in front of him. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
The green sword aura trembled and went straight into the void crack in the next moment.
Under Wuxia's senses, the green sword aura attacked the peak stage king god abyss species at a terrifying speed.
Roar! The peak stage king god abyss species that was about to attack a planet with its sharp tail suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Its expression changed slightly and it let out a roar. Its tail quickly changed the direction of its attack and headed straight for the right side of the void. Wang! The green flying sword also came out from the void crack and clashed with the huge thorn. Rumble! A terrifying clash resounded and vast energy engulfed the surroundings. What's the situation? Everyone on the hundreds of planets that were fleeing had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw the sudden clash. Roar! At this moment, the roar of the abyssal seed at the peak of the Immortal King realm was heard. The four-winged abyssal seed rushed out from the chaotic aftermath. A large amount of blood was flowing from its tail. It stared forward furiously. It was filled with anger and bloodlust. Huh? The power is stronger than I imagined. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. All of you run. Wang Xian held the immortal slaying gourd and shouted softly. A red sword aura appeared in front of him. Eh? Was that attack from the Dragon King and the rest? Quick, quick, increase the speed. The Dragon King is trying to buy us some time. The Dragon King must have used his powerful trump card. Some of the powerhouses heard Wang Xian's words and thought to themselves. All the planets were fleeing frantically. Boom! At this moment, they saw a flaming long sword tearing through the void from the direction of the Dragon Palace. The terrifying flaming long sword was able to split the void with just a few wisps of flames. From afar, it looked like a flaming meteor. The flaming long sword attacked the peak-level undying godly monarch abyss species directly. Roar, roar, roar. The peak-level undying godly monarch abyss species saw the flaming long sword and raised its head to raise its wings and let out a roar. Rumble! His wings trembled, powerful darkness laws condensed into solid feathers that clashed against the flame blade. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded once again. The pinnacle undying emperor saw the power of the explosion and his expression changed, immediately flying backwards. He spat out another dark torrent. 10 seconds later, the terrifying explosion completely dissipated. Howl! It let out another enraged howl. Howl! However, at this time, a howl came from behind. The human-shaped abyss seed's blood-red eyes stared at it. Howl, howl. Its gaze swept ahead, its face filled with rage. After letting out a howl, it turned and flew towards the abyss. That abyss seed has given up. It has given up on chasing after us. That's great, that's great. Phew, it's all thanks to the Dragon King and the others acting as a deterrent. Otherwise, we would have been finished. That's great, that's great. Thank you, Dragon King, for acting. When everyone saw that the Divine King Peak Abyss Seed had left, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief and thanked the Dragon Peak in front of them. It's fortunate that we didn't chase after them. Otherwise, the hundreds of planets would have been destroyed. Wang Xian mumbled and kept the immortal slaying gourd. Thank you for your help, Dragon King. At this moment, dozens of experts from the Great Sect, the Dragon Python Group, the Beichuan Sect, and the Ancient God Dynasty flew over and bowed to Wang Xian in gratitude. It's all right. Wang Xian shook his head and swept his gaze across the hundreds of planets. Where are you guys planning to go? His words caused the experts from the various factions to be slightly silent and helpless. The starry sky on the northern front has a relatively high concentration of spiritual energy. It's very suitable for human survival. We can't afford to return to that place for the time being. There's a good place over 1 trillion kilometers ahead of us. Let's go there first and make a long-term plan. However, we don't know if the abyss will expand. If it continues to expand and if the 2-peak Immortal King level abyss seeds don't leave, we can only head to the center of the Demon Island. The chief of last month said with a sullen face. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and didn't ask much about them. He looked at them and said, Later, give me the ocean of a planet. I want to build a palace and a teleportation formation. Of course, there's no problem. We will immediately send people to make an ocean for you, Dragon King. Last month, the chief nodded immediately. All right. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Although the northern front had fallen, the resources that the Dragon Palace had obtained this time were terrifying. The northern front has been lost. Even our homes are gone. Sigh. This battle is too intense. It's already good that we're still alive. Too many people died in this battle. If it weren't for the Dragon Palace experts and the Dragon King, we would probably all be buried in the void of the northern front. But even so, I don't know how long we can stay here. More than 400 planets were suspended in the starry sky at the Demon Island. On the planets, countless people were discussing. After 10 hours of flight, the more than 400 planets had arrived at the place the hierarch had mentioned last month and were temporarily settled here. As for the future, they didn't know yet. Even the great sect of last month didn't know what would happen next. Dragon King, this is the ocean of the moon inviting planet. It is also the best ocean among the 400 planets. You can build a teleportation formation and a palace here. At this moment, in the sky above the ocean of the moon inviting planet, the sect leader of the last moon sect, the elders, the dragon python group, the Beichuan sect, and the experts at the peak of the ancient god dynasty were accompanying Wuxia.
Let's go, the sect leader from last month said with a smile.
The Dragon Palace wanted to build a teleportation formation in the ocean of a planet. Even though this was something that occupied their territory, who wouldn't want to build a closer relationship with the Dragon Palace? In this battle of the abyss, the strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed had completely subdued the northern forces. Not to mention the strength that they had displayed at the start to easily kill a few level 9 abyssal seeds. They were even more terrifying and sharp swords that resisted the trump cards of a pinnacle immortal king. How could he not lick such a powerful Dragon Palace? All right, thank you. Wuxia swept his gaze over and revealed a satisfied expression on his face. The planet located at the northern line had probably been destroyed by the abyssal seeds. A new one was created here to be used for teleportation. Next, we have to take care of some things. We will meet everyone after we are done.
Wuxia cupped his hands at them and flew towards the bottom of the sea. Behind them, all the members of the Dragon Palace followed behind and entered the sea. The sect master and the rest of them naturally nodded without any objections. Everyone exchanged glances and left immediately. Boom, boom,
boom. With the existence of the system, a Dragon Palace was built very quickly.
Buzz,
buzz, buzz.
The group of members entered the Dragon Palace and immediately arrived at the main Dragon Palace through the teleportation formation.
Prime Minister Gui, check on all the gains and estimate the improvement of the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
After Wuxia entered, he immediately said to Prime Minister Gui,
"It's the Dragon King."
Prime Minister Gui's face was filled with smiles.
In this war, the gains of the Dragon Palace were huge. Dragon King, there are a total of 8 level 9 Undying God King Abyss Species corpses, 72 level 8 Undying God King Abyss Species corpses, 210 level 7 Abyss Species corpses, and 1,123 level 6 Abyss Species corpses.
A total of 231,200,000 Abyss Seed corpses. Soon, Prime Minister Gui walked over and reported to Wuxia. Let all the members of the Dragon Palace upgrade.
He squinted his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Dragon King, I suggest to upgrade the Sky Array to the peak of the Undying God King's combat strength. Although it will consume a little more, it is totally worth it." Prime Minister Gui said.
Wuxia nodded slightly. The improvement of the Sky Array was not enough with the level 9 Abyss Seed corpses of the Immortal King level. They still needed to take out 20 level 8 Abyss Seed corpses.
Even though this would affect the birth of the level 9 powerhouse of the Dragon Palace, they would still be able to have a peak of the Immortal King level. The most important thing was the improvement of the Sky Array. It could raise Dragon Peak to its limit and kill 2 to 3 peak of the Immortal King level Abyss Seeds at the same time. This was extremely terrifying to the Dragon Palace. The resources it consumed were totally worth it. As for the rest, use level 8 corpses for level 9 combat strength, level 7 corpses for level 8 combat strength, and so on.
Wuxia thought about it and said,
"It's the Dragon King."
Prime Minister Gui immediately replied,
"With such an improvement, the Dragon Palace could add 5 level 9 combat strength members, 23 level 8 combat strength members, and more than 100 level 7 combat strength members."
As for the other members, the increase was even more terrifying.
After all, there were more than 20 million corpses this time, and the lowest strength of these corpses was rank 3 or rank 4 Eternal Lord.
With so many corpses increasing the strength of the 400,000 members of the Dragon Palace, the weakest members of the Dragon Palace might have rank 7 or rank 8 Eternal Lord.
The number of Godly King experts could reach 80,000 or 90,000, or even 100,000.
After this upgrade, the strength of the Dragon Palace far exceeded the strength of the entire northern front. They could even easily wipe out the great sect of last month. Fortune comes from danger. Only by nurturing the Dragon Palace through battle can one improve faster. Wang Xian mumbled as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the following period of time, all the members of the Dragon Palace entered a phase of frenzied improvement. Wang Xian did not improve. Instead, he was free. 7 days later, batch after batch of members had finished their improvement. Reporting to the Dragon King, Sect Leader Yu from the Demon Island has something important to ask you. On this day, a member of the Dragon Palace who stayed on the planet of inviting the moon rushed over and reported to Wang Xian. Is there something important? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and moved his body. He went straight to the Dragon Palace on the planet of inviting the moon through the teleportation formation. Master! He saw Bei Shuang the moment he came out. What happened to Sect Master last month? Did something happen? Wang Xian and Bei Shuang flew out and asked. Master, Sect Master last month was outside. Something big happened at the northern line. The abyss is coming towards us and it's not far away from us. Bei Shuang said with a serious expression. Dragon King! Dragon King! At this moment, Sect Master Yu and the rest saw Wang Xian coming out and shouted immediately. I heard from Bei Shuang that where is the abyss now? Wang Xian asked. Dragon King! Let's go and take a look. Sect Master Yu said. All right. He nodded and the group immediately flew towards the direction of the northern line. Roar! Ga. After flying for 3 hours, they heard the roars of the abyssal seeds. Wang Xian stopped his body slightly and looked ahead. His eyes were sparkling. In front of them was an abyss that was so deep that there was no luster. At the edge of the abyss, there were a large number of abyssal seeds gathered. On the bodies of the countless abyssal seeds, dark energy emerged. When this energy gathered together, the entire abyss expanded rapidly. In a short 7 days, the abyss has already reached this side. In a few days, our current position will be covered by the abyss. Unless we can destroy the abyssal seeds here otherwise. Beichuan Sect Master looked forward weakly, saying with an embarrassed expression. With 2 peak Divine King abyssal seeds guarding, we won't be able to resist. The few powerhouses beside him shook their heads. Do you have any preparations now? Wang Xian frowned slightly and asked. Continue to head to the center of the Devil Abyss. We have already made contact with the forces there and are preparing to establish the Devil Island Alliance. In these 7 days, last month, the Great Church had made all the preparations. They had prepared all the escape routes. Moreover, in these few days they also received other news about the Demon Island. The current Demon Island, the northern line and the eastern direction, was the main place for the invasion of the abyss. In the east, the 2 great religions were guarding it. Now that the northern line was lost, the abyss on the northern line could expand to the central area of the Demon Island. Next, the entire Demon Island would be threatened by the abyss. Even the great religion in the central area had to organize the upcoming confrontation. The entire Demon Island has realized the seriousness of the problem. Now, 2/5 of the Demon Island has been swallowed by the abyss. The other 3 great religions intend to establish an alliance to resist the abyss together. An ancestor from the great religions said slowly last month. The expansion of the abyss this time will be a catastrophe for the entire Imperial Star Field. Even the Imperial Court is prepared to fight. Another ancestor sighed slightly. Is the Imperial Court about to start fighting? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, the army from the Imperial Court has started to move. Someone in the AI said that an abyss seed at the level of Void God Emperor has appeared at the entrance of the abyss. That old ancestor nodded his head. Dragon King, we will head to the center of the Demon Island next. Your Dragon Palace. The sect master looked at Wang Xian last month and asked tentatively. Our Dragon Palace will not join the alliance of the Demon Island. We will still be free to hunt the Abyss Seed. Wang Xian said directly. Then we will thank you, Dragon King. When they heard Wang Xian's words again, they were not as displeased as before. On the contrary, they were slightly excited. The Dragon Palace had said the same thing the last time.
However, after this battle, the Dragon Palace had sent out the most experts. They were all relying on the Dragon Palace. They also understood that unless the Dragon Palace encountered an irresistible opponent, they would not escape directly. There's no need. Are we preparing to head to the center of the Demon Island now?
Wuxia shook his head and asked, Yes, Dragon King. Let's head there now. We can reach it in 10 days. The chief of last month nodded his head. Their planet had a teleportation formation that could directly reach the central region. However, the teleportation formation could not teleport the planet. This time, it could be said to be a major migration of the northern front.
Wuxia nodded his head. After looking over here, he turned around and flew towards the inviting moon planet.
The Dragon Palace could not withstand this abyss at the moment.
However, even if the heaven array was upgraded to the peak of the Immortal King realm, Wuxia did not dare to guard this place rashly and kill the abyss seeds. After all, 2 peak of the Immortal King realm abyss seeds had appeared last time. If more than 10 of them appeared directly, the Dragon Palace would have to die inside. It was safer to follow the Demon Island's main force. At the very least, the Dragon Palace would be able to escape the moment they encountered an irresistible existence.
That was because there were some who were slower than them.
After returning to the inviting moon planet, the nearby 400-odd planets continued to head east. They were traveling in the vast void space of the universe.
Wuxia returned to the main Dragon Palace and waited for the advancement of the members of the Dragon Palace.
Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. 5 days later, Wuxia, who was bored out of his mind, received a video call from the Imperial Star Lady. He was slightly stunned and a smile appeared on his face. Star Lady Beauty, you are out of the secret realm?
He said with a smile.
Hee, I just came out. The first thing I did was to contact you. I have already advanced to the Immortal King stage. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wuxia said with a smile.
Oh right, handsome Wuxia, I have a favor to ask of you. The Imperial Star Lady cupped her fists and asked,
What made you have such a good attitude?
Wuxia smiled when he saw her like this. He raised his eyebrows and asked, There is going to be a war in the Imperial Court. All the strong ones will enter the battlefield. We, the younger generation of disciples, will also enter the battlefield.
Entering the battlefield to hunt abyssal seeds, you will be able to obtain the Imperial Court's meritorious service, and the meritorious service can be exchanged for treasures.
The core disciples of our generation have to lead their respective forces to establish meritorious service, and the meritorious service will also be rewarded by the former.
Hee. See if you can send some of your subordinates over to help me. Of course, I won't let you help me for free. If I receive the reward, we'll split it 50-50. Di Xingnu said with a twinkle in her eyes.
I'm not short of your reward. Besides, I've said before that your power is the Dragon Palace. All right, I'll send my men over to your place in a few days. Is that all right?
Wuxia agreed immediately. Wuxia, you're too kind. There's no rush. We won't set off until 10 days later. Di Xingnu nodded immediately. All right. Wuxia nodded his head and hung up after chatting for a while. He still had a good impression of the Empress Star, from the beginning when he used her as bait until now.
Over the past few years, their relationship was very good.
Even if he had to disregard the fact that she did not save Qinghua Lingxiu, Wuxia would still help her.
Perhaps this was. It's enough to send one Immortal King level 8 powerhouse and a few level 7 powerhouses to follow her.
Wuxia mumbled. After the upgrade of the Dragon Palace, there were many powerhouses. Sending a few would not affect the Dragon Palace. Boom. At this moment, a powerful pressure came from the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool.
His eyes lit up and he immediately stood up and went into the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool, there was a sky array with a water element dragon head and 8 dragon heads and arms suspended in the air. A powerful aura burst out from his body. The sky array that had a strange appearance appeared extremely terrifying at this moment. It was like an ancient dragon demon. Dragon King, I have made a breakthrough. The sky array opened its eyes and looked at Wuxia. It flew over excitedly.
It was one step closer to regaining its peak strength. Haha, very good. With you around, the strength of the Dragon Palace has also increased a lot.
In the entire Imperial star field, other than the Imperial Court, there is no other force that we can fear.
Wang Xian sized up the heaven array that was emitting a chaotic aura and smiled. The strongest experts of the major sects in the Imperial Starfield were only at level 9 and Peak King of God level. The powerful major sects only had a handful of Peak King of God level existences. After the heaven array was set up, it was enough to contend against them.
There might be another big battle coming up. Let's work hard for the next few days.
Wang Xian continued. It's good to have a big battle. With a big battle, we can improve quickly.
The heaven array stroked his dragon whiskers. A strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes.
Dragon King, I'll go to the Dragon Peak first to carry out the modification and upgrade it to its peak. As he spoke, he bowed to Wang Xian.
Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked into the dragon transformation pool. Over there, the last batch of disciples from the Dragon Palace was about to be upgraded.
I heard that Star Lady has broken through to the immortal godly monarch level from the mystic realm. We are here to pay a visit and congratulate her.
At the same time, in a side hall of the Imperial Court, a few people walked in after the Star Lady had just ended her conversation with Wang Xian.
Di Hungo, Di Ming, Di Jiu and the rest who were in the lead walked towards her with smiles on their faces. They were all shocked at the fact that she had broken through to the Undying Emperor realm.
HM?
Welcome. Please sit. She looked at them, smiling. The most outstanding youth of the Imperial Court had come to visit her personally. Things had changed. Hee. Star Lady? You should know about the expedition in 10 days. I wonder how Star Lady's preparations are going? Di Hunj smiled as he sat at the side and asked Stargirl.
There's nothing to prepare. Where are everyone? Stargirl looked at them and asked.
We've already revealed our strength. We're considered the youngest in this expedition, and our strength is only ordinary. We'd like to come over and discuss this matter with you, Stargirl. When the time comes, why don't we join forces?
Di Hunj looked at her and said,
Of course. We can take care of each other if we fight together.
Di Hunj nodded slightly. She pondered for a moment and said, I may not have many people on my side. Wang Xian. Yes, the Dragon King will send some people to help me.
As she spoke, she looked at Di Hunj and the rest. This expedition was not a simple battle but a life and death battle. If Di Hunj and the rest wanted to join forces, Di Hunj and the rest would naturally not refuse. In terms of connections and information, Di Hunj and the others were much stronger. Will the Dragon Palace send people? Congratulations, Stargirl. I guess you've booked the #1 achievement of our generation again. When Di Hunj and the others heard Stargirl's words, they looked at each other and said with envy, It's not like the Dragon Palace will send too many experts. Stargirl was slightly stunned, shook her head and said with a smile, With the Dragon Palace's strength, it's enough to send a few warriors over. Di Ming said.
Is that so? Star Lady was stunned.
Star Lady, don't you know the exact strength of the Dragon Palace?
Di Hungo and the others saw Star Lady's expression and said in shock.
Right now, the Demon Island's northern line has been lost. However, the Dragon Palace's reputation is huge in the northern line. The Dragon Palace and the Great Sect killed 8 undying level 9 abyss species last month. The AI says that with the Dragon Palace's strength, they can at least fight 7 or 8 undying level 9 warriors. Right now, the Dragon Palace's strength in the Great Sect is considered pretty good. This time the Dragon King said to send a few people over to help you. Any undying level 7, Star Lady? Your power is already strong enough, far surpassing the previous emperors and princesses. The few of them continued enviously. I just came out of seclusion. I don't know about this yet. Emperor Star Lady's eyes flickered as she shook her head. She was also slightly surprised. Why was the strength of the Dragon Palace so strong? This improvement was too fast. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In the main Dragon Palace of the Southern Star System, Wang Xian stood in front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. He smiled as he watched the last batch of members of the Dragon Palace improve.
Until today, the Dragon Palace had 1 peak Immortal King, 10 level 9, 47 level 8, and nearly 200 level 7. Currently, the weakest in the Dragon Palace was the Eternal God Lord level 8. The number of Immortal Kings had reached around 85,000. The strength of the Dragon Palace had reached an unprecedented level. Get all the members of the Dragon Palace to train hard in the Dragon Palace to improve their combat ability. Send the Fire Hammer clan to the Dragon Peak to forge the divine weapon. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. Wang Xian's figure moved and he arrived at the inviting moon planet immediately.
He flew to the Dragon Peak at the side and saw that the heaven array was setting up formations on it.
As the core of the Dragon Peak was a divine tree at the peak of the Immortal King realm, this was the last upgrade of the Dragon Peak. It had reached its limit. Standing on the command platform, Wang Xian looked at the void in front of him. In the next few days, following the planets of the northern front, Wang Xian and the rest flew towards the center of the Demon Island. 5 days later, when Wang Xian was standing on Dragon Star, he could see the life planet in front of him. He could see some powerhouses and spaceships shuttling through the void. The surrounding starry sky was also bustling with activity. Master, we are about to arrive at the center of the Demon Island. Last month, the chief and the rest asked if you would like to go with them to meet another group of forces.
At this moment, Bei Shuang flew over and said to Wang Xian,
To meet other forces?
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, shall we go now?
Yes, Master. Bei Shuang nodded her head.
Both of them moved and flew forward immediately.
Dragon King. At the front, the Great Sect, Beichuan Sect, Dragon Python Group, Ancient God Dynasty, and some other powerhouses shouted when they saw Wang Xian. Everyone, follow me.
In front of a group of more than 20 people, an old man made an inviting gesture and immediately stood on a small island in front of them.
The small island had a circumference of about 10 kilometers and was suspended in the sky. Many thanks to everyone from the horizon. The sect master of last month said indifferently and landed on the small island. The rest of the people also landed on it. The island immediately flew forward.
In a while, the forces of the Demon Island will probably all be here. They will discuss the alliance and the following matters.
The sect leader of last month spoke to everyone.
Master, there are 4 major sects on the Demon Island. They are Last Month, Horizon, Jiuxiu, and Duantian. Last Month and Duantian are about the same level of strength. Jiuxiu and Horizon are much stronger. There are experts at the peak of the Godly King realm guarding them.
Bei Shuang transmitted her voice to Wang Xian from the side.
Wang Xian nodded slightly. He knew about Last Month's Horizon, Jiuxiu, and Duantian.
End of the world.
He muttered to himself as a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
According to the lady from the Emperor Star, the end of the world was the organization that went after Qing Yu and the rest.
I need to confirm it.
He thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. It's your turn.
Everyone follow me. Not long after, the island was suspended in the sky above a planet. The old man who welcomed them moved and flew towards the location below.
Wang Xian and the rest immediately followed behind him.
Right below them was an area shrouded in gray fog. One could vaguely see some figures below. The members of the Great Sect from last month are here.
Just as they were about to land, a voice rang out.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. Hundreds of people were sitting around him and were looking at them as well.
Thank you for waiting here.
The sect leader of last month swept his gaze across the group of forces and cupped his hands to express his gratitude.
Sit down. At the central seat, 2 people from the 2 forces sat there and smiled at them. The sect leader of last month and the rest nodded and looked at Wang Xian. The few of them sat at the front. Wang Xian sat there and scanned his surroundings. There were 2 peak Immortal King level experts and they were also sitting at the 2 seats in the middle. There were 10 Immortal King level 9 experts which were on the opposite side and in the middle. The weakest one was also an Immortal King level 8. Could be said that they were the overlords of the Demon Island. How's the situation in the northern abyss? Everyone sat down. A pinnacle undying emperor in the center asked.
World Elder, we've been monitoring the situation over there for the past month and the abyss has been expanding. If it reaches here, it would take half a year.
The leader replied. Your loss last month. The loss of the northern line. It will bring us a lot of trouble.
On the other side, an elder frowned and said.
Then you Duantian go and try. If you defend, you probably won't be able to hold on until now. An elder from last month said calmly. All right, Everyone understands the situation on the northern line. The two pinnacle undying emperor abyss species aren't something we could defend against last month. It would be troublesome for us to defend.
In the center, the pinnacle undying emperor from Nine Skies spoke.
As he spoke, the old man from Duantian obediently shut his mouth. If it were him, Duantian wouldn't be able to defend against them either. The abyss on the northern side must be stopped at trillions of kilometers away. It cannot enter our central region. The world margin sect elder spoke. If it is more than 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away, then we still have 3 to 4 months to prepare. The patriarch of last month replied. Let's not talk about other things first. Right now, our entire demon island is facing the threat of the abyss. From now on, if everyone wants to unite, all the factions must take action.
Right now, the World Margin sect has not taken action and some other factions have not taken action either. From now on, the Northern Front will be defended by you and the other factions on the Northern Front. Is that all right? Patriarch Nine Heavens looked at Patriarch World Margin.
No problem.
Patriarch World Margin nodded.
I have a suggestion. Right now, the Northern Front abyss still has a few months of buffer time. During this period, we should focus on attacking the abyssal seeds in the Eastern Abyss. Perhaps a few months will be enough to completely pacify the Eastern Abyss. The sect master of the Heaven-Severing sect said.
What's the current situation in the Eastern Abyss? World End Patriarch asked.
2 pinnacle undying godly monarch abyss seeds, over a dozen at level 9. As for whether there are more in the depths, we don't know. 9 Clouds Patriarch replied.
If we work together, we can quickly clear these abyss seeds and we can even get a sum of abyss crystals.
The eyes of Patriarch of Horizon flickered as he nodded.
Since this is the decision, do the other factions have any objections? Patriarch of Nine Heavens looked around and asked.
No, we will follow the plan of the 4 great sections.
The experts from the various factions nodded immediately.
Then, it's decided. Patriarch of Horizon nodded. The demon islands will work together to advance and retreat together. This should be the Dragon King, right? After he finished his sentence, his gaze landed on Wuxia. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Yes.
Wuxia nodded his head at him.
He is the Dragon King?
The rest of the powerhouses from the other factions looked over immediately. Their eyes were filled with astonishment.
On the AI, they had also received all sorts of information about the Dragon Palace. According to what some people from the Northern Front had said on the AI, the Dragon Palace was much stronger than last month.
The disciples and experts from last month didn't object to this. Now, they had a high position in the forces on the Northern Front.
According to the AI, the Dragon Palace was probably the strongest except for Tianya and Zhou, who were also a bit stronger than Duantian. The Dragon Palace is going to join our Demon Island alliance this time? Patriarch Tianya asked faintly. Patriarch Tianya, the Dragon Palace doesn't belong to the forces on our Demon Island. They won't join our alliance, but they will also send experts to fight against the abyssal seed with us.
The sect master of last month immediately took over and said, This is a good thing. However, I hope that the Dragon Palace will not run away when they run into danger. Let us deal with more trouble.
Patriarch Tianya said to Wuxia. Everything is clear. Without a major crisis, the Dragon Palace will not retreat. However, if the enemy cannot be fought, the Dragon Palace will leave immediately. We will not hesitate. Wuxia looked at Patriarch Horizon and said faintly.
It was the same as what he said at the Northern Front.
Everyone could understand what he meant. His words caused Patriarch Horizon and Patriarch Zhou to frown slightly. Let's talk about encircling and exterminating the abyssal seeds in the east. Patriarch Zhou changed the topic and said directly.
Following that, everyone immediately started to talk about the abyssal seeds in the east.
Wuxia smiled. The other party understood what he meant and understood the actions of the Dragon Palace. To put it bluntly, they also knew that the Dragon Palace was here for the crystals of the abyss. It was just that the Dragon Palace was strong enough. With the Dragon Palace around, they would suffer a lot less losses. This could be said to be a mutual benefit. After all, a force like the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to ask for help without sufficient benefits.
Even if they were a little dissatisfied with the actions of the Dragon Palace, they wouldn't reject such a thing. Next, it was time to discuss how to fight against the Eastern Abyss. Two pinnacle Undying Emperor-level Abyss Seeds, Tianya and Jiao Shao, would fight, one for each power. The other powers would kill the other Abyss Seeds. The discussion didn't take long before it was completely decided. A day later, all the powers set off. Dragon King, we will set off together tomorrow. The sect master and the rest of them informed him before they started to prepare immediately. Wuxia nodded his head and flew towards the Dragon Peak. Sky Array, how's the preparation going? He came to the command post and asked. Dragon King, it will take another 5 days to complete the transformation. Sky Array replied. We will head to the Abyss on the east side of the Demon Island tomorrow. We will probably have to clean up the Abyss Seeds on the east side in the next few days. Wuxia said to him. There will be no problem with the battle within 5 days. However, there are still some areas that have not improved and we will not be able to reach the peak. Heaven's Formation frowned slightly. It's all right. Our main focus is to fight against the Abyssal Seeds of Immortal King level 9 and below. The risk of this battle is not high. Wuxia shook his head. It was not difficult to mobilize the entire Demon Island's strength to attack the Abyssal Seeds on the east side of the Abyss. Dragon King, it's time to set off. The next day, the great teacher of last month came over to inform them. Let's go. Wuxia looked at the Dragon Peak and said with a smile. Boom, boom. The Dragon Peak was activated and soon, they arrived at the land plate that the great teacher of last month had taught them. The land plate, with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, was densely packed with people. These were the powerhouses from the northern front. I hope I can get a good harvest this time. Wuxia mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. This time, there were 60,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace in Dragon Peak. Out of the 60,000 people, all of them were Immortal King powerhouses. The 35,000 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division all possessed the combat strength of Immortal King powerhouses. The other 12,000 Immortal King level demonic beasts and 10,000 Immortal King level Starwood dragon species. The rest were the Fire Hammer warriors. Such strength was definitely comparable to the two sects. That Dragon Mountain is the strength of the Dragon Palace? The entire Dragon Mountain is so powerful. It is very powerful. That Dragon Mountain is a war machine of the Dragon Palace, extremely powerful. I heard it can trap 3 undying level 9 beings. No matter how strong it is, it can be stronger than our Sky Edge ruler, 1-inch Sky Edge God Destroyer Demon. Of course, it can't be compared to the World's End ruler. But this Dragon Peak is also very powerful. As the Dragon Peak advanced forward, there were also quite a few factions at the side. The disciples and experts of each faction were standing on large aircraft. There was an entire planet advancing forward, and there was a void ocean crossing the void. There were also technological warships that were thousands of kilometers in size. The most eye-catching one was a powerful treasure that looked like a ruler. The ruler was not very long, only about 10,000 meters long. However, there were tens of millions of people standing on the ruler. Those people looked very small, like ants. The World's End ruler had the space of a short distance. The entire ruler was also an incomparably powerful treasure. It was a sect-guarding treasure that belonged to the World's End Great Sect. The experts and disciples from the various factions scanned their surroundings and began to discuss among themselves. They were especially curious about the Dragon Palace, which had become famous in the northern front recently. Dragon King, the journey will take 5 days. 5 days is just enough to completely build the Dragon Peak. Tianqin stood on the command platform and said with a smile, That's even better. Wuxia smiled at the side and swept his gaze across the surrounding factions. As the powerhouses from the two major factions, Zhou and Duantian, were located in the Eastern Abyss, the surrounding factions were all the central factions of the Demon Island. The strongest faction was naturally the Horizon sect. There were 5 other factions of the same level as the Beichuan sect, as well as over 100 weaker factions. There were about a few 100 million people who went this time, and there were also many war machines. Therefore, the various factions did not choose to go through the teleportation formation. That Horizon ruler is very strong. Wuxia looked over and said faintly, It's a pretty good weapon. With an expert controlling it, it can match the combat strength of a peak Immortal king.
The sky array nodded. In the next few days, the various factions rushed towards the abyss in the east of the Demon Island. As 2/5 of the Demon Island had been devoured by the abyss, especially the eastern and northern regions, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the front of the abyss 5 days later.
Similar to the northern front, there was a bustling area at the front of the battle line. There were at least tens of thousands of life planets around it. This was an area that was even more prosperous than the northern front. However, similar to the northern front, everyone was in a hurry with a murderous aura.
Everyone is here. Let's discuss about the attack. In the sky, dozens of figures appeared and spoke to Wang Xian and the rest of the forces. Haha, good. Let's slaughter these beasts. In the large-scale war machines, the experts from the forces flew out one by one. Let's go over too. Wang Xian spoke to the heaven formation. He flew out from the Dragon Peak and headed towards the abyss.
Boom,
Boom, boom.
many top-notch experts were floating in the air as they looked ahead.
From here, one could see a part of the abyss. 2 peak Immortal King level abyss seeds.
Wang Xian looked towards the center and saw 2 powerful abyss seeds being guarded by his subordinates.
We will deal with the central area with Zhou Xiao. You guys can divide the rest among yourselves. At the side, the patriarch of the World Margin sect said without a doubt.
Leave the right side of the central area to us. We don't need any reinforcements. The sect master of the heaven-severing sect looked at the sect masters of last month and said directly.
Then leave the right side to last month and the rest of the forces.
Patriarch of the World Margin looked at the sect master of last month, Wang Xian, and the rest and said faintly.
The encirclement this time around was not too difficult for the forces of the Demon Island.
It could be said that the abyssal seeds in the abyss ahead were a huge amount of resources.
There was no danger and they could obtain countless abyssal crystals. Naturally, the forces would fight for it. This was especially so for the Great Sect. The abyssal crystals were a very powerful cultivation treasure.
Last month, we were close to the center with the Dragon Palace on the left side. The rest of you will be allocated.
Last month, the sect leader frowned slightly. However, this was the only choice he could make.
Tianya and Zhou Xiao were stronger than them. Since the heaven-cleaving sect was the host of this place, they could only choose the remaining ones. The harvest this time might be less than satisfactory.
Wang Xian mumbled. All right, we will be done with the distribution in 10 minutes. All the disciples of the sects will gather in front of the abyss in 10 minutes. We will attack together. Don't let these beasts escape.
Patriarch Zhou Xiao said coldly.
Yes. The leaders of the sects responded and started to prepare immediately. Bring the Dragon Peak here, Wang Xian said to the Heaven Array.
The Heaven Array nodded. With a move, he returned to the Dragon Peak quickly. Soon, the huge Dragon Peak arrived in front of the abyss.
Boom, boom, boom.
Soon, the surrounding factions gathered.
A group of powerhouses and disciples from the Great Sect from last month also flew over. There were more than 10 million people. They were the elites of the Great Sect from last month. Dragon King, we are clearing the abyss seeds in this area. There are 2 Immortal King level 9 existences. Old Feng's strength has not fully recovered yet. These 2 will be handed over to the Dragon Palace. We will clear the ones 100 million kilometers away. The sect leader and the patriarch flew over last month and said to Wang Xian, HM?
Then thank you for letting us pass.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned and said to them, Haha. Compared to the help from the Dragon Palace, this is a small matter. The sect leader and the rest smiled and didn't care about it at all.
A level 9 abyss seed crystal was extremely precious to them. There was even a powerful Immortal King level 8 powerhouse who made a breakthrough because of a level 9 abyss seed crystal. The 3 undying level 9 seeds that came last month were enough to kill one.
All factions, get ready. In front of the abyssal seed, 500 to 600 million people stared ahead coldly.
Each of them exuded a strong fighting spirit.
Unlike the previous battles, this time, all the experts and disciples' eyes lit up. The alliance of the entire Demon Island faction made this battle without the slightest suspense. Now, all the experts and disciples wanted to kill more abyssal seeds and obtain the crystals of the abyssal seeds.
When the order came from the center, all the experts and disciples of the forces immediately got ready. Attack, kill these bastards. Kill. The order to attack sounded from the center of the battlefield.
Ha ha ha. Kill. Kill them. All disciples, kill all the abyssal seeds. Kill. The leaders of the factions immediately shouted loudly.
Let's go.
On the dragon peak, Wuxia also shouted softly. The huge dragon peak immediately operated and charged towards the abyssal seeds in front of them.
All members of the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division, get ready.
Wuxia shouted softly and stared at the area of the Dragon Palace that spanned over 100 million kilometers. In this area, there were about 7 to 8 million abyss seeds, 2 level 9 and 12 level 8 ones. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, destroying them would be a piece of cake. This is like having more wolves and less meat.
Even though there are more abyss seeds in the central region, we, the world's end and the 9 heavens, will be dealing with them together. We won't be able to get many abyss seeds.
Elder Hua, the few of us will deal with the undying level 8 abyss seeds. We'll split them equally.
And in the center, the disciples from Tianya and Jiao Shao also charged into the abyss.
Some of the warriors and disciples who were filled with fighting spirit saw this scene and frowned slightly, saying helplessly, the two powers had the power to crush the entire abyss race.
Elder, there are too many of us here. If we want to split some of the undying level 8 seeds, we'll have to split it amongst ourselves.
In front of them, a group of warriors locked onto the seeds.
At the edge, a world margin deacon said helplessly,
if even the elders were going to split it equally, it would be even harder for them to gain more. That's true, but there's nothing we can do. Elder Tianya shook his head as he stared ahead. Let's do it. Although we're stronger, we still have to fight for a while. Elder, we can easily kill the abyssal seeds here. Why don't we go to the side and kill a few rank 8 abyssal seeds? We'll gain more than here.
As soon as Elder Tianya finished his words, a deacon raised his eyebrows and suggested,
what?
Elder Tianya paused and his eyes flickered. The area next to us is where the great sect fought with the Dragon Palace last month.
It's the Dragon Palace. Their Dragon Peak is right next to us. Elder, the Dragon Palace came here empty-handed.
What can they say if we go and help them? The deacon said in a low voice.
Moreover, Elder, we only killed a few level 8 abyssal seeds. The Dragon Palace can't do anything to us. He continued to speak.
This made Elder Tianya's mind move slightly.
Let's go. When he glanced at the situation here, his body moved and he immediately flew to the left. Let's go. We'll follow the Elder.
The deacon waved to the group behind him, excitedly following behind.
Ha. Following the Elder. We don't need too many abyss seeds. Just 2 or 3 undying level 6 crystals will be enough.
I'll be satisfied with just 1 level 5 crystal. Absolutely, we have 50 to 60 people. Helping them kill some abyss seeds would be considered helpful, and at most 100 or so, what can they say?
There's no problem at all. In an instant, 50 to 60 people immediately followed behind the Elder, excitedly flying to the left.
Here, each of them could at most get the crystals of the abyss seeds that were 2 levels lower than them. However, if they followed the Elder to the right, getting 2 crystals that were 1 level lower than them wouldn't be a problem at all. And with the Elder here, they had nothing to worry about.
After all, the Elder of the World Margin sect was an undying level 9 being.
The strongest warrior of the Dragon Palace was only level 9. With the power of the World Margin, even if he helped them kill some of the abyss seeds, they wouldn't dare to say anything.
The battle had already started, in order to increase their strength, so what if they did so? The path of the strong was the path they had to fight for. Them? Around them, some people saw them flying towards the left and were slightly confused. However, they didn't follow rashly. After all, they had an Elder leading them. So. Just as they passed, they heard the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Following which, they saw many abyss seeds being swiftly harvested, unable to resist at all. In fact, in front of them, a monster formed from thorns attacked the 2 level 9 Undying God King abyssal seeds. This Dragon Palace is so powerful. It really lives up to its reputation. What powerful archers! The Dragon Palace has actually nurtured so many Undying God King archers.
They looked ahead, their faces filled with shock.
In front, the eyes of the World Margin sect Elder gleamed.
Dragon Palace, we'll help you. His body moved, his gaze locked onto an undying level 8 abyss seed, attacking.
Let's go, we'll do it too. Behind them, the other warriors of the World Margin sect also moved, swiftly heading towards the Abyss Seed. Their eyes were filled with excitement. As long as they killed a few of them, their harvest would be much greater than if they were in the middle. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian, who was on the Dragon Peak, was slightly stunned. He looked at the group of experts who were charging towards the Abyssal Seed in astonishment. When his gaze landed on the elder at the front, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Dragon King, that's the experts from the World Margin sect. They want to snatch the Abyssal Seed from our side. Tianqin frowned slightly and said. He said that he would come to support them, but his actions were obviously to snatch the Abyss Seeds and obtain the Abyss Seeds crystals. For example, the level 8 Abyss Seeds crystals were indeed worthy of a godly monarch level 9 powerhouse. However, Wang Xian did not expect that the people from the World Margin sect would be so arrogant and did not put the Dragon Palace in their eyes. Haha! Everyone from the Dragon Palace, don't worry. We will help you fend off more than 100 Immortal God King Abyssal Seeds and share some of the burden with you. You can go and hunt the other Abyssal Seeds. At this moment, the deacon who was following closely behind the elder of the World Margin sect said with a loud laugh. Beast, die. One person taking care of two should be enough. In the abyss on the east side of the Demon Island, 50 to 60 people from the World Margin sect stared at the Abyss Seed in front of them with burning eyes. They charged straight into the Abyss group and attacked the undying level 6 and 7 Abyss Seeds. Rumble. The leader of the World Margin sect Elder Sky Connecting Ruler flew towards an undying level 8 Abyss Seed in front of him. The powerful wind law energy instantly pierced through the body of the level 8 seed. Wang. He waved his arm and took out the crystal, his lips curling up. Die, 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 die. Behind him, the palm of the Tianya sect brought its claws and tore through space, swiftly killing an undying level 7 seed. Every disciple of the Tianya sect attacked the weaker one. Dragon King. The sky array looked to the right and frowned slightly. Hee hee. Wang Xian's face turned cold when he saw them killing the abyssal seeds without any scruples. Ao Yao. Send someone over and capture the elders and deacons. Don't make them call for help. Kill the rest. He looked to the side and said with a murderous tone. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao's voice was heard. In the next moment, a few spots in the space of the Dragon Peak trembled. Immediately, a large number of strange demons followed behind Ao Yao and flew out. Wang Xian looked over there with a cold look in his eyes. If it was someone from the Nine Heavens sect, he might have hesitated a little. However, if it was Tianya, coincidentally, he also had some things to verify. Die! Within the abyss, the Tianya Great Sect Elder once again attacked. Another undying level 8 seed died in his hands. He waved his arm and took out the abyss crystal, his face full of smiles. That Dragon Palace didn't react at all? Holding the abyss crystal in his hand, the Tianya Great Sect Elder's body paused. According to his plan, killing 2 undying level 8 abyss seeds would be enough. Any more would offend the Dragon Palace, infuriating them. But now, they had already started to kill the abyss seeds. Yet the other Dragon Palace didn't react at all. This made his heart move. Could he kill another one? His heart moved. He gripped the sky connecting ruler in his hand and waved his arm, attacking the abyss seeds in front of him once again. If the Dragon Palace scolded them, they could at most return the abyssal seed in their hands to them. The people of the Dragon Palace didn't say anything. What are they doing? They should be afraid of the strength of our World Margin sect. Haha. The elder has continued to hunt, so we should kill another one. We came to the right place this time. At the back, the people of the World Margin sect saw that the elder continued to hunt after killing 2 abyssal seeds. When they saw that the Dragon Palace didn't have any reaction, they were delighted and whispered excitedly. Without any hesitation, they continued to hunt down the abyssal seeds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment, black and white figures appeared behind them and to their left and right. The black and white figures exuded a cold, murderous aura. The figures that suddenly appeared to their left and right caused them to be slightly stunned. The members of the World Margin sect were slightly shocked and their pupils constricted. Insatiable greed, seeking death, unable to live.
At this moment, they heard a voice coming from Dragon Peak. The faces of the 50 to 60 members of the World Margin sect changed drastically and revealed shocked expressions. What is the Dragon Palace trying to do? Are these the experts of the Dragon Palace? Their hearts sank, but they didn't have time to react. Terrifying attacks came at them one after another. Not good. The expressions of the 50 or 60 experts of the World Margin sect changed drastically. However, at this moment, the extremely sharp claws had already entered their bodies. Dragon Palace, you? Cough, cough, cough. At the front, the elder of the World Margin sect instantly sensed the changes in the surroundings. When he sensed that the Dragon Palace had directly sent people to kill them, his expression changed drastically and he let out a furious roar. However, before he could make a sound, a sickle-like claw directly cut his throat, making him unable to make a sound. His face turned pale and his body trembled. However, before he could react, another sharp claw directly pierced through his body. Moreover, he sensed with extreme fear that he had been suddenly appeared behind him and flew toward the Dragon Peak. What are the Dragon Palace trying to do? How dare they? Are they trying to make an enemy out of the World Margin sect? Also, what kind of terrifying existence is this that can subdue me in an instant? Many thoughts appeared in his mind, causing his face to turn extremely pale. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, he saw that the deacon from the World Margin sect had been caught and was spitting out blood. Dragon King. Ao Yao and the rest brought the two of them to the command platform and shouted at Wuxia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heaven Array swept his gaze across the two of them. With a wave of his arm, two thorns extended out from the Dragon Peak and wrapped around them. Ao Yao and the rest immediately released their grip. Gulp. Dragon King, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I am an elder of the World Margin sect. If you dare to kill me, the World Margin sect will destroy your Dragon Palace. Ao Yao had just released the elder of the World Margin sect when he shouted with a drastic change in expression. Bang! Wuxia stepped lightly on his head and stared at him coldly. Who gave you the courage to come to our Dragon Palace's territory to hunt for abyss seeds? He stared at the elder of the World Margin sect and said with some disdain. If you don't want us to hunt, you can tell us. You actually dare to seriously injure me now. Dragon King, do you know that you are courting death? The elder of the Horizon sect shouted sternly. Let us go, let us go. If you dare to kill us, we, the Horizon sect, will not let you go. Let us go now. At the side, the deacon of the Horizon sect clenched his fist and shouted sternly. You who are about to die, don't be so arrogant. Wuxia looked at the deacon with indifference in his eyes. Don't you dare, Dragon King. If you dare to kill us. Buzz. When the elder of the World Margin sect heard Wuxia's words, he immediately roared angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard the screams of the deacon beside him. He immediately turned around and looked over. He saw the deacon lying on the ground with a lifeless look in his eyes. His body trembled. What did you do to him? What did you do to him? At this moment, the elder of the World Margin sect shouted in horror. Phew! Wuxia closed his eyes slightly and absorbed the memories obtained from the soul catcher. A few years ago, the Empress told him that Qingyu and Lingxiu were hunted down by the Heaven's End sect. Wuxia wanted to verify why the Heaven's End sect was hunting Qingyu and Lingxiu. Where were Qingyu and Lingxiu now? Dragon King, I advise you not to start a war between the Heaven's End sect and the Dragon Palace just because of a small matter. There are two powerhouses at the peak of the Godly King realm in the Heaven's End sect. If you dare to kill all of us, our patriarch will definitely not let you off. In front of the command platform of the Dragon Palace, the elder of the Heaven's End sect was terrified and wanted to break free from the restraints on his body. He kept shouting at Wuxia. You have indeed chased after Qingyu and the rest. At this moment, Wuxia opened his eyes and stared at the elder of the Heaven's End sect with a face full of killing intent. He growled in a low voice. What? Sensing the killing intent coming from Wuxia and hearing his words, the elder of the World Margin sect trembled and shouted in shock. It's nothing. You will die too.
Your world margin sect will perish in the future too. Wang Xian looked at him and said without any expression. He raised his arm slowly. No, no, no. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. We shouldn't have come. Buzz.
The elder of the world margin sect roared desperately, wanting to live.
However, the soul-absorbing power landed on him, causing his eyes to slowly lose their spirit. Waves of information entered Wang Xian's mind again. Ha! A few minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. According to the information from the elder of the world margin sect, they are indeed after Qing Yu and the rest. However, the order to kill them was given by their ancestor. Why would their ancestor want to kill Qing Yu and the rest? Is it because of Shaolan? Wang Xian frowned slightly and revealed a puzzled expression. But no matter what, the world margin sect. He mumbled and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the bodies of the elders of the world margin sect. According to the memories of the elders of the world margin sect, the world margin sect had 2 experts at the peak of the immortal king realm and possessed the ultimate treasure, the world margin ruler. Under the control of the sect leader and the 2 elders, the world margin sect could unleash the power of a peak undying godly king.
It could be said that the world margin sect had 3 peak undying godly king warriors, and the world margin sect had 15 level 9 godly king warriors, not including the sect leader and the 2 elders. There were 12 more.
This power was very strong, far from what the great sect could compare to last month. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it will still be a little difficult to destroy the great sect. However, with the overall strength, the Dragon Palace is still stronger. Wang Xian mumbled as he stood on the command platform and scanned his surroundings. Last month, the elders of the great sect and the rest were killed by Wang Xian. In the abyss, more than half of all the abyss seeds were also killed. 2 level 9 immortal king abyss seeds were entangled by a thorny monster and would be killed soon. As expected, after a few minutes, all the abyss seeds on this side could be killed. While the Dragon Palace was hunting rapidly, the situation was similar elsewhere, especially in the central area. Other than the 2 peak immortal king abyss seeds that gave them some pressure, the other abyss seeds were not enough for the powerhouses of the 2 great sects to kill. In less than 10 minutes, all the abyss seeds were killed. Dragon King. All of them have been killed. In less than 10 minutes, all the abyss seeds on the Dragon Palace's side were killed. 7 to 8 million abyss seeds. Even though Wang Xian was not very satisfied with the number, it was still not bad. Including the bodies of the elder of the World Horizon sect, 3 level 9 Undying God King corpses and 13 level 8 Undying God King corpses.
This was no small feat for the improvement of the Dragon Palace.
Return to the side and wait for the news. Wang Xian stood on the Dragon Peak and spoke to the sky array.
The Dragon Peak drove back to the edge of the abyss. Ha ha, die for me.
Roar, roar, roar. 10 minutes after Wang Xian and the rest left the abyss, an excited roar came from the center. Following that, the abyss seed cried out in pain. Has a peak king god abyss seed been killed?
Wang Xian looked over and mumbled.
Ha ha ha, our forefather and the rest killed that peak king god abyss seed. Our forefather is invincible. HMPH. An abyss seed like this dares to invade our demon island. He is really courting death.
Haha, the ancestor destroyed the pinnacle god king abyss seed. Our side's abyss seeds have all been destroyed. Not enjoying it, really not enjoying it at all. The battle hasn't even been unleashed yet and it's already over. These abyss seeds are really useless.
I only got 1 abyss seed crystal, Sai. What a loss. The 2 of us only got 1, and it's 1 level lower than mine. That's too little.
At the same time, in the central region where the world margin sect was located, a group of warriors and disciples saw the patriarch and the others killing the peak undying godly monarch abyss seed. They all began to discuss. Some cheered the patriarch and the other's strength, while others were speechless as they chatted.
Many people were very dissatisfied with their gains this time. More wolves, less meat. All expert disciples. Withdraw from the abyss and return. On the Horizon ruler, the patriarch and sect master of the Horizon Great Sect were smiling as they looked at the peak stage godly monarch abyss seed crystals in front of them. They said faintly to all the disciples, "It's the patriarch. It's the patriarch." One expert disciple after another flew out. When the Horizon ruler flew out, a group of disciples flew in.
Sect Master, Patriarch, this battle is really boring. We haven't even stretched out our arms and legs yet, and the gains are even more pitiful.
The powerful disciples also flew towards the Horizon ruler. Some elders and deacons smiled as they surrounded the Patriarch and the others, and said with slight displeasure, "Hee, there should be a few more battles in the next period of time. There's no need to rush." Patriarch said in a good mood. "There weren't any casualties in this battle, right?" Sect Master Tianya asked the elders. "How could there be any casualties? Only some unlucky disciples were seriously injured. There shouldn't be any deaths." An elder beside him said with a smile, Alright, where's the old demon?
Why didn't I see him during this battle?" However, at this moment, an elder from the great sect of the world margin looked around in puzzlement and asked.
There were more than 10 elders from the great sect of the world margin, and everyone was very familiar with each elder. One of them wasn't around, so they were quickly discovered. "Right, I don't seem to have seen Elder Yao. Where did he go?" An old woman at the side also looked around in surprise. "Sect Master, Elder, it doesn't seem to be just Elder Yao. Deacon Song and the others who followed Elder Yao also disappeared." A deacon at the back looked around and said, "Oh, look for old Yao." Sect Master Horizon frowned slightly and ordered, "Has anyone seen Elder Yao and Deacon Song? Has anyone noticed Elder Yao and Deacon Song?" When Sect Master Horizon ordered a few elders and deacons to look for them, the group of people immediately took action. They swept their gaze into the abyss and asked the rest of the experts and disciples when they found nothing out of the ordinary.
"Elder Yu and Deacon Song?
No sign. No sign."
Some of the warriors and disciples shook their heads. However, very quickly, when the dozen warriors and disciples saw the elders looking for Elder Yu and the others, they raised their eyebrows.
"Elder."
An Undying Emperor-level warrior moved and immediately flew towards the elders. You saw Elder Yu and the others?" The elders looked at the Undying and immediately asked.
"It's Elder. When we were hunting the Abyss Seed, I saw Elder Yao and Deacon Song flying towards the starry sky on the left. I don't know where exactly."
The Undying said.
"Flying to the left?"
The few elders looked at each other and frowned. "Elder, we saw Elder Yao and the others when we were hunting the Abyss Seed."
"Elder, I saw them too."
At this time, the disciples that received the news rushed over and reported to the few elders.
"You all saw Elder Yao and the others heading to the left?"
The elders looked at them and asked. "Yes, Elder." The group nodded. "Elder, not only Elder Song, there are also 50 to 60 warriors following them. One of my seniors has yet to receive any news. At the end, I heard from that senior that they followed Elder Song to the side to hunt the Abyss Seed."
At this time, one of the Undying Emperors spoke.
"To the left to kill the Abyssal Seed?" The few elders frowned, their bodies moving, they immediately flew to the side.
"Patriarch, leader." A disciple saw Elder Yao leading Deacon Song and 50 to 60 people to the left to hunt the Abyssal Seed. The few elders immediately said when they arrived,
Go to the left? The left is the hunting area of the Dragon Palace and last month, right?"
One of the patriarchs raised his eyebrows and said. Several elders nodded. "Go to the left and take a look. Don't let them have a conflict."
Sect Master Tianya said immediately. "Yes." Several elders nodded.
"There's no need to go into the abyss. The Dragon Peak has come out. Go and ask."
The two ancestors looked to the left. With their vision, they could see the huge dragon mountain and said.
The elders nodded, their bodies moving. They immediately flew to the left. The four were all Undying level 9 warriors. They quickly arrived in front of Long Foam.
There's no sign of the old monsters." The four looked at Long Foam before looking at the empty abyss, frowning.
"Let's go and ask the people from the Dragon Palace." One of the World's End elders looked at the Dragon Peak and flew over.
The other 3 World's End elders followed behind. Everyone from the Dragon Palace. When the 4 World's End sect elders arrived, Wuxia and the rest noticed them. The 4 of them floated about 2 kilometers in front of the command platform and shouted at Wuxia and the rest. "For a view from the World Margin sect, may I know what's the matter?"
Wuxia looked at the 4 of them and asked faintly. "Dragon King, I wonder if your Dragon Palace has seen Elder Yao and the rest of us from the World Margin Sect. An elder from the World Margin Sect sized up Wang Xian and the surroundings before asking directly. Are the elders from your World Margin Sect here?
Wang Xian looked at them and raised his eyebrows.
Yes, they are here. The elder of the World Margin Sect nodded and said clearly.
When we were hunting for the abyssal seeds, Elder Yao told us to come here. Didn't you run into them?
An elder of the World Margin Sect narrowed his eyes and asked deliberately. Why did your World Margin Sect elder come to our side when you were hunting for abyss seeds? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at them and asked. Of course there's something. Dragon King. Just tell us if you have seen our World Margin Sect elder.
One of the World Margin Sect elders said.
Wang Xian shook his head. The four of them looked at each other and looked around in confusion. How could there not be any? Many disciples said to head to the left side of the abyss. There's only the Dragon Palace here.
An elder transmitted his voice to the other three people.
Indeed, that shouldn't be the case. The old demon must have seen that there are too few abyss seeds in our side. So he brought his men to hunt here. Could it be that they are heading to the great sect of last month? After all, the Dragon Palace is much stronger than last month. Another elder made a guess. Let's go. We will go to the great sect of last month to take a look. One of the elders immediately made a decision. The other three nodded their heads.
Sorry to disturb you. One of them spoke to Wang Xian and immediately flew to the left. Sky Formation, do you think they will know that it was us who did it? Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said,
The possibility of guessing us is very high. Tianqin muttered to himself. After all, a level 9 Immortal King was not someone who could disappear just like that. There were very few forces that could do it. With our strength, what would happen if we were to fight against the World Margin Sect? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. It would be difficult to destroy them, but they are no match for us.
Heaven's Formation said confidently.
I think so too. Then,
Wang Xian looked at the four figures who had left with a glint in his eyes.
Do you guys think that with the strength of the Dragon Palace, they can kill the old demon in an instant?
At the same time, one of the four elders of the Heaven's End sect who was flying to the left asked with a frown.
I heard that the Dragon Palace is very strong, but he doesn't dare to kill the old demon and the rest.
An elder at the side replied. The others also nodded as they listened. The Dragon Palace still didn't dare to offend the World's End sect.
Last month, we've also killed all the abyssal seeds. Let's go and ask some of them.
The four looked ahead and found that experts from last month were flying out of the abyss one after another. They glanced around but didn't see the old demon and the others. They frowned and said, Haha, we were lucky this time. We got 5 abyss seeds, my strength can be increased a little.
I really envy you. At the edge of the battlefield last month, 5 to 6 Undying Emperor-level warriors flew over with a smile.
Everyone, have you seen an elder and over 60 God Emperor warriors from our World Margin sect?
Suddenly, a voice sounded beside their ears. The 6 of them were slightly startled. Soon after, they saw 4 elders appear in front of them. You are elders from the World Margin sect. When the 6 of them saw the 4 elders from the World Margin sect, their pupils constricted slightly. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sirs, what's the matter? The 6 looked at the 4 elders from the Horizon Great Sect and asked somewhat nervously.
The elders from the Horizon Great Sect were experts on the same level as their forefathers. Have you seen an elder from our Horizon Great Sect and more than 60 godly monarch experts?
An elder in the middle asked again with a frown. An elder of the World Margin Great Sect?
No, we have not met the elder of the World Margin Great Sect. The 6 experts of last month's Great Sect immediately shook their heads. Are there no experts of our World Margin Great Sect here? The 4 elders of the World Margin Great Sect frowned slightly and confirmed again. Sirs, we can confirm that there are no elder experts of the World Margin Great Sect here. However, if the warriors from the World Margin Sect are hiding, we don't know.
The 6 shook their heads again.
No?
The 4 elders looked at each other. They could feel that everything they said was true. As for Elder Yao and the others hiding, that was obviously impossible. What do you think of the Dragon Palace's strength? Can they instantly kill an undying level 9 warrior? One of the elders suddenly asked.
The 6 heard their words and were stunned, their expressions changing.
Speak. The elders saw their hesitation and frowned, shouting softly.
A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped them, causing them to be in a daze. It should be possible. The Dragon King and the others should be able to do it.
The Dragon Palace has an extremely powerful assassin. I think it can be done.
The 6 of them were emotionally unstable and they couldn't help but say this under the pressure.
Okay. The 4 elders of the World Margin sect said faintly. They looked around and returned the way they came.
Huff, huff, huff.
The powerhouse from last month, who had been freed from the pressure of the 4 elders of the World Margin sect, panted heavily, and his face revealed a frightened expression. What's going on? I don't know. Let's go. We'll report this to the Patriarch and the others.
The 6 people's expressions changed and they immediately flew toward the Patriarch and the others. We can't contact the old demon now. If he didn't go to the side of last month's great sect, then he must be at the Dragon Palace. One of the 2 sides is lying. In front of the abyss, an elder from the World Margin sect said with a twinkle in his eyes.
Does the Dragon Palace dare to offend our World Margin?
An elder beside him frowned and asked again.
Did they dare?
Even though the Dragon Palace was strong in their eyes, there was still a huge gap between them and the World Margin.
If the Dragon Palace really dared to kill their World Margin elder, that would be no different from courting death. The 6 from the great sect last month couldn't lie, and the Dragon Palace has the ability to kill an undying level 9 warrior in an instant. Let's go test them again, one of the elders said. The other 3 nodded slightly.
Very soon, they came to the front of Dragon Peak again. The 4 of them did not hesitate and flew directly to the commanding platform of Dragon Peak. Everyone, what are you doing here again?
Wuxia raised his head slightly when he saw the 4 of them flying over again.
Dragon King, do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to kill the elders of our World Margin sect?
The 4 of them were about 100 kilometers away from the Dragon Peak this time. They stared at Wuxia from afar and probed him coldly.
Oh? What do you mean?
Wuxia smiled slightly and looked at the sky array beside him. The elder of our World Margin sect led a group of powerhouses to your side. There's no news of him now. I'm afraid only you guys can make an Immortal King level 9 powerhouse disappear without any news. Right? Another elder of the World Margin sect said coldly. I have a question. During the battle just now, why did the elder of your World Margin sect come to our hunting territory?
Wuxia did not answer them. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked.
Dragon King, we are asking you now. Where is the elder of our World Margin sect now? Or has he been killed by you guys?
The 4 elders of the World Margin sect stared at Wuxia with a grim expression.
The Dragon King's attitude towards the 4 of them could make them sense that the Dragon King did not put them in his eyes. This made their guesses more certain.
Perhaps Elder Yu was really killed by the Dragon Palace.
The 4 of them were filled with killing intent. At the same time, they were also staring at their surroundings vigilantly. This was also the reason why they were directly facing each other from a distance of 100 kilometers away, unlike the previous time when they were 2,000 meters away. It's the people from the World's End sect who are courting death.
Wuxia said slowly.
What? It's really the Dragon Palace who did it. Courting death. Dragon Palace. You are courting death. When the 4 of them heard Wuxia's words, their expressions changed. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. Buzz.
However, at this moment, the entire world suddenly underwent a terrifying change.
Black holes appeared out of thin air in the surrounding void. This strange space was not very large, and it just happened to envelop the 4 members of the World Margin sect. The black holes disturbed the space, and it came from the formation personally set up by the Heaven Formation. What?
Dragon King, what are you trying to do? When the 4 elders of the World Margin sect saw the strange space that suddenly appeared, a bad premonition shrouded their hearts. They shouted sternly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, 2 monsters formed from thorns appeared on the left and right of the Dragon Peak. They locked onto the 3 of them completely. What are you trying to do? Of course, I'm trying to destroy all of you. The people of the World Margin sect are really arrogant. You came directly to our Dragon Palace's territory to hunt down the abyssal seeds. You don't even put us in your eyes. Wuxia replied coldly. For the sake of some abyssal seeds, your Dragon Palace dares to make an enemy out of the Heaven's End sect? The 4 elders of the Heaven's End sect stood together and asked as they sensed their surroundings. They were prepared to break through to this strange space. Of course, it's not just that. If there's anything to blame, it's all your fault for hunting down Qing Yu and Ling Xiao a few years ago. Kill them. As Wuxia spoke, a violent killing intent surged from his body as he roared immediately. Boom, boom, boom. 2 monsters formed from thorns instantly appeared in front of them. Dragon King, you are seeking your own destruction. The 4 world margin elders roared sternly. Faced with the attacks of the Dragon Palace, they did not feel much fear. Instead, they felt more anger. A small Dragon Palace dared to kill the experts of the World Margin Great Sect. They were seeking destruction. Block them. As long as they can hold on for a few minutes, the Patriarch and the others will come and kill everyone from the Dragon Palace. Leave no one alive. An elder of the World Margin Great Sect roared furiously. Boom! Their bodies moved, and layers of laws appeared in front of them. Whoosh! 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 Crack! 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 However, the next moment, when the thorns landed on their defense, the 4 of them were completely stunned. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Within the black hole space, the sound of law defense breaking could be heard. The 4 elders of the World Margin sect stared blankly ahead. When the thorns swept over, the defense in front of them was immediately broken. Seeing this, the 4 of them were completely stunned. They were all elders of the World Margin, with undying Emperor level 9 battle strength. In the weaker sects, they were all pinnacle warriors. Even though they were wary of the Dragon Palace, they didn't pay too much attention to it. The Dragon Palace could instantly kill an undying level 9 warrior, but if the 4 of them worked together, they would need at least 10 to kill them. This would require a long battle. However, from their point of view, they could hold on for at least 20 to 30 minutes, an hour of battle, and they would be instantly defeated. The defense in front of them could be said to have been put into full use. Now it was so easily broken through. How could this thorny monster's attack be so terrifying? A terrified voice came from Elder Tianya and the other 3. Their pupils constricted as they looked at the 2 thorny monsters in front of them, their faces filled with shock. So. Pooh. In the next moment, the 2 brambles instantly shot out brambles and pierced through them. At such a close distance, the incomparably sharp brambles were like venomous snakes, instantly piercing through their chests. Ah! A scream came from an Elder Tianya, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at his chest, his face filled with fear. They are Pinnacle Undying Emperor level monsters. Pinnacle Undying Emperor level. The Dragon Palace has Pinnacle Undying Emperor level warriors. The panicked voices came from the other elders. They roared and their bodies trembled. The Dragon Palace also had Pinnacle Undying Emperor level warriors. Hence, if the other party really wanted to kill the 4 of them, they had no way to resist. No. Dragon Palace, how can you have a Pinnacle Undying Emperor, you? An elder roared. So. At this time, the thorns that pierced through their chests started to move, instantly piercing through their bodies again, completely binding them together. The 4 of them couldn't fight back at all and were instantly subdued. For sharp thorns shot out from the 4 thorns, aiming at their heads. No, don't kill us. At this moment, the 4 elders of the World Margin sect shouted with panic on their faces. When death came, most people would feel fear. This was especially so for the group of high-ranking experts. They couldn't bear to part with this bright world. That bastard old demon, how did he provoke the Dragon Palace? He actually made the Dragon Palace our enemy. While the 4 of them were terrified, they were also extremely furious at Elder Yao. However, they didn't know that they didn't put the Dragon Palace in their eyes at the beginning. Don't kill him yet. Seriously injure him. On the command platform, Wuxia said faintly. Yes, Dragon King, don't kill us. Don't kill us. We, the world's end, are willing to take out treasures to redeem our lives. When the 4 of them heard Wuxia's words, they had a glimmer of hope. They immediately shouted loudly.
As soon as they finished their words, numerous thorns landed on their heads. With their vitality, they naturally could not kill them. Buzz.
Wuxia flew over. With a wave of his arm, he immediately cast Soul Capture.
Heaven Formation. Remove the black hole disturbance formation and set up an illusion formation. Wuxia said immediately. Boom. As soon as he said that, a wave of dragons might rush directly into the mind of an elder of the World Margin sect. Summon the Immortal Kingdom. Wuxia's voice appeared in his mind. Yes, yes, yes. The elder of the World Margin said in a daze. An immortal kingdom slowly appeared at the side. Wuxia's body trembled. A dragon palace appeared behind him and directly kept the immortal kingdom into the dragon palace. Bang! He slapped his arm and landed on his head, killing him immediately. What?
What are you doing?
What kind of sorcery is this?
Wuxia's actions caused the other 3 Tianya elders to show a look of despair as they shouted loudly.
However, Wuxia did not pay any attention to them. He followed the same method and summoned all of their immortal god countries back. These immortal god countries were huge resources to AO Crab and the rest. These 4 immortal god countries, along with some other resources, could allow AO Crab and the other devouring dragon to raise their combat strength to level 9 Immortal God King. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't summon their god countries in the abyss, he would have also summoned the god countries of Elder Yao and the rest of the World Margin sect through this method. The harvest this time is pretty good. After killing the 4 elders of the World Margin sect, Wuxia's eyes gleamed. With 4 elders, he could increase the Dragon Palace's combat strength by 6 Immortal King level 9 fighters. With the addition of another, there would be a total of 7. There were also 2 Abyss Seeds. This trip would increase the Dragon Palace's combat strength by 9 Immortal King level 9 fighters.
I wonder how Tianya will react after killing the 5 elders of Tianya.
The corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly. Dragon King, shall we start the battle next? Tiancheng asked Wuxia.
Get all the disciples to prepare. Even if we don't start the battle, Tianya will start the battle.
Wuxia smiled and said faintly.
Tiancheng nodded slightly and prepared immediately.
Crack, crack. My amulet is broken. My amulet is actually broken. At the same time, a middle-aged man who was chatting with his fellow disciples on the Heaven's End ruler suddenly had a magical pendant on his chest crack. The middle-aged man was stunned instantly. Following that, he widened his eyes and shouted in shock. Eh?
Senior brother Lan?
What happened to you? In front of him, a few middle-aged men saw the sudden change in his expression and their expressions changed. They quickly asked, "The amulet broke. The amulet my grandfather gave me actually broke on its own." The middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. He grabbed the amulet with his hand. His eyes widened. "This is the amulet my grandfather gave me. Grandfather's kingdom of God can sense it when in danger. The kingdom of God will send a force to protect me."
Grandfather said that once he dies, this amulet will break. Grandfather.
The middle-aged man shouted. The other middle-aged men were stunned too. They looked at each other and gulped, their faces filled with fear.
They all knew that their senior Lan's grandfather was an elder of the world's end, an undying God King level 9 existence. Senior Lan report to the sect master and patriarch immediately.
One of them hurriedly said to him, "Try it, sect master, patriarch."
The middle-aged man gradually recovered his senses and directly rushed to the front of the Horizon ruler, shouting loudly.
"Eh!"
The middle-aged man ran over in panic. Patriarch Tianya and the hierarch on the Tianya ruler looked at the middle-aged man and frowned slightly.
"Little Lan, what's the matter?"
An elder who knew the middle-aged man asked him.
"Elder Mu, hierarch, patriarch, my grandpa might have fallen. He might have fallen. This is the amulet my grandfather gave me. Grandfather said that as long as he didn't die, it wouldn't break. Now the amulet is broken." The middle-aged man looked at Sect Master Horizon and the others with a panicked expression. He held the pendant in his hand, and his expression kept changing. The old man called Elder Mu's expression changed. He immediately appeared beside the middle-aged man and reached out to take the pendant from his hand. It is indeed a life-saving weapon made by Elder Lon for his descendants. However, Elder Mu's aura is no longer on it. Elder Mu's expression changed slightly as he looked at the sect leader and the others. What? Elder Lon is dead. Weren't they still here just now? How could they be dead? Aren't they? An elder's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Did something bad happen to them?" The sect master, the patriarch, and the others' expressions also changed slightly. One of the elders immediately took out his AI and sent a series of messages, but after a few seconds there was no reply. The 4 elders did not reply at all. Patriarch. In the surroundings, the elders and the sect master stared at the 2 patriarchs solemnly. The 4 bright elders had not returned after looking for Elder Yao, and now they were suspected to have fallen. To be able to cause them to fall so quickly, they had yet to sense that the other party's strength was definitely not simple. Damn it! With Elder Lon and the other 2's strength, even if they were in danger, they would still cause a huge commotion. How could they fall so quickly? All disciples, get ready. Everyone immediately head to the left to investigate. Once you find the murderer, dismember him into 10,000 pieces. The 2 patriarchs' faces revealed an incomparably intense baleful aura as they roared furiously. Horizon Ruler. Sect Master Horizon waved his arm and a wave of energy fused with the Horizon Ruler. All disciples, prepare for battle. Following that, Sect Master Horizon let out a fierce roar as his voice spread throughout everyone's mind. Oh? What happened? What's going on? Weren't all the abyssal seeds in the abyss slaughtered? On the Horizon Ruler, some of the uninformed disciples revealed astonished expressions. Whoosh! 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 The Horizon Ruler flew toward the left at a terrifying speed. Patriarch, if Elder Rulin and the others are really dead, the only force on the left that can do it is the Dragon Palace. An elder stood in front of the Horizon Ruler with a gloomy face and said to the 2 patriarchs, "Dragon Palace." The 2 patriarchs narrowed their eyes, which were flashing with violent killing intent. A total of 5 elders had disappeared. To them it was a huge loss. In the entire world, they only had 15 undying level 9 warriors. No matter which faction it was, as long as they killed the 5 elders, it would be irreconcilable. What happened to the World Margin sect? Why is there such a strong killing intent? What's going on with the Horizon Great sect? Why are they charging towards the left with such an imposing manner? Get all the disciples to prepare for battle? What's going on? At this moment, the experts and disciples of the 9 Heavens Great Sect who were at the side heard a voice filled with killing intent. When they saw them charging towards the left, they were slightly startled. Horizon and 9 Heavens were fighting against the abyssal seed at the center. Could be said that there was no gap between them. Both sides could clearly see each other's situation. The great change on Tian Ye's side immediately attracted Zhou Zhao's attention. Why are they flying to the left? Come, let's go and take a look. The 2 Zhou Zhao forefathers slightly raised their eyebrows and said with sparkling eyes. They had already killed all the abyssal seeds on their side, so nothing happened. Since the World Margin Great Sect was acting so strangely, Zhou Zhao naturally had to pay attention to it. Whoosh! Following that, a group of Zhou Zhao powerhouses and disciples immediately flew to the left. On the right, the Heaven-Severing Great Sect had also finished off the abyssal seeds in the abyss. As the host, some of their disciples had sensed the situation of the 2 great sects at the center and did not hesitate. Immediately, a group of experts came to investigate. All disciples, surround Dragon Peak. The speed of the Horizon Ruler was very fast, and the distance between the 2 sides was not very far to begin with. Looking at the towering and enormous Dragon Peak in front of them, Patriarch Horizon immediately ordered coldly. Yes. The other experts and disciples were slightly startled. Surround. However, the 7 elders immediately took the lead and commanded everyone. Follow the elders. In the next moment, the experts from the World Margin stopped them and immediately followed the elders and surrounded the Dragon Palace. Buzz! 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 Without any hesitation, the World Margin Patriarch flew out of the World Margin Ruler. The 2 of them floated in the sky. Dragon Palace. An angry roar came from one of the elders as he stared coldly at the enormous dragon peak. Whoosh! 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 In the surrounding area, Elder Tianya and tens of millions of disciples surrounded the dragon palace. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Hee. On the command platform, Wang Xian naturally knew about the people from the Tianya sect who were rushing over. As expected, even if the dragon palace didn't attack them, the other party would still attack them.
Everyone from the Heaven's End sect, may I know why you are here?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked despite knowing the answer.
To start a war at the time of the invasion of the Abyss, one had to be justified.
Otherwise, it would incur the wrath of the public and affect the actions of the Dragon Palace.
Did you kill Elder Lan and the other 5 from the Heaven's End sect?
Patriarch World Margin locked his gaze on Wang Xian and questioned him coldly.
What's going on?
The World Margin sect is here to besiege the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace killed an elder of the World Margin sect.
What exactly happened?
Why did the World Margin sect have a conflict with the Dragon Palace? At the back, Zhou Xiao and the other experts and disciples who followed them saw the scene in front of them. When they heard Patriarch World Margin's voice, they were slightly shocked. Why did these two forces suddenly start fighting? At the rear, the experts from the Heaven-Severing sect also rushed over. They were also surprised when they saw this scene. What's going on?
On the left, the sect master Patriarch and the others who had received the report from the 6 experts had also rushed over last month and happened to see this scene. Their expressions changed and they were somewhat solemn and embarrassed.
Dragon King, I'm asking you a question. Did you kill 50 to 60 powerhouses from the 5 elders of the World Margin sect?
The World Margin sect master stared at Wang Xian and questioned him coldly again. His tone was filled with coldness.
Everyone from the World Margin sect, let's talk this out nicely. There must be some misunderstanding. The sect master of last month gulped and spoke after a moment of hesitation.
They had such a good relationship with the Dragon Palace last month, so they naturally didn't want to see the Dragon Palace and the Tianya sect clash.
This would make it difficult for them to back down last month. After all, the Dragon Palace had helped them before.
However, the Tianya sect was so powerful that the Dragon Palace couldn't compete with them. Even if they had helped last month, they were still no match for the Tianya sect. Shut up, 5 of our sect's elders have been killed. This enmity is irreconcilable. Of all the powers, only the Dragon Palace has the power to kill them.
Sky Horizon Elder heard the sect leader's words and scolded coldly.
This caused the sect leader's expression to change, revealing an ugly expression.
At the same time, he was shocked. The 5 elders had been killed. This was in existence on the same level as him. They only had 4 undying level 9 emperors last month. What? The 5 World Margin elders were killed. These are 5 undying king level 9 beings. They were killed. How is this possible? It was the Dragon Palace who killed them? Are they courting death?
They actually killed the elders of the World Margin Great Sect.
The 9 Clouds Great Sect's Heaven-Severing Great Sect, along with the other powers that were rushing over. When they heard the words of the World Margin Elder, their faces were filled with shock. The death of 5 elders of the sect was a huge matter. The Dragon Palace isn't the only one that can destroy 5 undying God King level 9 existences, and they might have entered the abyss. A forefather from last month said with an ugly expression. Last month, you have no right to speak here. Do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll destroy your entire sect?
Another patriarch of the World Margin Great Sect roared with a cold face.
His words made the hearts of the people from the last month's great sect tremble slightly. Dragon King, speak. Give me a reason that is not for you to make a move. Otherwise, our World Margin Great Sect will definitely exterminate all of you. Not a single one of you will be spared. Sect Master World Margin stared at Wang Xian and roared with murderous intent. Right now, the Dragon Palace was the most suspicious. Even if they did not have sufficient evidence, if the Dragon Palace did not have evidence that they did not make a move, their World Margin would exterminate them as well. They would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. This was the might of the world's end.
Around them, the experts and disciples from the 4 major sects on the Demon Island looked at Wang Xian. They were shocked by the might of the World's End and were waiting for his answer.
World's End sect. Why did your elders come to our dragon palace for no reason? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said faintly. So, the elders of Horizon sect were killed by your dragon palace? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a mysterious divine axe appeared in the hands of one of the patriarchs of Horizon sect. The energy in his body roared.
Haha, when we were hunting the abyssal seeds, your Horizon sect dared to barge into our place to hunt the abyssal seeds and even killed the disciples of our dragon palace. Tell me, do you think I will let off the trash of your Horizon sect?
Wang Xian saw the murderous look on their faces. He laughed out loud and said coldly.
Boom. As soon as he said that, an incomparably violent murderous aura surged up in the surroundings.
It's really the dragon palace. They actually dared to kill the elders of our world margin sect, a small dragon palace. They are courting death. Kill them. They dare to kill our elders. Destroy the dragon palace. Kill our elders and take revenge. Make them pay 10 times or 100 times the price.
How dare the small dragon palace kill our elder Tianya?
When the experts and disciples surrounding the dragon palace heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were filled with rage. They raised their weapons and roared with murderous intent.
Hiss this.
The dragon palace actually killed the elder of the world margin sect.
Are they courting death?
Even if they are strong, the dragon palace is not qualified to be enemies with the Heaven's End sect. Elder Heaven's End killed a disciple of the dragon palace and the dragon palace destroyed him. This is too ferocious.
The surrounding major sects and forces were also in shock.
They were more familiar with the strength of the dragon palace. To offend the Heaven's End sect so ferociously was no different from courting death. When the sect master and the rest heard this, their expressions changed. They gulped and looked at Wang Xian in a daze. Good, very good. Dragon King, since you dare to kill an elder of our Heaven's End sect. Very good. This day next year will be the day of your death. A violent killing intent surged from the body of Patriarch Heaven's End. All the experts and disciples of the Heaven's End sect around him emitted a fierce aura. That's great. If you, the Heaven's End sect, dare to kill the people of our dragon palace, I will dare to kill them. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He said that the elders of the Heaven's End sect killed the people of the dragon palace because they had a good reason for doing so.
This Dragon King is so arrogant, so arrogant. He doesn't put the Heaven's End sect in his eyes at all. All the experts were shocked when they heard Wang Xian's words. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had never put the World's End sect in his eyes. Kill all the disciples of the World's End sect. I want to destroy everyone in the Dragon Palace. Not a single one of them is left alive.
Anyone who dares to help the Dragon Palace is our sworn enemy. We will not rest until one of them dies. Standing on the World's End ruler, Sect Master Tianya commanded loudly.
Kill! Tens of millions of disciples raised their weapons in the surroundings. Their killing intent shook the world.
I want to destroy your Dragon Peak, Sect Master Tianya murmured. He moved his arm, and a wave of energy poured into the Tianya ruler.
Behind him, 2 elders came to his left and right and also poured energy into the Tianya ruler. Buzz!
The entire Tianya ruler slightly trembled, and it emitted a sharp metal light. A vast nomological power spread out in all directions. The battle is about to erupt. The Dragon Palace is courting death. They actually started a battle at this time. This is the time of the Abyss invasion. An internal battle at this time. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others are simply too stupid.
The expressions of some of the surrounding experts changed slightly when they saw this scene. Some of them retreated.
An internal battle during the Abyss invasion was something that everyone was unwilling to see.
Even the 2 patriarchs of Jioshu frowned, but they could not say anything. The Dragon Palace had killed the 5 elders of Tianya. They were irreconcilable enemies. It was impossible for Tianya not to make a move. Behind them, the great sect from last month looked extremely embarrassed. They glanced at the experts of the great sect from Tianya who were full of killing intent. They gritted their teeth and hesitated. Kill! At this moment, an ice-cold roar reverberated throughout the world. World End ruler, 1 foot of the world and annihilates the gods and demons. The voice of the sect leader of the world end continued to resonate. An energy condensed from the ruler-like laws erupted from the world end ruler. The ruler instantly grew to the size of tens of thousands of kilometers and charged towards the center of Dragon Peak. Around them, tens of millions of experts and disciples from the world-end great sect also launched their attacks instantly. Hee. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, kill! When Wuxia saw the group of people from the world margin sect attacking him, he licked his lips and commanded with a grim expression. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the order was given, countless arrows flew out from the Dragon Peak and attacked the tens of millions of disciples from the world margin sect. Crash! At the same time, in front of the Dragon Peak, 3 monsters formed from thorns were formed. Whoosh! One of the thorny monsters saw the Tianya ruler coming towards Dragon Peak and swept it away. To block Tianya Chi's attack, wishful thinking. When Tianya Chi goes all out, it's no weaker than a pinnacle undying God King warrior's attack. On Tianya Chi, Tianya sect master saw a thorny monster sweep towards Tianya Chi's attack, his face revealing a cold expression. Humph! In the sky Horizon Elder holding the axe slowly raised the axe in his hand and also released a terrifying attack. Splitting the heavens and earth. He roared softly. An earthen yellow energy instantly tore apart the space in a radius of 400 to 500 million kilometers. This gray axe-shaped energy slashed towards Dragon Peak. 2 peak Undying God King level energies attacked. Not good, it's hard for the Dragon Palace to defend. Seeing this scene, the warriors and disciples from the great sect from last month, who had rushed over from behind, were all shocked. However, against a peak Undying Emperor-level attack, they were helpless. Rumble! However, at this moment, the thorn monster's thorn had already landed on the energy of the world's end ruler. A terrifying collision sound rang out as boundless energy charged towards the surroundings. Eh? What? When the experts from the various factions saw this collision, they quickly cried out in alarm. He blocked it. How is this possible? The Heaven's End sect master stood on the Heaven's End ruler and stared straight ahead. His face also revealed a shocked expression. Blocking it, the thorn monster's attack actually blocked the Sky Horizon ruler's attack. Rumble. At this time, another terrifying clash resounded. In the air, the huge god axe formed from the laws also slowly crumbled under the thorn monster's attack. What? Both attacks were blocked by the Dragon Palace. This is an attack from a pinnacle Undying Emperor. This. Around the 2 ancestors, the rest of the warriors as well as the warriors from the other forces saw this scene, their pupils dilated. Blocking the attack of the world's end ruler was already very surprising. But the attack of the world's end ancestor was also blocked. This meant that the Dragon Palace could fight against a pinnacle Undying fighter. HM? No wonder you dared to kill our world's end elder. It turns out that your Dragon Palace also has a pinnacle Undying fighter. No wonder. The expressions of the 2 world's end patriarchs changed when they saw this scene. However, do you think that you can fight against US just because you have pinnacle Undying fighter strength? Kill! The unmoving pinnacle Undying fighter's face was filled with killing intent. Pagoda appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the pagoda instantly released terrifying flames that expanded to millions of kilometers in size. He flew above the pagoda. With a wave of his arm, the first level of the pagoda released many flame flowers. Countless flame flowers covered an area of over 100 million kilometers, blasting towards Dragon Peak. Voila! At this time, the world margin sect's patriarch's attacks, the 3 brambles immediately moved, meeting their attacks. The brambles waved, similarly enveloping an area of over 100 million kilometers ahead. 2 locked onto the 2 world margin sect's patriarchs, 1 locked onto the world margin ruler. Rumble, rumble. Terrifying energy undulations, the vast war instantly erupted. Retreat. Immediately retreat backwards. The surrounding powers, even the large sects, immediately retreated backwards. The aftershocks of a pinnacle Undying killing wasn't something anyone could withstand. Ah! At this time, a series of screams came from the surroundings. It was very sudden. The screams made the hearts of the surrounding disciples tense. Everyone was shocked, quickly looking towards the source of the scream, the left side of Dragon Peak.
That is not good, Elder Mu. The scream attracted many people's attention. When the people from the World Margin sect looked over, their expressions changed. On the left side, Elder Mu led a group of World Margin disciples to block the arrows from Dragon Peak. When Elder Mu solemnly blocked an undying level 9 archer's arrow, a black and white silhouette appeared behind him. The moment Elder Mu unleashed his powerful attack, his sharp claws pierced into his body. The scythe-like claws even sliced off half of Elder Mu's head. In the surroundings, there were also strange black and white creatures, using the same method to pierce through the warriors of the World Margin sect. An elder, 10 deacons, and 10,000 God King warriors of the World Margin Great sect on the left. This is. When they saw this scene, be it the warriors and disciples of the World Margin or 9 heavens breaking moon and the other forces, they all felt troubled. The war had just begun, and the archers of the Dragon Palace were engaging in a few rounds of attacks with the disciples of the World Margin. However, all of a sudden over 10,000 undying fighters were killed. This terrifying scene shocked even the 2 patriarchs of Jiushao. How? Dragon Palace, you're courting death. In front of them, when the 2 patriarchs saw the scene on the left, their eyes instantly turned blood red. They let out bestial roars. Over 10,000 undyings and an elder were killed in an instant. What did that mean? There were only 80,000 to 90,000 undyings in the entire world. 1/89th of them had been killed. Most importantly, another elder had been killed. This was an undying level 9, a top warrior of the sect. Including this elder, a total of 6 elders had died at the hands of the Dragon Palace. More than 1/3 of the rank 9 experts in the world. Whoosh! 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 Patriarch Horizon's roar didn't have any effect. In front of them, the Thorn monster's attack had already arrived. Break! Patriarch Horizon, who was holding the axe in his hands, raised the axe in his hands and slashed at the thorn in front of him. Bang! A terrifying collision sound was heard. In the next second, Patriarch Horizon, who was holding the axe, flew backward. How is this possible? He could not help but let out a low roar. At the side, the Heaven's End Patriarch, who was standing in the sky above the flaming pagoda, was surrounded by thorns. The flames landed on the thorns, but they did not break through their defense. His expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. All members of the Dragon Palace. Attack. Kill. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a cold look appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone floated above the Dragon Peak and attacked all the strong disciples of the World Margin sect who surrounded them. Whoosh! 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 In the Dragon Peak, the rest of the Starwood dragon species flew out instantly. The 60,000 immortal king powerhouses of the Dragon Palace all attacked. Hiss! This is the power of the Dragon Palace, the 2 ancestors of the World Margin sect, and the others controlling the World Margin ruler. They are all being held back. There are so many undyings in the Dragon Palace, another 10,000 have flown out, along with at least 30,000 archers. This is close to 60,000 undyings, right? The most terrifying thing is the black and white creatures. No one noticed them before. 10,000 undyings were killed. It's too terrifying. Look at those 3 brambles. They are completely suppressing the 2 ancestors and the leader of the World Margin sect. When the 10,000 undyings rushed out, the surrounding warriors and disciples were all shocked. Within a dragon mountain, not only were there beings that could fight against pinnacle undying emperors, there were also close to 60,000 undying emperors. The World Margin sect had 70,000 to 80,000 undying emperors. However, this time there were only 50,000. And out of these 50,000, over 10,000 were killed by Strange Demon and the others. Another important point was that the World Margin sect's elders had already been killed by the Dragon Palace by 6. In terms of high-level battle strength, the Dragon Palace had an overwhelming advantage. Not good. The Dragon Palace has 7 to 8 undying fighters of the 9th level. When the Starwood dragon species all rushed out of Dragon Mountain and charged towards the group of warriors and disciples of the World Margin sect surrounding Dragon Mountain, an elder felt the terrifying power and roared in shock. There were 15 undying God King level 9 warriors. The sect leader and 2 elders wanted to control the World End ruler. 6 elders were killed. 2 elders were guarding the land of the World End sect. They could only use 4 Undying God King level 9 warriors. They were not a match for the Dragon Palace. What made them even more shocked was that the 60,000 members were all Undying level. There weren't even any below Undying level. Their Eternal God Lord disciples were completely slaughtered by the Undying Emperor's attacks.
So. As the Starwood Dragon charged out, thorns began to cover their surroundings.
Arrows and thorns filled the sky. In an instant, over 1 million disciples of the World Margin Great Sect were killed.
Ah!
Miserable cries rang out. The expressions of the experts of the World Margin Great Sect changed slightly, and their eyes revealed an incomparably violent killing intent.
Kill them!
Although the World Margin Great Sect was slightly weaker, it was not as if they did not have the slightest ability to resist. The experts roared furiously. Wong. At this time, over 10,000 strange monsters moved and hid in space.
All World Margin disciples, be careful, watch out for that assassin. An elder saw it and his expression changed, immediately warning loudly.
Elder, the opponent is too strong. We aren't their match. Behind them, a group of Eternal God Lord level disciples watched the battle in fear. The battle in front of them wasn't something they could participate in.
Just being hit by the aftershocks of the undying battle could kill them.
Only a God Lord level could fight on the battlefield. The rest weren't qualified. This made the tens of millions of disciples of the World Margin Sect panic.
Right now, not to mention surrounding the Dragon Palace, even being able to fly dozens of km ahead without dying was already a heaven-defying luck.
Buzz!
The 5 elements millstones swept across the surroundings from the sky. Seeing that terrifying attack, the elders of the World Margin Sect had to defend themselves.
If they didn't defend, many disciples of the World Margin Sect would be killed. Whoosh! However, when he was defending himself, an arrow directly shot toward him. Shit! The elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated, giving up on defending. Buzz! The river of destruction swept past, drawing out a death domain. The disciples of the World Margin Sect were filled with fear.
No! Screams rang out and the hundreds of thousands of disciples who were enveloped frantically fled outside. However, they were really too weak. They didn't even have time to return to their eternal divine kingdom and were directly killed.
The Horizon Sect is no match for the Dragon Palace at all. If this continues, all their disciples will be slaughtered. The disciples of the Horizon Sect have gathered to surround the Dragon Peak. They are completely gathered to wait for the Dragon Palace to kill them. The Dragon Palace's strength is so terrifying. The Horizon Sect is in big trouble. All the powerful disciples around were shocked when they saw the scene on the battlefield. Who could have imagined such a situation? Initially, everyone thought that the Dragon Palace was stupid and seeking death, but now it seemed that the stupid one was the World Margin Sect. To surround Dragon Peak with such power was no different from seeking death. Sect leader, forefather, we aren't their match. After a short clash, the Undying God King level warriors lost their fighting spirit and roared in fear. Damn it! How can this Dragon Palace be so strong? Above them, the 2 forefathers of the World Margin Sect, the sect leader and the elders all had changing expressions. They were barely able to dodge the thorn monster's attack. Hearing the sounds below, their hearts shook violently. They knew that World Margin wasn't a match for the Dragon Palace. They were about to lose. All the powerhouses and disciples. Run! One of the Tianya patriarchs gritted his teeth. His arm was struck by a thorn and his arm was instantly broken. He shouted in shock and anger. He was defeated. He was completely defeated. You want to run away now? Aren't you too naive?
You want to destroy our Dragon Palace. How can we let you escape so easily?
Wuxia was standing on the command platform. When he heard the voice of the Tianya patriarch, a cold expression appeared on his face. Buzz! At the side, the Heaven Formation's arm moved and a strange space slowly covered the area in front of him. The black hole disturbed the space. While the Heaven Formation was controlling the bramble monster, it had already allocated some of its energy to set up this formation. The formation was activated and spread forward at a terrifying speed. Covered an area of 1 billion kilometers.
This The surrounding space suddenly changed, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. A bad premonition enveloped their hearts. Not good. Elder Patriarch, I can't sense my eternal divine kingdom. I can't return to my divine kingdom. A terrified voice sounded, and a God-Lord-level disciple was filled with panic. They weren't a match to begin with. If they continued fighting for a long time, they would all die. Now that they could not return to their own divine kingdoms, it was no different from waiting for death. This is an array formation, a powerful trapping array. A patriarch of the world margin sect was also filled with fear. Break the array formation, break the array formation. Break the array, break the array. Quick, quick, all warriors break the array, we must break the array. A terrifying voice resounded from the leader and the elders. From the battle till now, even if the Dragon Palace had displayed their strength, with the ability to fight and suppress the world margin sect. Even if over 10,000 undying godly monarchs were suddenly assassinated, they didn't panic too much. However, when this strange space appeared and they couldn't sense their god country, everyone was completely panicking. Even the two forefathers of the world margin sect were terrified. If they couldn't break this array, then the tens of millions of people of the world margin sect would all die here. The entire world margin sect was about to be destroyed. Don't linger in battle, break the formation with all your strength. A world margin sect patriarch roared and hurriedly flew to the side, wanting to escape the bramble monster's attack and attack the surrounding formation. Break the formation. The world margin sect master also roared and controlled the world margin ruler to attack the black hole spatial disturbance formation. However, every attack of the horizon ruler was blocked by the thorny monster. What's going on? Why did such a strange thing suddenly appear? The entire battlefield has been covered. What is this? An array? It actually covered the entire battlefield. Does the Dragon Palace have a secret weapon? This time, the Horizon sect has kicked an iron plate. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace to be so powerful. When the black hole spatial disturbance formation appeared, all the surrounding forces watching the battle were slightly shocked. The two patriarchs of Joxiao looked at each other and stared at the formation that had suddenly appeared below them with a solemn expression. Against the Dragon Palace, if it was their Joshi this time around, they would also be in a miserable state. Kill! At this moment, in the black hole spatial disturbance, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. With a move, he flew out from the command post and charged into the battlefield. His arm turned into a dragon claw and charged towards the experts of the world margin sect. Against a force that was chasing after Qing Yu and Lingxiu, Wang Xian of the world margin sect would definitely be destroyed. Anyone who dared to hurt them would have to pay a price that was billions of times higher. Ah! Wang Xian's attack instantly killed over 100 Immortal King level experts. In the surroundings, the level 9 Immortal King level experts of the world margin sect were being held back. There was no way for them to save them. Patriarch, save us. We are not the Dragon King's match. Some of the experts cried out in fear when they saw how easily Wang Xian killed over 100 Immortal King realm experts. Damn it, Dragon King, stop. The eyes of the world margin patriarch were bloodshot as he roared. However, his roar was just a useless roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not good. Be careful of your surroundings. That strange creature has assassinated you again. At this moment, a series of shocked and angry voices rang out, causing the entire battlefield to be in complete chaos. The appearance of the black hole and the lack of high-end combat strength caused all the experts and disciples of the world margin sect to completely lose order. Ah, no. Patriarch, save me. Suddenly, an incomparably miserable voice rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone from the world margin sect was shocked. Elder Duanmu. Some of the warriors looked over, their pupils dilated, their faces filled with shock. On the battlefield, behind one elder, two black and white silhouettes appeared. Right now, other than Ao Yao, there was another member with undying level 9 strength. With the two of them working together, one of the elders could not dodge at all. What? The two elders looked over, their expressions extremely ugly. Their hearts pounded violently. Another elder had died. This was the 7th elder to die at the hands of the Dragon Palace. If this continued, all of them would die. Do whatever it takes to break the array. One of the world-end patriarchs roared crazily. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. At this moment, the other patriarch suddenly stared at the World End ruler and roared at Sect Master World End. Sacrifice. Sect Master World End and the two elders trembled when they heard this. However, their eyes swept across the battlefield. They gritted their teeth and roared in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the three of them squatted on the horizon ruler and placed their hands on it. Ah! 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 Three roars filled with pain and madness rang out as waves of fresh blood surged into the horizon ruler. Bang, bang, bang. At the side, the thorns of the thorny monster landed heavily on the horizon ruler. Buzz. However, at this moment, the entire horizon ruler emitted a terrifying green light. In the center of the horizon ruler, a blood-red symbol slowly appeared. Attack! After the symbol completely appeared, Sect Master Horizon let out a wild roar. The power of the laws on the entire horizon ruler surged, and with an unstoppable momentum, it charged forward. Bang, bang, bang! The thorns that blocked it were directly cut off, and the horizon ruler directly rushed to the front of the black hole disturbance array. Oh! On the command platform, the sky array frowned slightly when it saw this scene. Boom! The next moment, the sound of collision rang out. The entire black hole void disturbing array trembled and quickly collapsed. All disciples, run! Seeing that the array was broken, the World Horizon Sect Master immediately roared crazily. Run! All the experts and disciples saw that the array was broken. Without the slightest hesitation, they directly fled into their own divine kingdom. They didn't want to stay here any longer. The terrifying life-reaping arrows made them terrified assassins. Every second, hundreds of thousands of disciples and experts died. They were truly afraid. Give up on the horizon ruler and run. When the two horizon patriarchs saw the situation around them, their hearts bled as they roared in the direction of the horizon ruler. In the next moment, their figures disappeared. Wang wang wang. Tens of millions of people fled in fear. However, in the process of fleeing, millions of people were still left behind. This. Everyone who was watching the battle was stunned. The formation suddenly broke and everyone saw the World End ruler rush out. On the World End ruler, three skinny experts were kneeling on it in a miserable manner. Soon, some people recognized that they were the sect master and elders of the Horizon sect. Then, tens of millions of people fled back to their own divine kingdom. This scene was quite shocking and tragic. Cough, cough. Dragon King, in the future we, the Horizon sect, will fight to the death with you. In the future, we will fight to the death with your dragon palace for tens of millions of years. On the World's End ruler, an incomparably cold and venomous voice came out from the mouth of the World's End sect master. His body trembled as he looked at Wuxia behind him. This time, the power of the World's End ruler erupted during the sacrifice, causing his foundation to be damaged and his strength to regress. He would never be able to return to his peak for the rest of his life. He would never forget this enmity, the enmity of this disciple who was killed by an expert. He would never be willing to take revenge. Buzz. His voice fell, the figure also slowly disappeared. This. The angry and resentful voice of the sect master of the Horizon sect was still echoing in the sky. Besides 6 to 7 million floating corpses, there were no other disciples of the Horizon sect around Dragon Peak. Looking at the floating corpses on Dragon Peak, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Because an elder of the Horizon sect had snatched the abyssal seed from the Dragon Palace, and because the Horizon sect had killed the disciples of the Dragon Palace, the Horizon sect had paid such a price. How did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace become so powerful? On the left, the forces of the North Stream sect and the others from the World Margin sect had watched this scene with their mouths agape. They had asked themselves to know a little about the strength of the Dragon Palace, but what they had shown today had shocked them. Last month, Sect Master, the Dragon Peak of the Dragon Palace seems to be more powerful than before, and its energy is more abundant. An ancestor of the ancient god dynasty whispered to the Sect Master last month and the others. Yes, the Sect Master last month and the others nodded slightly. They could sense the change in the Dragon Peak. The Array Master in the Dragon Palace must have made a breakthrough, so he can contend with the World Margin sect.
an ancestor of last month said in a low voice. The strength of the Dragon Palace has jumped to the peak of the Demon Island. The World Margin sect has been defeated, and even Zhou Xiao is no match for the Dragon Palace. The sect master from last month sighed slightly. To be invincible on the Demon Island, the Dragon Palace's strength was truly terrifying. Let's pay them a visit. At the Nine Heavens sect's group seats, the two Nine Heavens patriarch looked at each other and said softly. Having witnessed the Dragon Palace's terrifying strength with their own eyes, Nine Heavens had to be on good terms with the Dragon Palace to avoid future conflicts. Otherwise, the end of the world might be a lesson for them. They swept their gazes across the corpses of the World Margin Great Sect. There were more than 18,000 godly monarch-level corpses. Furthermore, they recognized that there were 2 bodies of Elder World Margin. Including the 5 that had disappeared previously, there were 7 in total. They were close to half of the World Margin's peak combat strength. How terrifying! At the back, the Patriarch of the Heaven-Severing sect was speaking in shock. When he saw Patriarch Jioshu and the rest flying over, he immediately followed behind them. The Dragon Palace's strength is truly extraordinary. Congratulations, Dragon King. For defeating the Tianya sect, Zhu Xiao's Patriarch flew over, cupped his hands, and congratulated Wang Xian.
Thank you, Zhou Xiao. Our Dragon Palace has no intention of becoming enemies with any force. However, the Tianya sect killed our disciples.
Wang Xian cupped his hands at Zhu Xiao's Patriarch and replied politely. After all, the 2 of them were peak Immortal King existences and deserved equal treatment from the Dragon Palace. Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon Palace. In the future, if anything happens to the Dragon Palace on the Demon Island, we, Duantian, will definitely support them. Duantian's sect master and patriarch flew over and said respectfully.
Duantian's strength was slightly lower than Jioshu Tianya's, so he naturally had to lower himself when facing the Dragon Palace.
Thank you, everyone. We need to take care of this area before heading to the center of the Demon Island. Perhaps in the future we will become neighbors. In the future, our Dragon Palace will also protect the Demon Island with you. Wang Xian said with a smile. Then we won't disturb the Dragon King. When Zhou Xiao, Duantian, and the other powerhouses heard that, they were slightly shocked and nodded immediately. Wang Xian's intention was very obvious. He wanted to tell them that they were going to the World's End domain to occupy it. The Dragon Palace would replace the World's End sect.
As for the people from the World's End sect, they would probably flee to other places.
Otherwise, with the strength of the Dragon Palace, they would not be able to resist.
Congratulations, Dragon Palace. Congratulations, Dragon King.
Congratulations, Dragon King. In the surrounding area, the experts of the various factions shouted with flattering expressions. They had personally witnessed the World Margin sect's crushing defeat. In the future, when the Dragon Palace settled down on the Demon Island, they would naturally lick it. Dragon King, congratulations. Will the Dragon Palace settle down on the Demon Island in the future?
The experts from the ancient god dynasty of the Beichuan sect's Dragon Python group looked at each other and flew towards the Dragon Peak. Their eyes were sparkling as they asked. Yes, we are preparing to occupy the territory of the ends of the earth.
Wang Xian nodded.
That's even better. That's even better. In the future, our powers and the Dragon Palace's territory will be much closer. The sect master and the rest from last month immediately said with smiles on their faces. All right, our Dragon Palace will head to the center of the Demon Island immediately.
Wang Xian said.
All right. We will head back immediately as well.
The sect master and the rest of the experts from last month also said immediately.
Let's go.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw that all the corpses and the like had been put away. He flew to the command platform and said to the Heaven Formation. All right, Dragon King. The sky array nodded with a smile on its face. The Dragon Peak was activated and flew towards the center of the Demon Island.
As they watched the gigantic and towering Dragon Peak gradually fly into the distance, all the forces behind them watched with a look of astonishment.
Who would have thought that an external force, the Dragon Palace, would step on the ends of the earth and step onto the stage of the Demon Island today? All the experts could not help but sigh in their hearts. Inform all the disciples of Zhou not to provoke anyone from the Dragon Palace in the future. The two elders of Zhou were silent for a moment before they gave an order to the sect master of Zhou.
The strength of the Dragon Palace was already very terrifying to begin with. Now they had even obtained the ultimate treasure of the horizon. Dragon King, other than collecting a bunch of corpses, the biggest reward this time is the Horizon Ruler.
On the Dragon Peak, Heaven Array looked at the Horizon Ruler in the Dragon Peak with a smile and said to Wuxia, everyone from the Horizon sect instantly returned to their own divine kingdom. Naturally, they couldn't take this Horizon Ruler with them.
Wuxia looked over and his body moved. He landed directly on the Horizon Ruler.
At the last moment, the sect master of the Horizon sect and two elders offered sacrifices. This caused the power of the Horizon Ruler to be very strong. Wuxia came to the front of the World End Ruler and sized it up. It was a wind attribute divine weapon that possessed an extremely powerful power. It was the supreme treasure of the World End sect. This World End Ruler is a supreme treasure at the peak of the Godly Monarch realm. When controlled by 3 Godly Monarch level 9 experts, it can unleash the combat strength of the peak of the Immortal Godly Monarch realm. It is extraordinary and belongs to a powerful war divine weapon. The Heaven Array came to the World End Ruler and said, this World End Ruler has intelligence and is loyal to the World End sect. I need to modify it.
I'll leave it to you. With this Sky Edge Ruler, it can increase the strength of the Dragon Palace by quite a bit.
Wuxia said, 3 level 9 powerhouses controlling the Sky Edge Ruler could unleash the combat strength of a peak Immortal King. This was equivalent to adding 7 more Immortal King level 9 powerhouses to the Dragon Palace. Other than this Sky Edge Ruler, I've gained a lot.
Wuxia mumbled. The corpses of the 7 elders, the God Country of 4 Immortal King level 9 powerhouses, and 2 Immortal King level 9 Abyssal Seed corpses.
This time, he could add 11 level 9 Undying Godly Monarchs to the Dragon Palace. The rest of the improvements were also huge.
With such strength, the Dragon Palace can completely gain a foothold on the Demon Island, guarding the abyss on the northern line. He mumbled, a smile on his face.
Hoo. Patriarch, what should we do now?
What should we do?
According to the news from the east, the Dragon Palace is flying toward us. They want to take over our territory. Damn it. 7 of our elders were killed this time. Patriarch, we want revenge. Revenge. Just as the Dragon Palace was rushing towards the center of the Demon Island, it was on a planet of the World Margin sect.
In a palace surrounded by clouds and immortal chi, tens of thousands of undying godly monarchs from the World Margin sect gathered together.
In front of them, the warriors from the World Margin sect roared angrily. Cough. Patriarch, we want revenge. On the seats in front of them, Sect Master Horizon and the 2 elders looked like they were about to die. They looked at the 2 forefathers in front of them and said with hatred in their eyes, who? The 2 forefathers of the Horizon sect slowly closed their eyes and exhaled.
The strength of the Dragon Palace had far exceeded their expectations. Now that they had lost the Horizon Ruler, they were no longer a match for the Dragon Palace. Wait here for a moment.
Dozens of seconds later, a patriarch slowly opened his eyes and said.
The other patriarch also opened his eyes. They looked at each other and then disappeared.
What?
The people of the World Margin sect were slightly stunned and fell silent. The current situation was related to the fate of the entire World Margin. Only the 2 patriarchs could decide. Will that person help us? At the same time, in a room surrounded by clouds, a patriarch of the World Margin sect asked in a deep voice. The other patriarch shook his head, not knowing what was going on.
He looked at the mirror in front of him and waved his arm. Dong. The sound of knocking could be heard from the mysterious mirror.
Brother of the World Margin sect, what's the matter? An old man's figure soon appeared in the mysterious mirror.
An item of a flame token was sitting cross-legged on a futon on the old man's back.
Protector Emperor, our World Margin sect has encountered a powerful enemy and suffered heavy losses. The enemy is now heading toward our territory.
A World Margin patriarch cupped his hands and said,
Oh? You have encountered an enemy? With your strength, few forces are your match. The elder in the mirror was slightly surprised and said,
It's the Dragon Palace, a newly rising force. They killed 7 elders and millions of disciples of the world's end. We're not their match. Now they're rushing toward us. Please help us, Protector Emperor.
Patriarch World begged with an embarrassed expression.
The Dragon Palace? The power of the Master of the Frost Goddess?
Are they so powerful?
Protector the Arch was slightly surprised in the mirror. He knew a little about the power of the Dragon Palace. The Master of the Frost Goddess on the Demon Island seemed to have a deep relationship with the current Empress of the Imperial Court.
Yes, it's that Dragon King. Protector the Arch, can you?
Patriarch Tianya immediately nodded. Now that the war has broken out in the Imperial Court, I can't manage Tianya for the time being.
Protector Monarch's face revealed a thoughtful expression as he said softly.
Protector Monarch, our World Horizon Great Sect has done many things for you and the Imperial Court. Now that we are in danger, we implore Protector Monarch to help us. When Forefather Horizon heard his words, his face was embarrassed as he pleaded once again. Currently, our Imperial Court side is unable to leave with our manpower. How about this? Your World Horizon Great Sect will come to our side and contribute to the Imperial Court. I will arrange a place for you.
Everything will be discussed after the Abyss War is over. In addition, I will order the Imperial Court to issue a notice. During the Imperial Starfield's all-out war, any factions are prohibited from fighting each other. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. Protector Monarch said indifferently. The two-world margin forefathers opened their mouths, their expressions changing.
The Void God Kingdom on the Cold Night Island is about to open. At that time, I will give you 2 spots. If you can obtain a great opportunity, I will respect you.
At this moment, Protector Emperor looked at them and said,
Is the Cold Night Island's Void God Kingdom about to open? The 2 forefathers of the World Margin sect looked at each other with burning eyes. Thank you, Protector Emperor. The 2 cupped their hands and thanked him. I am waiting for everyone at the junction between the Imperial Court and the Cold Night Island, the Protector Emperor said with a smile, and then the image disappeared. We've done so many things for the Imperial Court, but now that we're in danger, they're not willing to take action.
When the image disappeared, a patriarch of the World Margin sect shook his head slightly.
The Dragon Palace isn't simple either. Forget it. It's not bad that the Protector Emperor can give us 2 spots. If we can get a great opportunity, everything will be worth it. Although it's illusory, it's a slim chance for us. As the 2 conversed, they moved and disappeared again, returning to the Great Hall at the end of the world.
All disciples pack up and go to the junction of the Imperial Court and the Cold Night Island.
The 2 came back and immediately announced,
Patriarch, are we going to leave this place? All the disciples of the World Margin trembled when they heard this, and they said with extremely ugly expressions.
Their World Margin sect had been in the central area of the Demon Island for hundreds of millions of years. Now that they had escaped, everyone was very unwilling.
We are not a match for the Dragon Palace. When we reach the border between the Imperial Court and the Cold Night Island, we will have the protection of the Imperial Court. One day we will be able to take revenge for what happened today.
One of the world's end patriarchs roared in a low voice, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes, Patriarch. The rest of the disciples nodded heavily and immediately went out to prepare. They were going to escape from here. The next day, the entire Demon Island was shaken. The news of the world's end defeating the Dragon Palace had not spread yet. When everyone saw that all the experts and disciples of the World's End Great Sect were moving toward the center of the Imperial Starfield, it caused a huge uproar. Very soon, the news of the Dragon Palace severely injuring the Heaven's End Great Sect and occupying the territory of the Heaven's End Great Sect spread at a terrifying speed. When all the citizens of the Demon Island received this news, their faces were filled with shock.
The Heaven's End Great Sect was one of the strongest forces on their Demon Island. No one dared to provoke them, but now they were actually forced to flee by the Dragon Palace. This made everyone feel incredulous.
On the artificial intelligence system, everyone in the Demon Island was talking about it. Soon, everyone learned about what had happened in the East Abyss. Everyone was shocked by the Dragon Palace's strength. One day later, the Imperial Court suddenly made an announcement on the artificial intelligence system. the invasion of the abyss and the start of the race war. Any human forces were forbidden to fight among themselves. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. A very short notice, the entire Imperial star field everyone can see. The Imperial Court actually issued such an announcement at this time. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, the Dragon Peak dashed toward the center of the Demon Island at full speed. When Wang Xian opened the AI, he immediately saw this message. He raised his eyebrows slightly and his eyes were sparkling. This should be related to the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Horizon sect. He mumbled to himself. It was almost certain. There was such an announcement right after the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Horizon sect. It was obviously a warning to them. However, Wang Xian did not take it to heart. The battle had ended. Furthermore, he also saw the news from the AI that the people from the Horizon sect had left the Demon Island. In a short period of time, they would not be able to start a battle with the Heaven's End sect. The Dragon Palace's strength is still a little lacking if we want to destroy the Heaven's End sect. After this upgrade and the addition of the Heaven's End ruler, we might have a chance, but the chances are still slim. In this battle with the Heaven's End sect, the Dragon Palace indeed possessed overwhelming strength. However, there was another crucial reason for them to be able to destroy so many people from the Heaven's End sect. That was because the World Margin sect underestimated their enemy and directly surrounded Dragon Peak, allowing the disciples of the Dragon Palace to kill wantonly. However, they were still able to escape in the end. After all, the World Margin sect was a huge force that had stood on the Demon Island for hundreds of millions of years and had many powerful trump cards. After witnessing the strength of the Dragon Palace, it would be difficult for them to have such an opportunity in the future. However, as long as the Dragon Palace improves a little more, it will be able to completely destroy the World Margin sect. He mumbled as he stood on the command platform and stared at this area. Dragon King, we're here. 2 days later, Dragon Peak arrived at the central territory of the Demon Island, the trump card of the World Margin sect. Let's go. We'll take over all the planets of the World Margin sect. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The people of the World Margin sect were afraid that the Dragon Palace would rush over and left in a hurry. They only took one planet and left immediately. Currently, there were more than 100,000 life planets in the territory of the World Margin sect. These life planets all belong to the Dragon Palace now. At this moment, Wang Xian saw a few thousand people standing in the void in front of him. They looked over as if they were waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Palace. Go over, Wang Xian said faintly. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. Dragon Peak drove over and shouted respectfully when he saw more than 3,000 people. You are. Wang Xian stood on the command platform and swept his gaze across the crowd. All of them were Immortal King level, but the strongest one was only at level 6 Immortal King. Dragon King, we are some families and merchants from the World Margin sect. All the strong disciples of the World Margin sect have retreated. We are here to welcome everyone from the Dragon Palace. The level 6 Immortal King in the lead said respectfully. All right, your position here will not change. We are about to take over all the planets. Wang Xian looked at everyone and smiled. With them, it would be much more convenient for the Dragon Palace to take over the planets. Yes, Dragon King. We will cooperate fully with the rest. Everyone nodded immediately and said respectfully, yes, bring us to the best planet at the moment. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and gave them an order. It's the Dragon King. Everyone nodded their heads immediately and brought Wang Xian and the rest to a planet in front of them. An hour later, they arrived in front of a planet. As expected of the planet of the World's End sect. It's much better than the planet where the main Dragon Palace is now. They are not on the same level at all. Wang Xian looked at the planet in front of him. Immortal Qi lingered. Ancient trees, ancient mountains, and some divine trees could be seen everywhere. In his heart, he decided to move the main Dragon Palace to this side. Everyone, please wait on the ocean for a while. As Wang Xian spoke, he flew directly to this planet called Gutian and entered the ocean. Buzz! His body moved and he immediately summoned the Dragon Palace. The majestic Dragon Palace appeared and stood straight in the ocean. The Dragon Palace was considered to have gone through another migration. Prime Minister Gue, there's a group of people up there. Go and learn about the situation in the world's end domain from them. Also, bring some people to take over the planet that belongs to the world's end sect. Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace and instructed immediately. It's the Dragon King. All the other disciples of the Dragon Palace. Come over and prepare for another upgrade. As Wang Xian spoke, he immediately came to the front of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Soon, the members of the Dragon Palace rushed over one by one with smiles on their faces.
Wang Xian stood at the side and transformed the corpses into dragon chi. The harvest this time was not small. It could allow the Immortal King level powerhouse of the Dragon Palace to break through to 100,000. And the level 9 Undyings could break through to 20.
Over the next few days, the Dragon Palace began to take over the stars. The Sky Array led people to use array techniques to search for the god countries hidden in the void. This battle had killed 7 to 8 million people from the World Margin sect, close to 20,000 Undyings, and their god countries were all hidden within the void crevices.
Finding the god countries within these void crevices was also a huge resource.
At the very least, it could give the Devouring Dragon clan a huge boost. Right now, the Devouring Dragon Aosia and the others' improvements were already much slower. Time passed day by day, and the Dragon Palace was also madly improving. And half a month later, the Imperial Court used their AI to once again announce to everyone in the Emperor Star Field that an all-out war had broken out.
The 3 major islands, including the Demon Island, which were located on the central island of the Imperial Court, had been invaded by the Abyss.
And the war between the humans and the Abyss in the Imperial Star area had completely begun. The entire army of the Imperial Court started to operate, and countless experts of the Imperial Court rushed to the battlefield. The entire Imperial Star area instantly became nervous. All the people in the AI were discussing about the invasion of the Abyss. News also came from the Imperial Star Lady. The most outstanding disciples of the current generation of the Imperial Court had already entered the front line of the Abyss. Wang Xian had already sent an Immortal King level 8 and 3 Immortal King level 7 experts over 20 days ago to help the Imperial Star Lady build up her achievements. With the help of the members of the Dragon Palace, the Imperial Star Lady had reaped huge rewards in the first battle. On the Demon Island, the northern line continued to expand. However, it would take 3 to 4 months to reach the center. Due to the last encirclement, the Abyss on the east side had calmed down. No abyssal seeds had appeared. Compared to the calm on the Demon Island side, the rest of the places had completely erupted. Wang Xian was also paying attention to the battles in other places through the AI.
After more than half a month, the advancement of the members of the Dragon Palace had come to an end.
Therefore, he was ready to speed up the promotion of the strength of the Dragon Palace.
Take the initiative to attack.
Prime Minister Gue, how is the investigation of the situation in the Northern Abyss coming along? In the main Dragon Palace of the ancient sky planet in the center of the Demon Island, Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and asked Prime Minister Gue.
Below Prime Minister Gue, the Heaven Array formation and all the leaders had gathered at the Dragon King's palace.
Dragon King, we have already gone over to investigate. The investigation results are out. Prime Minister Gue nodded and looked at Ao Yao.
Dragon King, according to our investigation, on the northern front, there are still 2 peak Immortal King level Abyss seeds, 16 Immortal King level 9 Abyss seeds, 55 Immortal King level 8 seeds, 170 Immortal King level 7 seeds, and more than 50,000 Immortal King level seeds.
Ao Yao spoke to Wang Xian. The Dragon Palace had been stable for 20 days. Basically, everything had been settled. Wang Xian wanted to hunt down the abyssal seeds on the northern front. Similarly, the Heaven Array and the leaders of the Dragon Palace had similar thoughts. War was the best and fastest way to improve the Dragon Palace. How much do you think we will lose if we attack? Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. This figure was equivalent to the strength of the Abyss species in the Eastern Abyss. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they could suppress this group of Abyss species. However, if they really fought, the Dragon Palace would suffer losses. Dragon King, even if we lose over 10,000 Immortal King level powerhouses, as long as we can destroy this group of Abyss species, it would be extremely profitable for us. Tian Chen's eyes gleamed as he said, If a force from the Dragon Palace killed all the Abyss seeds in the north, it would be a huge profit.
I'm afraid that if another powerful Abyss seed appeared in the depths of the Abyss, we would be in trouble.
Prime Minister Gue muttered. Encircling the northern Abyss was a little risky, and the unknown was a little too great. 2 Peak Undying God King Abyss Seeds. I can control Dragon Peak to completely tie them down. If we prevent them from escaping with the World End Ruler and World End Ruler, I have a 100% confidence to kill them within 15 minutes. Tian Chen said confidently. The Dragon Palace now has 21 Undying Emperor Level 9 warriors and Dragon King. After removing 3 to control the World's End Ruler, there are 18 left. 18 against 16 Undying Emperor Level 9 Abyssal Seeds. The difference isn't too big. There's a risk. The other levels are still better. Our Dragon Palace warriors can suppress them.
Prime Minister Gue calculated each other's strength and said.
The surrounding leaders of the Dragon Palace fell into deep thought. If that was the case, this battle would not be easy to handle. We can use the World's End Ruler to kill a few Immortal King Level 9 Abyssal Seeds first. That way, there won't be much of a problem. Tianchen said from the side. What I'm afraid of is that the 2 Peak Immortal King level Abyssal Seeds will tie down our side's high-end combat strength.
Dragon King, there is a way.
Prime Minister Gue shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Wang Xian. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and gestured for him to continue.
Dragon King, currently we have over 100,000 life planets. Although these planets can bring us benefits, speaking of which, the most important thing for our Dragon Palace is the ocean. We can exchange the land.
This time we can look for the Moon Sect, Heaven-Breaking Sect, and even the Nine Clouds Sect. We can ask them to send some powerhouses. We can use the land of these planets as a reward. Prime Minister Jiwai said. Or, Dragon King, we have another way. The last time we hunted the Abyssal Seeds in the eastern abyss of the Demon Island, they had a large number of corpses and crystals of the Abyssal Seeds. We can exchange the land of the planets for them. That's not a bad idea. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Go and inform the Heaven-Breaking Sect and the Nine Clouds Sect immediately. Ask them if they have any intention of selling the Abyssal Seeds. If they are not willing, we can use another method. It's Dragon King. I will contact their sect leader immediately. We will get the results soon. Prime Minister Gue nodded and immediately took out his AI to communicate.
Wang Xian and the rest sat there and waited quietly.
Dragon King Zhou Xiao is willing to take out 2 level 9 Undying God King Abyss Seed Crystals to trade with us. Duan Tian's is level 8. It's not very useful to us, but it's not bad.
10 minutes later, Prime Minister Gue said,
Let's do the trade. Also, call the sect leader from last month over. 2 level 9 Undying God King Abyss Seed Corpses, plus the 4 Undying God Kings from last month's sect, will do.
Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, All right. Prime Minister Gue nodded and immediately went out to settle the matter.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Not long after, the sect leader and the 2 forefathers rushed over. They looked at Wang Xian and called out respectfully.
Yes, everyone. Our Dragon Palace is preparing to go to the northern front to hunt the Abyssal Seeds there. We would like to make a trade with them last month. Wang Xian spoke directly to them. Yes? Go to the northern front to hunt the Abyssal Seeds.
The sect master and the rest were slightly shocked. They knew a little about the number of powerful Abyssal Seeds in the northern front. It was no less than the number of Abyssal Seeds in the east.
The eastern side of the abyss was destroyed by the combined power of the entire Demon Island. What was the Dragon Palace doing now? With the strength of our Dragon Palace, we are completely capable of destroying the Abyssal Seeds on the northern front. However, compared to the level 9 Immortal King, there are not many of them. Hence, we would like to invite the 4 of you from last month to help.
Of course, if you guys help, we will not let your efforts go to waste. It's the land of 1,000 life planets. Wang Xian continued to speak to them. The Dragon King has done us a favor. As long as you say the word, we will definitely not decline. It's just that we want to know how confident you are, Dragon King.
Also, Old Feng's injuries have yet to recover. Even with a large amount of resources and treasures, he still needs more than 100 years to recover. the sect master of last month said directly.
Don't worry. Unless there are more powerful abyssal races from the depths of the abyss on the northern front, you guys can come over and help. We are 100% sure that your old Feng's injuries will recover in an instant. I have healing treasures here.
As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the newly born liquid in the moon bay of the ancient lake. With a wave of his arm, the life force liquid flew directly towards them. In addition, you don't have to reject the land of 1,000 life planets. He said faintly, Dragon King, the reward you have given us is sufficient. As long as you instruct us, we can take action immediately.
The sect master and the rest received the vitality liquid and sensed its energy. A trace of shock flashed across their eyes as they replied immediately.
All right, we will set off in 15 days. Wang Xian immediately said. All right.
The 3 people from the sect master nodded.
After removing the 3 Immortal King level 9 masters who are controlling the Heaven's End ruler, adding the 4 of them and the 2 that have been added, 16 against 24 is enough. Wang Xian mumbled as a smile appeared on his face. Time passed day by day. The Dragon Palace used the land of 5,000 life planets to exchange for 2 undying level 9 abyss species corpses from the 9 Heavens sect. Following which, these 2 undying level 9 abyss species corpses were immediately used to raise the Dragon Palace's level 9 warriors. Over the next 10 days, the Dragon Palace went through large-scale drills. The Dragon Palace currently had about 410,000 members, of which more than 5,000 were members of the logistics and civil service.
There were about 405,000 combat members.
The Dragon Palace would have to use all their strength to hunt down the abyssal races on the northern front.
There were hundreds of millions of abyssal races on the northern front. Of course, many of these hundreds of millions of abyssal races were weak divine-level abyssal races.
Even so, it was still a huge force. In this battle, the Dragon Palace had to send out all of their members.
400,000 members of the Dragon Palace all attacked, fighting against hundreds of millions of undying God King Abyss species. This time, the Dragon Palace had sent out their entire army.
Recently, all the members of the Dragon Palace had been training in the Dragon Field. After all, there would definitely be deaths in this battle, and there were even quite a number of deaths. With the current training, the number of casualties would be reduced as much as possible. The revival of the members of the Dragon Palace also required a large amount of resources.
15 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, 2 level 9 Immortal King combat strength members flew out.
Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace are ready. The Great Sect has already informed us last month. They will be here soon.
On the afternoon of the 15th day, Prime Minister Gui came over directly and reported to Wang Xian.
All right, we will set off immediately. Wang Xian did not hesitate and flew out directly. All the members of the Dragon Palace, follow the Dragon King on his expedition. Prime Minister Gui shouted softly and ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace. Yes.
In the Dragon Field, all the disciples of the Dragon Palace who had already lined up neatly flew out immediately. On the ancient sky planet, a towering dragon peak stood there.
Next to the Dragon Peak was a divine weapon that looked like a ruler, the Horizon Ruler. Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, Fire Hammer Clan, Starwood Dragon Seed, enter the Dragon Peak.
The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace enter the Horizon Ruler. Prime Minister Gui, who was floating in the sky, ordered again.
Yes. All the members of the Dragon Palace replied and immediately flew towards Dragon Mountain and the Horizon Ruler.
Dragon King.
Outside, there were 4 people from last month's sect leader. Beside them were 5 undying level 8 warriors. Other than the people from last month's sect, Bei Shuang from the Beichuan sect, the sect leader from the Beichuan sect, the Dragon Python group, and the Ancient God Dynasty all had warriors coming over. There were about 14 Immortal King level 8 experts. Dragon King, I heard that you guys are going to hunt for the Abyss species on the northern front. We are here to help the Dragon Palace. The Beichuan sect leader and the rest were all smiling as they spoke to Wang Xian. Thank you very much then. Everyone, let's head to the Dragon Peak.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly at them.
The Dragon Palace's hunt for the Abyss species on the northern front this time could be considered quite secretive. However, last month, the Beichuan sect and the higher-ups also knew about this matter. They came over to express their goodwill. They wanted to show that they were on the side of the Dragon Palace.
Wuxia did not reject them. Although they were not very strong, they could reduce the losses of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Everyone immediately followed behind Wuxia and came to the command post.
Let's go. Let's go.
Prime Minister Gue Aogn and another dragon guard were standing on top of the world's end ruler and controlling it. Prime Minister Gue looked in the direction of Long Feng and shouted softly.
The heaven formation responded, and both Long Feng and the world's end ruler were activated instantly. Boom.
Both Long Feng and the world's end ruler were divine artifacts at the peak of King God level. Their speed was extremely terrifying. Is this the full strength of the Dragon Palace?
Behind the command platform, the people from the Beichuan sect, who had nothing to do last month, started to size up the power of the Dragon Palace. Soon, their eyes opened wide, and their faces were filled with shock.
According to my senses, there is no one whose battle strength is lower than the 8th rank of the Eternal Lord. There should be around 100,000 godly kings. The hierarch pursed his lips and said in a slightly shocked tone, last month.
The lowest level of Eternal Master was level 8. There were 100,000 godly kings and a total of 400,000 members of the Dragon Palace. Was this the true strength of the Dragon Palace? The power of the World Margin sect was already very strong. They had about 30 million Eternal Masters and above, but they had 30 million Eternal Masters. Those below level 5 of Eternal Master accounted for about 97%. Their overall strength could not be compared to the Dragon Palace at all. They calculated in their hearts that only the disciples below the Eternal Godlord, Zhou Shao, Duan Tian, and the disciples below the Eternal Godlord could have a chance to meet with the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of shock.
The Dragon Peak of the world's end was moving quickly. On the northern line, after more than a month, the abyss had expanded a large area again. After flying for 2 days, the vast and deep abyss that made one's heart palpitate appeared in their line of sight. At a glance, the abyss in the abyss was like a demon that was devouring the human world.
Members of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Wuxia looked at the abyss in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, more than 300,000 disciples flew out from the heaven's end ruler.
Over 300,000 members were split into 30 legions, each with 10,000 people,
of which the Mad Dragon and Imperial Dragon were the vanguard, followed by the Heaven Thunder Earth Fire Dragon and Phoenix, the Dragon Guards, the Dragon Palace's Poison Department, and lastly, the Dolphins, the powerful auxiliary dolphins of the Dragon Palace.
Each legion was led by an undying level 7 warrior according to this ratio.
The group of members came to the side of Dragon Mountain, their bodies filled with powerful fighting spirit and power. All armies spread out according to the arrangement above. Tian Chun stood in front of the command board, looking at the situation of the abyss seeds on the screen in front of him. With a wave of his arm, images appeared in front of the army leaders.
Yes. The group of army leaders looked over, immediately dispersing towards their surroundings. The rest of the Immortal King level 8 and above Dragon Palace members are fighting against the Abyss Seeds of Immortal King level 8 and above respectively. This is their distribution. Heaven Array waved his arm again and transmitted the distribution of the Abyss Seeds of Immortal King level 8 and above to the Dragon Palace Immortal King level 8 and above combat strength members.
Dragon King.
After distributing them, Heaven Array looked at Wuxia.
Members of the Dragon Palace, listen to my command. Kill.
Wuxia raised his arm and ordered loudly.
Yes. Kill.
At the next moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace started to move. One by one, the legions charged into the abyss.
Boom. Boom.
Boom.
The Dragon Peak and the Horizon Ruler let out a rumbling sound. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Whoosh. On the Dragon Peak, thorns covered the area. 3 thorn monsters gathered rapidly and charged towards the center.
At the center was the place where the Abyss Seeds were densest. The 2-peak Undying God King Abyss Seeds were here. Kill. Roar, roar, roar.
When the members of the Dragon Palace roared, the Abyssal Seed in the Abyss had already noticed the arrival of the experts of the Dragon Palace. In the center, there was a huge peak stage King God Abyssal Seed with 4 huge bone wings. The humanoid abyssal seed with blood-red eyes raised its head and roared angrily. Roar, roar, roar. Ga, ga, ga. In the next moment, the hundreds of millions of abyssal seeds in the abyss stared at the members of the Dragon Palace and let out a bloodthirsty roar. Dragon Palace Immortal King Level 9 member. Lock onto Immortal King Level 9 Abyssal Seed. Leader last month, each of the 4 of you can pin down one of them. All you need to do is to pin them down. The rest of you can act as you wish. Wuxia stood on the command platform. When he saw countless pairs of cold eyes staring at them, he immediately gave the order. It's the Dragon King. Beside him, the people from the great sect of last month immediately nodded their heads. Their eyes swept across the members of the Dragon Palace and finally landed in the abyss in front of them. Shoot! When the Dragon Peak arrived at the edge, Musasin's order sounded. So. In the next moment, countless arrows shot forward. Howl, howl, howl. Within the abyss, the 2 pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seeds roared simultaneously. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the center, tens of millions of Abyss Seeds opened their mouths wide and unleashed terrifying attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The first terrifying clash resounded. And at this time, Longfeng had completely entered the abyss. Lock onto 2 pinnacle Undying God King Abyss species. Prime Minister Gui's voice resounded. They controlled the world and ruler and instantly rushed to the front. A gust of wind attribute energy shot towards 1 pinnacle Undying God King Abyss species. So. Behind them, 3 thorn monsters formed from arrays followed closely behind, attacking the bone-winged Abyss species and the human-shaped Abyss species. Howl, howl, howl. The 2 pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seeds saw Prime Minister Gui and the others charging towards them, their faces filled with rage as they rushed forward to receive them. The terrifying black wings swept across the energy laws of the Sky Horizon Ruler, destroying it. Prime Minister Gui controlled the Sky Horizon Ruler and could only unleash the power of a normal pinnacle Undying Emperor against a pinnacle Undying Emperor Abyss Seed alone. He was definitely not a match. So. However, at this time, 3 thorny monsters caught up and attacked the 2-peak Immortal King level Abyss Seeds. Roar! The 2-peak Immortal King level Abyss Seeds immediately went to meet them and unleashed terrifying power. It's our turn. Wuxia saw the 2-peak Immortal King level Abyss Seeds being entangled and licked his lips. A strong battle intent appeared in his eyes as he moved. Let's go. Ao Yao. We'll swiftly kill an Undying's level 9 Abyss Seed. As he spoke, he flew out and locked onto an Undying's level 9 Abyss Seed within the abyss. Behind him, the 19 Undyings from the Dragon Palace followed. No wonder the Dragon Palace is confident in using the power of the Dragon Palace to wipe out the Abyss races here. The 4 of them looked at the top-level warriors of the Dragon Palace and sucked in a cold breath before following behind. After seeing so many warriors of the Dragon Palace, they had already decided that they would respect the Dragon Palace in the future. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Around them, the Undying level 8 warriors of the Dragon Palace began to move. There were over 60 of them. Every single one of them exuded a powerful aura as they attacked the Undying level 8 abyssal beasts. Beichuan leader, the Dragon Python group and the Ancient God looked at the number of level 8 warriors of the Dragon Palace, their faces filled with bitterness. The total number of level 8 warriors from their 3 forces was only about a dozen, while the Dragon Palace had over 60. If the Dragon Palace wanted to destroy them, it would be too easy. However, it was not enough for them to see the level 9 Immortal King combat strength members of the Dragon Palace. They fell silent again. With such a Dragon Palace, they were invincible on the Demon Island. Kill! They did not hesitate at all. They charged straight into the abyss and assisted the members of the Dragon Palace to attack the level 8 abyssal seeds one by one. Roar! At the front, a level 9 Immortal King abyssal seed saw Wuxia locking onto it. It raised its head instantly and stared at Wuxia with murderous intent. It extended its sharp claws and welcomed Wuxia directly. This was a very strange abyssal seed. There were dozens of claws on its body, each of which was thousands of meters in size. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Dragon Claw. Wuxia stretched out his arm and transformed it into a dragon claw. He attacked the level 9 Immortal King abyssal seed. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon claw collided with the abyssal seed's claw, producing the sound of metal colliding. Roar!
Roar, roar. The level 9 Immortal King Abyssal Seed sensed the collision force. It didn't take a step back and let out a violent roar. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, terrifying sounds of collision could be heard from the surroundings. The powerhouses from the Dragon Palace and the group of Abyss Seed powerhouses collided with each other. The strength of the Abyss Seed is not weak. I have to finish off this one as soon as possible. Wang Xian pursed his lips. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. In a battle of the same level, if it was a one-on-one, the difference was not too great. Even if it was a big battle for a few years, there would still be no victor. Therefore, Wang Xian had to finish off the one in front of him as soon as possible. Roar! 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 The abyss with dozens of claws did not feel any threat from Wang Xian. It pounced on him ferociously. This time, it waved its claws at the same time. It was extremely ferocious. Ao Yao, get ready! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. The immortal slaying calabash appeared directly in front of his chest. Although it's a little wasteful, it can prevent the loss of the members of the Dragon Palace. He muttered and opened the calabash lid. Buzz! The next moment, a small sharp sword appeared in front of Wang Xian. Whoosh! Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. The sharp sword instantly attacked the abyssal seed that was attacking him. Roar! Roar! The instant the sharp sword appeared, a hint of panic appeared in the pupils of the abyssal seed that had dozens of claws. Its powerful senses made it seem like it was about to die. So, rumble. However, as an immortal slaying gourd that was comparable to a pinnacle undying emperor's attack, even though the undying level 9 abyss seed had already dodged and the sword had already entered its body. The terrifying power immediately sliced off a third of its body. That third of his body instantly lost its life force. Howl howl! A scream came from his mouth, large amounts of blood flowed out of his body, his eyes filled with rage and fear. Pooh! However, at this time, Ao Yao appeared behind him, his claws piercing into his body. Kill! The first one. When he saw Ao Yao's sharp claws piercing through the heavily injured Immortal King level Abyss Seed, Wang Xian revealed a smile. The Immortal Slaying Gourd coupled with Ao Yao's attack instantly killed an Immortal King level 9 Abyss Seed. In fact, if Wang Xian was caught off guard and released the Immortal Slaying Gourd, he would be able to kill an Immortal King level 9 Abyss Seed with just the Immortal Slaying Gourd alone. However, when Wang Xian made his move, the Abyssal Seed had already seen it clearly. Even so, Wang Xian was very satisfied with the effect. There are 15 left. Ao Yao, let's continue hunting the next one. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the Immortal King level 9 Abyssal Seed that Ao Qitian was fighting. It was a human-shaped Abyss Seed that was similar to the peak stage Immortal King Abyss Seed. It was about 500 meters in size and its entire body was pitch black. Its ribs were its sharp weapon. Faced with Ao Qitian's violent attacks, the level 9 Immortal King Abyss Seed did not lose out in the short collision. Swoosh! At this time, a terrifying flame blade charged straight at it. Howl, howl, howl. The human-shaped seed felt the power of the flame blade. Its face filled with fear as it tried to dodge. Trying to escape. Wishful thinking. Ao Qitian looked at the flame blade. The sea-calming needle immediately released blood-red chains. The chains went straight for the human-shaped abyssal seed. Roar! 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 When the human-shaped abyssal seed saw the blood-red chains coming towards it, its eyes were filled with fury. Bang! 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 In the next moment, its body split apart. Its bones were scattered and it hid in the surroundings. Ha! When Ao Qitian saw the strange move, he was slightly shocked. Even Wang Xian had a look of surprise on his face. Bang, bang, bang! However, at this moment, the flaming longsword's attack still landed on the bones of its body. Penetrated the bones in an instant. Black blood seeped out from the bones. Awoo! Its head, which was flying high up, let out a miserable cry. Bang! The head wanted to escape, but a dazzling white light penetrated through its head. Ao Yao waved her hand and threw it directly at Ao Qitian. Haha! Ao Qitian roared and the ocean-pacifying divine needle landed heavily on it. The second level 9 undying godly monarch Abyss Seed was dead. There are still 14 left. Wang Xian squinted his eyes. Let's go, the next one. He shouted softly and went straight for the undying godly monarch abyss seed that Aochi was fighting. "Tie it down." Aochi followed behind and they shouted at Aochi. "Good." Blood-red chains instantly appeared around Aochi. The blood-red chains attacked the winged immortal king abyssal seed in front of him. Boom! 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 This time, Wang Xian did not use the immortal sword in the immortal slaying gourd. Instead, he grabbed at it with his dragon claws. Aochi Yan's ocean-pacifying divine needle smashed towards it. In a 4-on-1 situation, there were still 2 berserk dragon species. One of them was able to assassinate a thorny dragon species of the same level. There was no need to waste the immortal sword in the immortal slaying gourd. A violent attack was launched, and that level 9 undying god king abyss species revealed a terrified expression. Roar, roar, roar. As it retreated, it wanted to get the support of its surrounding companions. However, the rest of the abyss species were completely tied down. Roar, 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 roar. 20 seconds later, the third level 9 undying god king abyss species died.
There are still 13 left, Hakil.
The victory had been won. Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. He led Ao Yao, Ao Qitian and Ao Qi to hunt down the other level 9 undying godly monarch abyss seeds.
Roar, roar.
When Wang Xian and the rest were attacking the 4th level undying godly monarch abyss seed, the human-shaped level 9 undying godly monarch abyss seed cried out for help in fear. Roar, roar, roar. From above, the peak-level immortal king abyss seed heard the roar from below. Its blood-red eyes looked over and its face was filled with rage. It waved its arm and an incomparably sharp black rib on its arm instantly attacked Wang Xian and the rest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
However, the pitch-black rib was intercepted by a thorny monster in midair. Dense thorny vines covered it.
On the other side, another thorny monster also stretched out countless thorns, directly enveloping it within a domain. Roar, roar. The humanoid abyssal seed roared angrily, and with a wave of its arm, the pitch-black ribs on its body extended towards its palm, and the ribs directly turned into a huge sword. The humanoid monster held a huge sword that was 1,000 meters long, and slashed towards the surrounding thorns. So.
Dense thorns shot out from all directions, piercing straight at it. The sky array formed the thorn monsters, every one of them could kill an existence of the same level. In a 2-against-1 situation, it was even more terrifying.
The countless thorns had no space to dodge. The pinnacle undying god emperor human-shaped abyss species wielded the huge sword and slashed in all directions. Pong, pong, pong. However, after its huge sword sliced through tens of thousands of brambles, the huge sword in its hand was completely covered by the brambles. Howl, howl. Seeing this scene, the pinnacle human form god king abyss seed let out a furious howl. The bones on its body instantly scattered, turning into sharp weapons that slashed at the surrounding brambles. This pinnacle undying god king abyss seed isn't simple.
On the Dragon Peak command platform, Tian Chen watched the battle between the 3 brambles. Seeing how powerful the pinnacle human god emperor abyss seed was, he revealed a shocked expression.
His gaze swept to the side. Compared to the pinnacle god emperor abyss seed that had 4 pairs of wings, this one was much stronger and stranger. The other was suppressed by the brambles and the world's end ruler. This one still had the ability to resist. However, that's all. Heaven Array muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly changed. A dragon wizard with 8 dragon heads and arms appeared with a water elemental dragon head. With a wave of his arms, 4 dragon heads and arms flew directly towards the 2 bramble monsters, disappearing into the bramble. At the next moment, the bramble monsters surrounding the human-shaped peak god king abyss species had 2 strange dragon heads in the middle of them. The dragon heads were embedded in the brambles, making them look slightly ferocious. They stared at the pitch-black skeletons of the human-shaped god king's peak abyss species. Thick brambles attacked the bones and ribs one by one. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the heaven array fused with the brambles, the strength of the 2 brambles had a huge increase. More than 10,000 brambles had a huge change. The diameter of each bramble increased by 2 to 3 meters. On the brambles, there was a faint pressure. There was a dragon-shaped phantom flickering on it. Thorn after thorn flew towards the bones and ribs of the human-shaped peak god king. Roar! 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 The human-shaped peak god king's abyss seed's head was filled with anger when it saw the thorns flying towards it. Boom! At the next moment, tens of thousands of bones and ribs instantly bloomed with black flames. The flames were strange and filled with the ability to corrode. Crack! 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 However, the thorns were covered with a layer of dragon scales and continued to entangle the bones. Whoosh! 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 The thorns entwined around the bones and firmly bound them. Roar! Roar! When the head saw this scene, its face was full of fear as it hurriedly dodged to the side.
You want to escape?
Wishful thinking. One of the dragon heads in the middle of the thorny monster let out a cold voice.
The dense thorny vines attacked.
Crash! However, just as the countless thorny vines were about to cover its head, the entire head split open and split into pieces to escape the attack of the thorny vines. The entire head was split into pieces. Eyes, teeth, nose, ears, all of them fled in all directions. This abyss seed is so strange. It feels like a living machine. Tian Chun looked at the human form undying pinnacle abyss seed in shock. Such a strange creature. Even with his previous experience, he was shocked and amazed.
His eyes gleamed, controlling the brambles to capture it alive. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Prime Minister Turtle and the others were completely suppressing the peak-level undying godly monarch abyss seed. Below, Wuxia led Ao Yao, Ao Qi, and Ao Qitian to kill the level 9 undying godly monarch abyss seeds one by one.
Around them, the legions of the Dragon Palace were also killing the abyss seeds one by one.
The 10,000 people of the Dragon Palace formed an army. Each army had 4 undying level 7 abyss species. The Imperial Dragon species defended, the Berserk Dragon species attacked.
At the back, the dolphins were releasing their support energy. With the dolphin support, the Imperial Dragon species could defend against the powerful attacks. The Berserk Dragon species could kill without fear. They didn't need to worry about their own lives. The Berserk attacks quickly harvested the abyssal species. In the Dragon Palace, the combat strength was no lower than the level 8 Eternal Lord.
The combat strength of the God King level Dragon Palace was almost double that of the abyssal species. With such a lineup and strength, it was a complete massacre.
However, there were bound to be casualties in the war. Even though the Dragon Palace was very powerful, the unexpected attacks still caused many members of the Dragon Palace to be injured.
After all, there were hundreds of millions of abyss seeds and the number was too huge.
However, this loss was completely within the acceptable range of the Dragon Palace. In fact, it was even less than expected.
Earth-shattering roars and roars continued to be heard in the abyss.
The 8th one.
10 minutes later, Wuxia, Ao Qitian, and Ao Yao had already killed 8 of them.
In the entire abyss, half of the level 9 Immortal King abyss seeds had been killed.
The remaining 8 were also heavily injured under the siege of the experts from the Dragon Palace.
Ao Qitian, you guys kill the level 8 Immortal King abyss seed. Ao Yao, let's continue. After Wuxia gave the order, he immediately flew forward.
It's the Dragon King. Ao Qitian waved his ocean-pacifying needle and flew straight down.
There was no longer a need for so many experts to fight on the level 9 Immortal King side. Sect leader last month. Let's surround and kill them.
Wuxia revealed a smile on his face. With a move of his body, he arrived at Sect Leader last month's side. At this moment, Sect Leader last month and one of their ancestors were surrounding and attacking one of them.
Although they could not kill it, they could still fight with ease. All right. Upon seeing Wuxia's arrival, the two of them revealed a smile. Kill.
Following that, Wuxia, Sect Leader last month, and the other 3 instantly surrounded and attacked the Immortal King Abyss Seed.
In less than a minute, they killed it easily.
Dragon King, let's go and help Old Feng and the rest. The 4 of us can take care of that one.
After killing this Immortal King level 9 Abyss Seed, an elder from the Great Sect last month said with a smile. All right, be careful. Wuxia nodded. He locked onto the Abyss Seed that was fighting Aohe and the rest and immediately attacked. This war is about to be won. Last month's sect leader and the rest saw the battle around them. Regardless of whether it was from above or below, the Dragon Palace's experts had completely suppressed them. The members of the Dragon Palace are all extremely talented and powerful. After this battle, I'm afraid the Nine Clouds Great Sect will have to be respectful to the Dragon Palace. Forefather of last month said.
Let's go. We can't force the Dragon Palace to retreat. We have to destroy a level 9 abyssal seed as soon as possible last month. Forefather of last month roared with a smile on his face.
Surround and kill.
The two of them rushed over and immediately roared at the other two forefathers. Roar! Roar! Roar!
When the battle had lasted for 15 minutes, an extremely miserable roar came from the sky. Did you get rid of one? When Wang Xian heard this voice, a smile appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky.
In front of Prime Minister Gui and the others and a thorny monster, the peak stage Immortal King level abyssal seed with 4 wings was in an extremely miserable state. Its head was directly entangled by the thorny vines and its vitality was rapidly disappearing.
This old man from Sky Formation is bragging. He said that he got rid of 2 peak stage Immortal King level abyssal seeds in 15 minutes. Now he only got rid of 1.
At this time, Mo Sha's voice came from the side.
Kiki. Maybe he's senile and didn't calculate well. Ba Qi laughed in agreement. Wang Xian smiled gently.
Dragon King, we're here to help you. Prime Minister Gui flew over to Wang Xian with the world's end ruler. Beams of energy shot directly at the Undying God King level 9 abyssal seeds. With Prime Minister Gui and the others using the world's end ruler to attack, the situation became even more relaxed.
One Undying level 9 abyssal seed after another was swiftly killed.
After the level 9 abyssal seed was killed, the Dragon Palace level 9 combat strength killed the level 8, making the speed even faster.
The war began to be one-sided, and the speed at which the abyssal seed was killed increased tenfold.
In the air, the 3 thorny monsters began to surround and attack the human form God Emperor Pinnacle abyssal seed.
After another 15 minutes, the entire abyss fell silent, from the initial roar to the final scream. And now the silence. In the entire abyss, only one area was still fighting.
Half an hour and we still haven't gotten rid of that Pinnacle Undying God Emperor. That shouldn't be.
What's wrong with the old man from the Heaven Formation? We have already taken care of him. At the bottom, all the abyssal seeds had been eliminated.
In the sky, the battle was still ongoing.
Mo Sha raised his head and looked up. He couldn't help but shout. With the strength of the Heaven Formation, it shouldn't be. Prime Minister Gui frowned slightly and said with a puzzled expression. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian was also a little surprised. In a battle of the same level, the thorn monsters formed by the Heaven's Formation could kill the opponent in a one-on-one fight.
It was a little strange that they still hadn't finished off the opponent in a 3-on-1 situation.
Wang Xian didn't rush into the battlefield. Instead, he went straight to the command platform of Dragon Peak.
Dragon King, I've encountered an interesting abyssal seed. I'm going to capture it alive. When Tianqin saw Wang Xian coming over, his eyes sparkled as he spoke.
Oh? Capture it alive. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as a look of astonishment appeared on his face. I've captured it.
At this moment, an excited look appeared on Tianqin's face.
In the sky, the area that was covered by thorns spread out. The 3 thorny monsters had extremely sharp-looking bones wrapped around their bodies. In the middle, there were nose, eyes, ears, and other parts that were wrapped around them. This peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed can actually split into so many parts?
And it doesn't seem to be seriously injured.
Wang Xian looked at the parts of the Abyss Seed's body curiously.
If the arm of a powerhouse was broken and there was life in it, it could indeed fly with one arm.
However, the person who lost his arm was equivalent to being injured. If a godly king was divided into tens of thousands of parts, it was considered a very serious injury.
Now, the body of this peak godly king Abyss Seed had turned into tens of thousands of parts. However, he did not seem to be injured after sensing it.
It's amazing. I'm going to study it. Dragon King. Let's not kill this Abyss Seed for the time being. I'll see if there are any unexpected gains.
Heaven's Formation said to Wang Xian. Sure, tie it up and let's go.
Wang Xian nodded and instructed.
It's Dragon King. Heaven's Formation replied immediately. Then he took out a jade box and placed the body parts of the human-shaped Immortal King level abyssal seed one by one. Great victory, return.
Wang Xian stood on the Dragon Peak and glanced at the surrounding disciples of the Dragon Palace. He shouted softly, "Great victory return!" Prime Minister Gue repeated loudly, "Yes." All the members of the Dragon Palace responded excitedly. One by one, they flew towards the Dragon Peak and the Horizon Ruler respectively. Dragon King, the results and losses of this battle have all been completed. In less than an hour, Prime Minister Gue flew over and said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face, "Tell me." Wang Xian nodded and said, "If we lose anything, we have 1 Immortal King level 8, 3 level 7, 15 level 6. A total of more than 700 Immortal King level powerhouses have died. About 2,000 disciples below the level of God Lord have died and have been absorbed by the soul returning wood." Prime Minister Gui said, "The number of disciples that have died is less than what we expected. Compared to the harvest, it is nothing. This time, there's 1 corpse of a peak Immortal King level abyss species, 16 level 9 corpses, 55 level 8 corpses, 170 level 7 corpses, 50,000 Immortal King level and above corpses, and more than 300 million corpses. This time, our Dragon Palace will receive a huge upgrade." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with excitement. "The losses are within the range. The harvest is not bad." Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. This time, he could increase the Dragon Palace by 16 Immortal King level 9 powerhouses. Adding the original 23, he could increase the total to nearly 40. What did it mean to have nearly 40 Immortal King level 9 powerhouses? A strong batch. In addition, he could increase the number of peak Immortal King level powerhouses by 2. As he thought of this, he looked to the side and saw that the Heaven Array was holding the skeleton of a human-shaped peak Immortal King level abyss seed, studying something. Wang Xian did not disturb him. The Dragon Peak and the Heaven's End ruler traveled quickly. 2 days later, they returned to the center of the Demon Island. "Enter the Dragon Palace for a comprehensive upgrade." Wang Xian gave an order to all his disciples and entered the Dragon Palace directly. All the members of the Dragon Palace immediately entered the Dragon Palace. "Dragon King, who shall be the first to break through to the peak of the Immortal King's combat strength?" When Wang Xian and the rest came to the front of the Dragon Transformation Pool, Prime Minister Gue asked, "Let Ao Qitian do it." Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Although Ao Yao's improvement was very useful, her assassination ability was strong. In a head-on battle, she was much weaker than the berserk dragon species. If there was another Abyss War, Ao Qitian would be more suitable for such a battle. Sky Array, how's your research on the Pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seed coming along?" He looked at the Sky Array beside him. Over the past 2 days, the Sky Array had been studying this thing. "Dragon King, I have an idea. I plan to turn the Pinnacle Undying God King Abyss Seed into a biological armor. A biological armor that can raise one's strength." Tianqin pondered for a moment before speaking. "Oh, biological armor." Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Dragon King, after becoming an Array Grandmaster, one can be called a shaman. Of course, a shaman at the Void God Emperor level can only be called a junior shaman. In the past, the reason why I was betrayed by my disciple and was besieged and even killed by the Witch Association was because I obtained a shaman spell book back then. Formations are used by shamans to connect to the world, and the world is also used by shamans to change their bodies. Powerful shamans carve formations into their bodies to increase their bodies and connect to the world. According to the knowledge in that shaman spell, this peak undying godly monarch abyss seed is a very good material. It cannot be said to be a material as long as it is slightly modified. It can become a biological armor." As Heaven's formation spoke, his eyes shone with wisdom. "What will the result be?" Wang Xian pondered for a moment and asked him. "Dragon King, the combat strength of this peak-level Immortal King Abyss Seed far surpasses that of the same level. In a one-on-one situation, even the thorny objects formed by my formation are no match for it. Its combat strength is very strong. It is not worth it to use it to improve a member of the Dragon Palace. After it's made into a biological armor, it can fight freely. Its combat strength is the same as before. It can also be worn.
For example, Dragon King, you can directly make the biological armor attached to your body. Your strength will stack with the biological armor's own strength. This is like a special machine weapon. Even if a small god makes the biological armor recognize its owner, it can still unleash the pinnacle undying emperor combat strength. Sky Array said, "Oh, that's much more suitable than using it to upgrade the disciples of the Dragon Palace. How long will it take for the modification to be completed?" Wang Xian was slightly surprised. "It will take some time. Also, Dragon King, I would like to ask you for 2 treasures, the incipient sacred wings and the eternal embryo fruit." Sky Array said. The incipient sacred wings were a supreme treasure that Tian Qin had obtained together with that sorcery. It was also because of the incipient sacred wings that he was able to survive. According to Tian Qin, the incipient sacred wings were a very powerful treasure. Even when he was at his peak, he could not see through the materials of the incipient sacred wings. Tian Qin wanted the incipient sacred wings so that he could build it on the biological armor. Of course, this was only temporary on the biological armor. With the incipient sacred wings' mysteriousness and power, it could only be said to be a waste of resources. As for consuming the normal embryo fruit, the Sky Formation was prepared to use it to destroy and give birth to the spirit of the pinnacle undying God King Abyss Seed. To create the biological armor, one needed to have a sliver of intelligence and complete control over it. This garish thing is quite interesting. Old man, let's study it together and create a biological armor. We'll add some poison to it. Beside them, the demonic 8-Chi looked over curiously and said, "Hee sure. You 2 little fellows can turn into dragon wizards. I can teach you a thing or 2 in the future." Tian Qin looked at the 2 of them and said faintly, "Hee, it's impossible for us to be your lackeys. We're still waiting for a poisonous dragon to appear in the Dragon Palace. When we have the chance, we'll turn into poisonous dragons. You're a dragon wizard. It's too strenuous for you." Mo Shabachi shook his head slightly and said directly, "Poisonous dragons belong to the dark mutated divine dragon and were also extremely powerful divine dragons. However, the Dragon Palace could not turn a dragon into a poisonous dragon. This kind of mutated divine dragon required powerful treasures and opportunities." Hee. Tian Qin smiled faintly and left without saying anything. Mo Shabachi and the rest followed immediately. Duan Jinming and the clan leader of the Fire Hammer clan also followed behind. The pinnacle of blacksmiths was the creator. They could learn something from the creation of the biological armor. Wang Xian saw it and smiled. "Let all the disciples improve," he said faintly. "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded his head and immediately began to assign the matters regarding the improvement of the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian didn't have much to do as he looked at the heaven formation. In the next 10 days, all the members of the Dragon Palace were improving their abilities. On the Demon Island, a major event happened. This sensational event came from the Dragon Palace. 10 days after the Dragon Palace pacified the Northern Abyss, this news was spread out. The first to know about this was the 9 Heavens-breaking Great Sect. The Eastern Abyss of the Demon Island was pacified, and no abyssal races appeared for the time being. The 9 Heavens-breaking Great Sect and the others then focused their attention on the Northern Abyss of the Demon Island. However, when they sent people to investigate, they found that there were no abyssal races in the Northern Abyss, which made them astonished. After searching, they found that all the experts of the Dragon Palace had gone out to take action more than 10 days ago, and finally they received specific information from the hierarch last month. When they confirmed this matter, they were extremely shocked. It was even more shocking than the last time when the Dragon Palace severely injured the World Margin sect. Then, Patriarch 9 Heavens and the others directly came to the Dragon Palace with heavy gifts to pay them a visit. If the strength displayed by the Dragon Palace last time made them fearful, then this time they were terrified. They also understood the strength of the abyssal seeds in the Northern Abyss, which was similar to the ones in the East. In the past, the abyssal seeds in the East could only be resisted by the combined forces of Zhouxiao, Duan Tian, and a bunch of other factions. Now that the Dragon Palace was able to destroy such a force directly, it meant that the Dragon Palace had the strength to destroy Zhouxiao and Duan Tian. They had to come over to express their goodwill. Wang Xian naturally accepted Jiuxiu and Duan Tian's visit to express his goodwill.
If one didn't accept it, the other party might feel panicked. Such a shocking matter was not known by ordinary people. Only a few powerhouses knew about it.
Following that, the entire Demon Island calmed down.
Without the threat of the abyssal seed, the Demon Island was much more relaxed. However, compared to the calm of the Demon Island, the battles in other places were getting more and more intense. On the AI, one could often see the Cold Night Island and the fall of a certain sex powerhouse. The fall of a certain sex powerhouse on the Ping-Yi Island. In the past few days, the AI reported that a peak Immortal King powerhouse had fallen in the Imperial Court. An army of powerhouses had been attacked by the abyssal seeds and were all annihilated. The battles in other places were getting more and more intense. The people on the Demon Island could feel that the abyssal invasion in other places was even more ferocious and cruel.
Wang Xian also learned some things about the other islands and the central region from the AI.
However, this place was very far away from the Demon Island. The members of the Dragon Palace were also in the process of upgrading, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Dragon King. All the upgrading of the disciples of the Dragon Palace is over. After a few days, Prime Minister Gui came to the Dragon King's hall and reported to Wang Xian.
Very good, let them get used to it. Wang Xian smiled when he received the news. The strength of the Dragon Palace had reached another peak. TSK, very good, very strong. Haha, Boss Dragon King, take a look. At this moment, Mo Sha's voice sounded from outside. Following that, Wang Xian saw a black humanoid monster that was 2,000 meters in size enter the Dragon King's palace. It was 2,000 meters tall, and every bone in its body was like a terrifying sharp weapon. Behind it, there was a pair of jade white bone wings. The white bone wings were about 3,000 to 4,000 meters in size. Its body was filled with a strong murderous aura. The aura of a peak godly king could be faintly felt. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes were sparkling. Buzz. Mo Sha flew out directly from the head of this terrifying monster with an excited expression. At this moment, the sky array's 8-limbed Duan Jinming and the rest walked in as well. Has it been completed? Wang Xian walked over and asked with a smile.
Greetings, Dragon King.
The moment he walked over, the humanoid monster immediately knelt down and bowed to Wang Xian.
Dragon King, it has been completed. It has inherited the strength of the humanoid Immortal King's peak abyss seed. With you as the leader, you can enter and take control of it. The Heaven Array walked over and said with a smile. It does have the taste of a mech. Wang Xian placed his palm on its body. Waves of information were transmitted. His body moved and entered its body directly.
The next moment, Wang Xian appeared at its head. With a thought, he could control it.
Similarly, even if he did not control it and encountered danger, it could still fight on its own. In it, it did not affect Wang Xian's ability to unleash his attacks at all. It was very mystical. This is very strong. I'll call you Dragon Weapon from now on, Wang Xian said faintly.
Although this kind of thing was flashy at this stage at least, the Dragon Weapon was a powerful combat subordinate. It was also an extremely powerful bodyguard.
It just so happens that my current strength has yet to reach the peak of the Immortal King realm. With this, I'm not afraid of existences at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Wang Xian smiled. This could be considered as relying on external things. He had the feeling of a tycoon.